24. Snarling rivals.
My face is not shown in video pictures yesterday for a reason. Oh,
The Battle Series Saga World Championships is about to begin. So to get started, I just want to welcome our wonderful commentators, Cosmic and UniX, up to the stage. So how you doing, guys?
Doing pretty well. Really excited to see this matchup. And I don't know, like there's a certain amount of hype that goes into these world championships, these national championships, and energy.
Of course.
Yeah, and I gotta be excited because one of our Pro Tour champions is here in the World Finals. You know, winning the very first Pro Tour is pretty sweet, and now here for Worlds.
And it's going to be the first championship ever, right?
Yep.
That's awesome. Glad to see. I can't wait to see who it's going to be. So let's go to our players' room. All right, hey guys, how are you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Doing very good.
Okay, first, can we get Colin? How are you feeling today about being in the top two?
Well, I went undefeated through Swiss and have not dropped a match here in top cut yet. Now I've got my toughest opponent here. Fortunately for me, I beat him in Swiss. Now I just have to do that again, and the victory is mine.
Woo! All right, that's a lot of big talk from Colin. Caleb, are you looking to get your revenge?
Yes.
Oh man, a few words. Awesome. So can you guys tell us about like your time up here, like how you felt with your deck choices, any like tough matches you had up until now?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say Caleb was probably my toughest match in Swiss, bar none. So that's got me a little bit stressed. So far, though, I didn't lose a single match through Swiss, and if I can keep that up, then you know the deck is perfect. I would make no changes. What more could I ask than a victory, right?
Awesome. Okay, what about you, Caleb?
So yeah, I had a list similar to his in testing, but in the mirror match, I didn't like how it was playing, so that's why I made the changes. And I'm not main decking Nova, basically.
All right, sounds very interesting. I'm sure you guys need to get ready, so we'll let you guys do that.
Perfect.
Go ahead and get started.
Thank
Thank you.
So Cosmic, UniX, what can we expect from this matchup?
So it's going to be an interesting one, looking at the two lists, knowing that if you can hit your ramp and hit those early bombs early after the game to command its presence, it'll be really good. But we could also see the other side of it for those who have played ramp decks and other card games. Sometimes you just flip the coin and lose. So it'll be interesting to see what type of game that we get between these two players.
It is going to be Colin Kaiser playing the white-red mid-range and Caleb Albert playing Smog. What can we expect from that matchup?
So both deck lists are very similar. Like there are less than 10 cards difference between them. They both kind of go into a stage where they collect additional cores, they ramp up, and they start playing some of the most impactful, hard-hitting, heavy cards in the game thus far.
Okay.
So it's really going to be interesting because it's a match in an oil drum. You're going to see a little bit of a calm before a storm, and then haymaker after haymaker after haymaker, and we're going to see some really cool, high-intensity interactions. So I'm excited.
So I know Smog was definitely huge in this format. Are you surprised to see mid-range get up into the final two?
Personally, I'm not because there's of course like aggro, mid-range, control, tempo, but generally over a 9, like 7 or higher round event, you're gonna see that mid-range has the ability to adapt to whatever it's facing a lot of the times. If the format's balanced, mid-range can come down a little lower to combat aggro, go up a little higher to combat control. So generally, it makes a lot of sense. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm also excited for these decks that had really a different sideboard plan coming into this weekend, seeing how transitional it was. Because we have the ability to rely on the sideboard, you can see a lot of changes for these decks. So really a lot of testing went into this. You can see how they refine the list, and really excited to see how that comes into play in the finals.
In this matchup specifically, is there any sideboarding that you really want to look out for?
It'll be interesting to see how they pivot from here. I'd have to get into each one of them. I mean, the Dream Bombs I know coming in is going to be one that can set back the tempo. It's a really great card against Nova that can set them back, losing the Ascend target. So I played the deck previously. I haven't had a lot of time to play the mirror, so I have a little bit of inexperience. But I'll be curious to see what some of our world best players pull off in the sideboarding.
Yup.
UniX is definitely getting into those lists right now. Anything jumping out at you?
I mean, one of the main things about this, outside of the Dream Bomb, just like Cosmic mentioned, a lot of the cards in the sideboard are, just like I said, they're modular for the other matchups in here. You got Flood Streams for when the aggression comes too early in the game. You got Curse Dragon in one of these sideboards for when boards become wide and somewhat protected, so you can just strip all the cores off of them. But against each other, it's going to be interesting because some of these cards are for very specific matchups. It really is going to come down to the pilot navigating this. There's not necessarily anything in the sideboard that just cracks this mirror match open. I think the decks themselves are very tuned for the mirror match. But yeah, this is going to be a good one.
I know both players are definitely very successful in Battle Spirit Saga so far. Who do you expect to win going into the match?
Whew. Oh, this is hard. They both, like, you got on one end, you got one of them coming in on a hot streak with the confidence of knowing that he's already gone over this matchup before.
Yeah.
On the other end, you've got another gentleman whose only loss likely came from this one guy. And I know myself as a competitive card game player, when that happens, I'm thinking about that matchup for the rest of the event. Between the matches, I can't choose.
I mean, he definitely lost in Swiss, so he definitely took that loss, went home, thought about it all day, and came back today. So definitely interesting to see. What do you think, Cosmic?
So I gotta admit that I'm a little bit biased. We got a hometown hero in the finals for us, so be really curious to see if he can climb back from that match and get the victory back.
Okay, well, it looks like our players are ready. So let's go back to the players' room. Okay, it seems our players are ready. So you guys ready to get started?
Absolutely.
Our players are ready? Can we get a thumbs up?
If they can hear us.
We should have someone in the room. Making sure they can understand that we're going to start.
It's game zero. It's the intense stare down right now.
Yeah, they're just making sure they know. They're looking at each other, having an intense stare down. Okay, and it looks like our players are ready.
Then.
So let's get started. 3, 2, 1, battle start. The double handshake, of course.
Now, even though it's just the mulligan, this is a really important part here because since this deck is a ramp into big bomb type deck, that first hand could be all ramp, no bosses, all bosses, no ramp. So this is going to be a really important setting to the first game.
And one thing too, as Smag is being kind of a key card featured in both of these lists, it's, you know, usually you get punished in a way for mulliganing because you don't get that extra card draw, but now Smag, because when you're behind in cards allows you to draw, you get a little bit of a security in that sense of saying like, hey, as long as I get the Smag, I get the card back that way, and then the multicolor reduction is absolutely huge for both of these lists. But we'll see. I mean, really the ideal opener we're kind of looking for here is trying to find like the Heaven's Cloak Butterfly or the Matte and Gold, try to get that early ramp online, because at some point, hey, it's get that ramp down, find the Smag, and then start dropping those haymakers, as Uniac said.
So it does look like both players are entering a mulligan.
Like I said, there are some hands that you can open up in this deck that are just unplayable, so they want to make sure.
Yeah, the pure randomization is very important here, so we're going to get a couple more shuffles out of the way and hopefully, again, see some good matches with getting the ramp online back and forth. And also, it's interesting, too, right? When you're attacking your opponent, you're taking their life away, but they're gaining an extra core. In a ramp-heavy deck, you know, some of that is mitigated, especially if your opponent's ramping a lot. It doesn't matter to give as much to give them an extra core, but if you see one person that's kind of falling behind, you know, a lot of times as the player in this matchup against the other decks, you want to just wait, make sure you're building your resources, don't really attack your opponent and try to resource lock them out until you can find that big turn where you can turn into a Curse Dragon combo or the Nova, as we've seen in this list, to really command the game. So it'll be interesting to see if one of them gets a more aggressive opener, because sometimes you find those early ramp pieces plus Alarune who can tap down some blockers, and you just go, well, I guess I got 5 attackers. I'm going to go for game here. So it'll be interesting to see if we have the ramp dynamic really play off into these big spirits, or sometimes we just get to go, you know, the rush aspect of getting all those early ramp plays.
Yeah. In this matchup, especially with the deck list being so similar, like both packing 4 copies of Star Blessed Draw, it's going to also be a factor about who goes first because a lot of these ramp effects or come into play effects when summoned. And so the first person set a Star Blessed Draw could potentially see a huge momentum swing. So there's just a lot of tension just even before this first turn starts.
Is there anything we're specifically expecting from the mulligan phase? Like what cards we're searching for?
Sorry. Absolutely. Madden Goal and Heaven's Cloak Butterfly are big ones because that's your early ramp engine. And then interesting enough, as you just mentioned with Star Blessed Draw, usually it's a card that you want to punish your opponent because it has a very strong when summon ability on your opponent's side that says, hey, I get to draw 2 cards. And both of these decks are very heavy with when summon effects. And
do you see 2 copies of Star Blessed Draw in that hand?
Yeah, that's what we'd like to see. And then on Caleb's side too, we do get to see the early ramp. But looks like Caleb is going to take one of them back. And Colin, especially again, double Star Blessed Draw. You know those are live. Like you sit down, it's open deck list. You know that over half of the deck basically has when summon effects. So those Star Blessed draws are exceedingly live.
Yeah, Colin opening up with 2 Star Blessed Draws is insane because there are just going to be times where he's able to get so many cards on the top of his deck just for his opponent trying to do the exact same strategy. So that's going to be pretty heavy.
And we're getting that mulligan over with, and we should be starting just now.
Oh man, first turn.
Oh.
Yeah, he's got a setup. This is exactly where Colin wants to be going first in this matchup.
Yeah, the opening hand looks fine, knowing that's going to be a little bit slower. Sometimes you just open up the Star Blessed Draw and say, I'm just going to draw 2, try to find those ramp pieces, and then top decks the Madden Goal to get the ramp online anyway. So again, one of those spirits that we had mentioned that as it comes into play, you get, as long as you exhaust it, you get to gain 1 core. Caleb decided, good enough. I'm going to do the same thing. So again, we're going to see a lot of these opening plays be a mirror match style with the early ramp into some draws to try to find those late game threats.
It's just like we were talking about. There's going to be a footsie stage before they start really pushing.
Beldegor, one of the premier cards that we've seen throughout the entire first year of Battle Spirits, just coming into play and getting to delete something that's 4 or less. So that Madden Goal, while it was exhausted, is going to get punished. So we do want to see green reduction. That's one of the colors. It is a 5 to 6 color deck depending on the different builds, but green is very much the core of this. So losing that reduction on the field can make some of the later plays for those butterflies or Alarunes a little difficult.
And then the star of the show himself. Coming down to get the extra draw, as well as the core. This is good. Suppression's more of a later game card, but these first couple turns will be setup turns. So if fireworks just don't start going off yet, that's expected.
Yeah, I was surprised not to see the immediate Star Blessed play coming down, but now we can see that going to the burst. So again, Colin knowing that there's going to be just an unholy amount of when summoned spirits on the side of the field, that those Star Blessed draws are always going to be live in this matchup. Madden Goal does have the ability to play around it, but all the other ones like Alarune and some of the other ones that just, no matter what, it is going to trigger and give your opponent the card draw, which again is so important because we're trying to find those late game threats after we ramp a bunch of cards.
Putting a little damage on the board, just like Cosmic said earlier, you do get to get a couple shots in early, and you could push somebody into an early game before you even have your board established. So it's always good just to not give them too many cores in order to kind of further their ramp strategy, but still put them low enough to where they're within kill shot range if you can see the opportunity arise.
It looks like we're just confirming the power totals here, so Colin does get in the chip damage and then just leaving up a beefy Madden Goal for defense. So we're starting to see some of those late game threats. Here we go. The Elephant coming down, another staple from set 1, able to draw you 3 cards and ramp you 3 cores when it dies. So while, yes, it is one of the more expensive spirits and a premier Dream Bomb target from your opponent, once that dies, you really do start to feel like you're coming ahead in the matchup because you get that major resource advantage.
Yes, there is nothing to scoff about getting an extra 3 cores and 3 cards in hand. And Dream Bomb really is one of the only answers that could come down at this particular stage of the game. Yeah, it's a good presence. I definitely like Caleb's board at this very moment.
The great thing about Elephant, too, is with its very strong level 2 effect, you get the ability to refresh all your cores and untap your spirit, so it allows you to get in that chip damage for free, get to attack, and then recover and make sure you still have a solid defense up. So we do see some of the key magics like the Burning Force or Dream Bombs that can be played during the flash windows, but Elephant is a really key part. Just make sure you can keep up a solid defense while also being offensive in this matchup.
And the relevancy of that card coming down this early in the game, at some point it is a must-answer card. If there's going to be a turn where Colin is going to need to take 5 cores for a Dream Bomb that he could have used to help further establish his field, because you just cannot allow your opponent to keep getting these refresh steps every time they enter the attack step. It's very powerful.
Alarune was the last spirit play from Colin's side. Again, one of those key ramp pieces that we were talking about early on, puts a core onto itself. It can also be good at tapping down some early aggressive plays. But Caleb with the double elephant starting the party, which again, those are very scary in pairs because at 10k BP at its max threshold, it's very difficult to set up a block for that unless you have something like a suppression to boost your own BP, or the Nova out of Colin's deck is actually the only other thing that gets big enough. And as I mentioned, you don't really want to kill those elephants because your opponent can really get ahead in the resource game.
Yeah, there's a payload on the field and there's an insurance policy on it. Like, Caleb is setting up. There's still a lot of time left in this particular game, but his field is starting to become problematic.
Caleb, also known as a white player going back to early Pro Tour and some other victories, that is his key color that he always plays. And so seeing those elephants come online is pretty poetic for seeing us here in the World's Finals, that elephants are helping him try to achieve a victory one more time. So Colin hitting the Star Blessed draw, just drawing 2 cards. Again, the great thing about that as a card itself, you have just the ability to draw 2 cards or set up in your burst to potentially draw 4 if your opponent plays a when summon, and then you pay the additional cost. So anytime that you want to, you just choose how many cards you want to draw and try to set up, but he still has that other one in his burst. So he might be playing a little bit of a mind game here, trying to say hey, I'm playing out this Star Blessed draw. Maybe there's not one in burst, but there's probably a pretty chance that Caleb knows that there's still going to be a Star Blessed draw waiting for him.
And if there is anything that Colin needs to do right now, it is dig, because this field on Caleb's side only has a couple more turns until it could potentially grow out of control. This is an excellent start.
Yeah, looking at his hand, he actually has 2 Alarunes now that he could have played out, and so he's very much aware of that burst kind of as a looming threat. Now, sometimes there's going to come a point where he has to play a Smag, and that's going to trigger it anyways, and hopefully draw a card. But giving your opponent 3 off of it is always, or 4 cards off of Star Blessed draw out burst is always going to feel bad. So Burning Force, another card that we've seen a lot of in year 1, and spoiler, we're not playing Nexus cards in these matchups, so you're actually going to see 1 card type missing, but in that case, Burning Force does have the opportunity to kill 2 3k spirits or less, which is going to clear the board. And as we mentioned, Caleb here now leveling up the elephant to hopefully get in a couple attacks here, but we will see a block from, or I guess he still have 5, so probably won't see a block from Alarune just yet, but able to get that early aggression and get some chip points now that we've seen both players ramp a little bit and now progressing into the mid game.
Mm-hmm. And as Cosmic said, these lists, neither of them run Nexuses, and most of you guys know how powerful Nexus abilities have become over the course of this game. However, once you forgo them, your opponent generally has a fair amount of cards that come up dead in hand because they can't be used for their intended purpose. And dead cards in hand are just less options, and that's a weapon in itself. So it's just very, very, there's a lot of ingenuity in these deck lists.
Yeah, Colin does have 2 Dream Bombs in the main deck, so that could also be fainting a Dream Bomb out of the burst, which would reset one of the elephants, denying the refresh ability, which could be pretty crippling depending on what Colin's follow-up would be. So Caleb just being very safe, very reserved here with keeping it up to a point where, maybe he levels up both elephants, and then no matter what, he's still going to be able to get his refresh. Yeah, I think that is 5 when summon cards in his hand at this point. So definitely feeling the pressure of, do I want to take a chance that this is a Star Blessed draw out of the burst, or is it going to be a Dream Bomb? Now, the advantage is if you play out a when summon, you see the Star Blessed draw, well then, hey, that Dream Bomb is probably not going to be there, not in the hand, and you can feel free to get in that damage at that point, but ultimately it's something that you still have to play around.
Well, we got a flood stream coming down to rid the board of that smog.
Oh, really good pickup from Caleb here, actually. The strong draw now able to say, hey, I want to try to find some other cards that aren't maybe when summons or trying to find my own, okay, Star Blast draws like he just got there. So he will be able to discard some of those redundant when summoned spirits. Again, kind of at this point has to know that there's a Star Blast waiting for him. And Andromedas, yep, there goes both Andromedas, are just not good in this matchup. You know, you can try to catch a 3K at some point. Sometimes a confront for 10K can really matter, but ultimately a lot of the value from those Andromedas that come out of this meta in particular are blowing up some Nexuses. But again, we're not going to see those in this matchup in particular.
So a strong draw adding another strong draw, if I'm not mistaken, and a Star Blessed draw is pretty wild. Setting that Star Blessed draw, Caleb's board is just continuing to snowball.
Yeah, and again, just having those two 10K spirits is very big in this particular matchup, and now he just refreshes them saying, hey, I still have my wall, I can still get that chip damage, and you know, pretty quickly going to be able to put Colin on a clock here between this matchup. So we'll have to see. You know, again, the Andromeda not being as exciting, but you know what? Hey, what's one more elephant to the party? Now we have 3 of them on board, and then now we get to play the mini game of, hey, I want to destroy my elephant. Make sure you don't destroy yours. So there are a couple BP or battle power boosting tricks in both of these decks, so we might see an exchange here. But now it's the good old song and dance of who gets their elephant to get that when destroyed trigger first.
Correct. And Caleb has pressed a fair amount of damage this game to the point where any time he pokes through, Colin's gonna need to consider how much he needs to block, how much he needs to dedicate to that. It's still very precarious. The elephant was a very good play to start getting back into the game, but Colin is not out of the woods yet. Caleb able to dig even further because that one strong draw just allowed him to find more filter. I expected this to be a slower game between these two, but this is actually progressing at a nice pace.
I think at this point they've played a ton of games. Again, they played in Swiss already once, so they're able to kind of know what the other wants to be doing. Again, pretty close to a mirror match, but there are a few cards different, and we'll see that, you know, what does their end game look like. It's going to matter or differ a little bit between what the opponents are playing, but ultimately, again, I think these elephants are going to be an all-star here for the matches we're going to be seeing today. And as I was mentioning, the power boost, you know, strong draw as a secondary option does have that power boosting ability, but especially in this matchup, you really want to be digging for those cards. So we still see a suppression, we do still see a battle trick in Caleb's hand that could find a way to get his own elephant destroyed, but again, we're going to see what other key spirits he's looking for other than those elephants, which command a lot of presence in this matchup in particular, to be fair, but 10Ks just go burr sometimes.
Indeed, and we are seeing the second elephant come down, and just like that, Colin has swung the board to actually be in his favor by 1 Alrune. This is neck and neck. They both have suppressions in their hand, so if one of them tries to use the battle trick to force the BP change, the other one can match that and still end up losing their DIGIMONCARD as well. So this is a pretty back and forth match right now.
And yeah, as we were talking about it, you know, we saw a little bit of ramp from both players. We're seeing now the late game bombs from both players, and at this point, it's just trying to find out which card or which turn sequences will allow them to break through, because especially these elephants, they love to find another one. Oftentimes, you're playing, you know, the white control decks or this deck in particular, you say, all right, well, my first elephant died, draw some cards. Oh, by the way, here's another elephant that you have to answer. So whichever one gets the first elephant destroyed first could have a big leap in their gameplay favor.
All right, and we've got the Smog. This is a good play right now because, yeah, it's just like, it's a good play for Colin just because he's able to now dig so much deeper. But somebody had to set that off first. There was just no way you're going to get through the rest of the game. At some point, you just have to pull that trigger and try to get ahead, knowing they're going to start pulling ahead as well.
Yeah, again, Smag being really important just for the multi reduction that he's going to offer, and allows you to play some of the other cards in your deck with a lot more ease. And I definitely like this going to the Alrune, so he gets another core, so he's going to, you know, ramp to this turn, but then also he says, hey, I know now that you don't have a Star Blessed draw, so you're trying to find those turns where you say, hey, if I'm going to trigger this, I got to, 1, figure out what's going to be the best value, and 2, okay, how many when summons can I just play this turn so I don't have to potentially worry about a future Star Blessed draw?
The term "the shields are down" applies here.
Yep. And we'll talk about Star Blessed draw. We actually see 2 more in Caleb's hand. So a lot of drawing, a lot of filtering that it's really going to come down to that we've seen, again, the Nova in Colin's list. And then there's a couple interesting choices too within Caleb's. We see like the Scotty, we see Aegis, which can be used to bounce some spirits. But a Turbo Rex is something that I would love to see here finals. Really a great way of breaking up the board, making sure your opponent can't stabilize, and giving them some really awkward attack patterns that they might not be able to sequence in a proper way.
Yeah, if you've been playing since set 1, Turbo Rex Newmangard is a tale as old as time. It just, it's rough. And I am actually very much so enjoying that it's like almost a game of tennis. They are just serving these board stats like back and forth, matching each other, pulling ahead.
Yeah, and now we have the consideration, play the one mat and goal, how many one summons do we have? Now we're counting the cores of how much each player is ramped and try and navigate it that way. But looks like we're just going to see Andromeda come down and try and maybe get that confront online, which is also going to knock out the Alrune, which is pretty big. All right, so we see, I was wondering, I'm pretty sure we play a Star Blast down, so probably just trying to bait out the second one, get some extra card draw here, and then free up some cores since it was removed from the Spirit. But again, going into that play pattern of, okay, we play the first one summon, does something happen? Okay, he had the Star Blast, just do it a second time. But here, Caleb sequenced it a little bit differently, where making him think he didn't have it, and now he got to draw the 4 cards anyways.
Yeah, luckily we had enough cores to play that Star Blast at max value because of the reduction given from Smag. It is unfortunate for him to lose his Alrune, but it was just at the correct amount of cores to be able to be removed by Andromeda. But we see an Ice Shield in Caleb's hand. Actually, is that the Maiden right there at the top?
I think that's the Scotty.
And did he have a Mammoth Aegis in there as well?
Well, I know you said the Star Blast draw. Looks like he has a couple other high-end threats. And again, it's really coming down to that elephant game back and forth that we're seeing here. Again, as you mentioned, has a suppression, has a way to power boost it as needed. Yep, I do see the Aegis now as well.
2 suppressions.
So a lot of the white control package that Caleb is known for really shining in this deck in particular. All right, so we do have the Scotty coming down. That Scotty in World Finals, a card that didn't get a lot of love when it was previewed, and something that we didn't really get a lot of hype for, but is certainly going to make this matchup very interesting because it's going to turn off a lot of the power boosting effects that we could see. So really putting in Caleb's favor now for the Battle Trick side of the Elephants.
For the people back home, would you like to explain what she does?
I forget her second effect because it's been so long since I've seen this card myself, but she has an ability to redirect spells to those that only have the Soul Core. So Caleb can now set it up in a way where it says, hey, if you want to target something, no, it has to be this. It can really cut off a lot of the flash timing window interaction that maybe Caleb was hoping, or Colin was hoping to pull off on Caleb.
Yeah, and there's already the kind of path to victory. The Mammoth Aegis is huge. If Turbo Rex comes down while Mammoth Aegis is on the board, you get the opportunity to start picking apart the board no matter what. And that's going to be pretty intense.
Yeah, Turbo Rex and Aegis in particular is a really funny combo to see it come together just by getting that free bounce and making their attack patterns different. So I hope we do get to see it in one of these games because that's something, Turbo Rex didn't get a lot of love. There was one event back earlier in the season where we did see it pop up in more of a white mid-range style of list. And I think it's going to be really popular in the next set with some of the Ascend shenanigans that are going to be happening. But so maybe this is just a little bit of ahead of time for Turbo Rex that finally might come here in the finals and then get a lot of showcase in set 4.
Just a late bloomer. Turbo Rex is just a late bloomer, that's all.
The one thing I will say, going back to my own thoughts on the deck itself and getting kind of these boards, you often find yourself, unless you find, I know some lists have played Derm Dyna for the unblockable damage, some have played the Curse combo to try and clear up the board that way, that you get in these board states where it's just like, all right, who's going to find that piece first? We see Nova, for example, in Colin's list that can chip away at a few things at a time to really break through, because otherwise now it's just the two elephants staring down one another and seeing what they can do.
Right now they are building very, very, very high walls, and what they need is a battering ram. They need a way to punch through, and both of them are just trying to set up. That's going to be the most exciting part of the game. When one of them finds their way to start punching through this, and there's 3 life on either side at the very moment, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, it looks like 3 and 3.
Yeah, there's only so much time that's going to be able to elapse after one of them finds their route to victory. But at this very moment, it's just a bunch of menacing staring and laying more bricks to this wall.
Yep, so again, seeing that same play pattern. Hey, you have the Star Blast draw. Going to play out my other one, summon, and get more cores on the field. And, this deck is just fun to play because at some point you end up with 60 cores. And you're like, all right, let me just refresh all of these really quick. And while still getting to just drop just behemoth after behemoth into the game. So One that if we get to see the Curse combo would be really great, but in this matchup in particular, it's really going to be that stall until we see which of the elephants can kind of take over the game, or if we see some of the other play patterns with Scotty being able to break up the board until Caleb can dig for another answer. I think that is actually the Turbo Rex that he just got. So we technically do now have the line. We have the Turbo Rex. We have the Aegis in hand. Not the most exciting combo that he can pull off right now, where it's just if you had a Curse combo could really make it shine here, but it is one that could be really annoying, but you have to find the right Ascent target, which he doesn't have a Matin Goal in play, which would be your premier one, so he'd have to offer up the Smag, at least up on this board. And that's not really where you want to be, but hey, if you're having 15 cards, after the double Star Blessed draw that we got to have, is a pretty good feeling. Both players have a grip of cards in this matchup.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Losing the Smag is not where you want to be because that provides so much reduction to a deck like this. But I suppose he's just totally done waiting.
He's going to do it anyways. All right, so Turbo Rex is a fun one. So it's one that allows you to bounce a Spirit when it gets to attack. But what's really going to be important in this matchup in particular is that at the start of your opponent's attack step, so what we've seen so far is a lot of passing back and forth, not really engaging in the attack step. And now Turbo Rex is going to say, I'm sorry, you have to attack. And oh, by the way, this is what you're going to send over. So not only can we start chipping away at his board, if we line up that Aegis on the next turn, we get to then remove a Spirit and then bounce a second Spirit thanks to the bounce ability on Aegis. So we could start to see a thinning of the board from Colin's side.
Yep, Turbo Rex is putting the battle back in battle spirits in this match. And realistically, what's about to happen here is just like he said. When he decides to start attacking with Turbo Rex, he breaks a part of the board. But once that Aegis comes down, gives him another life, as well as another core, we will start seeing him potentially removing 2 things off the board back to hand. And that reset is going to lose a lot of momentum. A lot of this board needs to stick to get its longevity and do what it needs to do. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see Turbo Rex land and see where these next couple turns go.
And just remember that Scotty has the bounce ability as the secondary effect, which requires a lot of cores, which is why we don't see it all that often. But hey, we are playing cores the deck, it turns out. So we are seeing a lot of ramp from both sides. Another Alirune coming down to ramp even more cores. And Caleb said, I'm going to have my, was that third Star Blessed draw now? And he's choosing if he's going to play off the burst or not, which I think he has enough cores to keep up an Elephant and the Turbo Rex ability. So I think you would still play it, and he can also then have an Ice Shield after that. So still a ton of cores at his disposal. And again, just trying to dig for the combo.
Resources, the movie. We got cores, we got cards in hand. Nobody is running out of plays anytime soon.
And that is, again, the 4th Star Blessed draw actually going to his hand. So seeing your entire, key draw package in this mirror is pretty important, it turns out.
And these are honestly my favorite types of matches, only because with this many cards in hand, there's no excuse. You had options, you had plays. It's just up to you to pilot yourself to victory. You have all of your tools. You just need to get to work. So this is going to be really, really cool. I am. In the spirit of an even match, I'm waiting to see what Colin can pull out to kind of just slingshot back. Because while he has a big board, the options that Caleb has in his hand is pretty astounding.
And the advantage with it, especially in the finals, we're having open deck lists, so both players are a bit aware of what the other has for surprises. And a lot of times, as I mentioned at the start of this match, it's, especially looking at Colin's board, and we'll just ignore, what his opponent's playing. It's sometimes you just set up a Spirit, 8 Spirits wide, and go, hey, I'm just going to swing out of this. If you're not playing against a white control deck, you don't have the suppression. Just going wide enough sometimes is good enough. But in this case, we do know that Caleb has a suppression. After drawing approximately 1 billion cards, has a suppression in his hand along with some other tools. I think there was a Flood Stream in there at some point too, or double suppression.
He's had that in hand for a bit now.
Yeah, so he definitely has a lot of defensive tools in his hand, again, still having the Ice Shield as well. And putting ourselves in a spot where, again, if he wants to, he could also take this turn to find a line where he can sacrifice an Elephant and get even more cores and more cards.
Oof. Yes,
yeah.
Counting the cards in deck, because we are actually at that point in the game. Not only has he drawn a vast majority of his deck, but we are also getting to a point where the boards aren't currently able to be just swung through. So you have to start counting your draw effects, you have to start counting the cards left in deck, because this is going to be an elongated game where one could lose by deck out. And that's not where you want to be.
No, and I think in this case, just trying to really dig for that 2-2 split curse combo to clean up the board. Like, yes, you're going to draw your opponent 6 cards, but then you can at least get the Ice Shield check kind of going on. And otherwise, it's just going to be like burn through the suppressions, burn through the Ice Shields, and then ultimately see who comes down to it. But again, both players have been drawing a lot of cards. Both players have, I think, at least 2 Ice Shields in hand, at least 1 suppression, it looked like. So there's still a lot of defensive tools available to both players that even when we start to see that first kind of big board break, it's still going to be a few turns before they're able to actually get those last few points of life down.
Yeah, and if my eyes don't deceive me, Caleb has a Cursed Dragon in hand, so it's really just more about
Gonna find the Baculus. And this is also funny too, right? So we're both playing the Star Blessed draw. We know that each player has a draw 6 option on board, so you kind of set up an alternate win con for your opponent if this goes any longer and just says, hey, I got a curse combo to break through the board, but if I do, you draw 6, right? And then I win through a mill out plan. So we'll have to see how many more, I wish we had active deck count here for us, but it's going to really be curious to see who has, and now they're counting the cards in hand for Smag's ability to see who's drawn more cards in this match.
Yeah, this is definitely crazy. For those who may not be sure, if you're looking at this from a future date and you're thinking about getting into the game, in this game, you do not lose the moment you deck out. You lose the moment you have to draw for turn. So if somebody was at 5 cards or 6 cards left in deck, yes, removing both of their Newman guards and causing them to go down to 0 and then passing would indeed be a win con.
So it looks like a bit of a setup turn, getting those Smags on board, getting a good amount of reduction. Scotty staying big to make sure she gets the protection, and then looks like it's just a setup turn. And again, still having access to things like the Absolute Ice Shield, just to make sure that we have the take the turn off, set up, and hopefully go into a big play on the next turn. And for those not as familiar with Battle Spirits, Saga, you also have the option just to pay the cores off your spirit and remove them that way. So to that point, as I mentioned, the mill out plan, or the draw out plan as it were, both players at one point could sacrifice their elephants if they really wanted to, but it's such a key piece for getting that refresh in these decks to make sure you have your defensive capabilities. So I think we're going to see a few more counting how many cards are left in deck at this point before they go down that route, but making sure you have double elephant to get around a Dream Bomb play is pretty huge.
Yes, in fact, just knowing that Dream Bombing a Newman Guard while another Newman Guard is still there to get that proc effect off, like when it's destroyed, that's a Dream Bomb deterrent in itself. Like, you're not exactly punching through the way you wanted to punch through. Both of these boards are fairly established, rough to interact with.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting. So kind of the top end difference that we've really seen time and time again is the Nova out of Colin's side to kind of break the board. He does have the Baculus to break up the BP thresholds, as it were, from Caleb's side. But, that's just that one turn impact that you can set up where the curse combo is going to be, just an entire board reset. So Colin, if we think about like what is the biggest play that these players can pull off, Colin can hit a couple things, but on Caleb's side, it could be a total board wipe that we see if he ever finds the other half of the combo. Again, I think there was a Curse Dragon in his hand, but when there's that many cards, it's a little hard to see the full hand grip that he has.
I know, I'm pretty sure Caleb has a Curse Dragon. I clocked it like a couple turns back, if I'm not mistaken. Fairly certain, but I could be wrong. As a person that likes the story, I find it really, really funny and thematic that Colin plays Nova and then Caleb plays Curse Dragon, because they're both Seagworm. To a degree.
Yeah, and then we do see double Nova in his hand. We have a couple different Ascend options as it were. Again, you do need a 6 cost. So there's the Dream Bomb, bouncing the elephant back to hand, making sure that he's not going to give up the draw or the cores, or sometimes just resetting when you need to and making sure that you give them another turn and say, hey, I need that second elephant. I have to pay the cores to get on board. But thanks to the Smag and the other white spirits on board, instead of paying 8 for that elephant like you originally did, we're now only having to pay 4.
All right, the Nova coming down. Oh, my.
No, so he thought it was Baculus. A little bit of a quick correction in the board state. Thought it was going to be Baculus into Nova. It's just the sacrificing an elephant to go into Nova.
Yes, Colin is pulling the trigger on his offensiveness in the deck. He is about to set up to start tearing apart this board if he so has the chance. So this is going to be very interesting. Do you think in this particular situation, now that Nova's on the board, that this will cause Turbo Rex to start turning sideways?
Yep, I think Turbo Rex being able to chip away at the board can be really important. And notably, it can't bounce an ascend target, so that Nova is very safe. But
That's fair.
With the effects for, are you just going to go off the board? Where is the Soul Core?
Huh.
So when Nova attacks, it can destroy up to 10,000 BP worth of power. So that's where we see the Turbo Rex actually getting hit and the Smag getting hit on the board.
And just like that, the momentum is big. Like while Caleb still has an entire book in his hand, he just lost one of his elephants back to his hand for the reset and lost a Smag. And he also lost a his Turbo Rex as well. The great setup he had going into this previous turn has been completely snapped in half. Now he still has some great cards, but it's just not nearly the wall that it was. And now that he only has one Numengard out, if that Numengard gets put back to hand before the other one is established, we are actually on the back foot. Whereas it looked like he was very even with an overwhelming amount of cards in hand.
Yeah, and there's still always the option to sacrifice the first elephant if you want to draw the cards and ramp, trying to find the other half of that curse combo to break up the board. But it looks like Caleb just did take the first point of damage, going down to 3, so still at a very safe spot from a Ice Shield perspective. No double hearts or anything crazy like that for double damage we have to worry about. Stay tuned for set 4 for that to come online, but looks like we are just going to try to start chipping away the board and see what we can get out of the way. Yeah, and I guess this is really the point where you start to guess if you want to. Nobody's just going to go for the refresh, right? Send those man goals across and try to check for the suppression, or keep your wider board and go from there.
And it was just like Cosmic was bringing up earlier. Now he can send the spirits that have already gotten their effects off, that have already done their job, and just start sending them under the table to see if he can press like Caleb into game, while he's still continuing to build his board to still reach that same conclusion. There's like 2 different assault fronts going on here on this table.
Yep, and he said, hey, there's your Nova, and I think it's going to be time to get the curse combo action online. So Oculus is going to remove all but 1 core from the spirits on Colin's side of the board. The Star Blessed Draw is going to interrupt the sequencing, so he's going to get to draw the cards. And then we are going to see ramp for approximately infinite, because he can only sacrifice off 2 of these spirits with having 2 red reductions. So trying to limit the amount that his opponent gets to ramp, but ultimately there are still 4 things that are going to get hit by the Curse Dragon that will be coming down next.
And just to further add on, for some people wondering why he would do the cores like that, making less bodies for Curse Dragon to eat is going to result in 2 less cores. In the grand scheme of things, plus 4 cores is still very, very, very good. With that many cards in hand, the only thing that really limits Caleb is the amount of cores he has to play them. And he is continuously going up that elevator right now.
Yeah, at this point, you've ramped enough, have approximately, 20, 30 cores that are available on his side with everything. So Caleb is pretty comfortable just playing out spirits as he chooses. And this is the point that I mentioned. We're going to get the refresh ability. We're going to look at, hey, what do we have for the Ice Shield checks, as it were, and just going to have this very big back and forth. And now, again, that we had mentioned, we hit the Nova, so we also sometimes see a Nova ascend into Nova to heal back up to 5. But now that we've hit one of them, we're losing out on the life gain option for Colin's side. But I think he had the other 2 Novas in his hand, if I saw that correctly. I think he plays 3 total in the deck list.
Mm-hmm.
So there we see an Ice Shield, which is just going to end the turn. Let's check it on the first one. And now we're going to see how many cores he has and how Colin wants to rebuild his board from here.
Yep, and this is the beginning of the end. Not saying it's in particularly either direction, but the first Ice Shield to get popped is fairly much so like rolling down a hill. When the game's going back and forth and not a single one has been popped, you know there's going to be a bunch of like breaks in between people's pushes. But right now, we've seen the first one go off, and Caleb is back to having an astounding authoritative presence in this game.
Yep, and it looks like Colin does have a little bit of extra time. We did see both Novas in his hand, so what is that, a 15-core play if you want to pull it off, which, hey, again, we're the ramp deck. We got 15 cores to spare, but that would take up likely his entire turn while trying to hold up an Ice Shield or some other magic, but he does have the option to make a big heal. So maybe you spend this turn, build up the red reductions, make those Novas a little bit easier to cast, play a little bit defensively, then go into the Nova, and then try to pivot from there. But again, because Caleb's side of the board is so large, Nova only being able to really remove one threat at a time isn't really a key path to victory in this point when you're staring down the rest of the board that Caleb has set up at this point.
Yes, you know that Colin is starting to feel the pressure because he is doing quick maths with the cores, making sure that there is not a single misplay or mismanagement, because this next turn or two is going to make or break his game.
Yep. And as we mentioned, like Curse Combo just having such a commanding presence going all the way back to set one. I mean, just continues to be a good combo play that comes up time and time again. And as we mentioned, those ramping those 4 cores are just huge.
I mean, Baculus Curse Dragon is pretty much the hardest combo of all time for Battle Spirits. Like, it has never fallen off.
It's one that I'm sure we'll continue to see play in set 4 and trying to get rid of some of those double symbol spirits. But, you know, purple really having that as a key option, so.
You know, I always like to say, even when nobody's got me, Curse Dragon and Baculus, they got me.
So as we did mention, one of the ways to break up that board is with the Baculus to then lower all the BPs. So that's exactly what we're going to see from Nova here. So now it can actually attack multiple threats from Caleb's side. I missed the Baculus at first, and then on the next turn, we can set up another Nova to heal back up. So Colin finding a good path to victory here, getting to clean up the board a little bit and seeing what he wants to get rid of. So still, those powerful punches we talked about early on, back and forth between these two decks and just putting on these commanding spirits. So Nova coming across and saying, all right, it's time to check your life and see where we're going in this game.
Yeah, being this high on cores, playing 8 drops like they are 3 drops is nasty work. And like looking at this board, that backswing is very, very, very powerful. Keeping up the Ice Shield, removing key pieces from the board while not touching Newmanguard, and establishing your ability to heal up next turn. If I was Caleb, personally, I would be a little sick to my stomach seeing the card I chose to omit, literally bringing my opponent right back into the game.
It's like, you know, I cut Nova. Wasn't that popular in testing? We didn't really do it for me, and now Nova coming back in the late stage of the game, getting to clear up the board is pretty impressive.
Nova, you must not have heard. I'm getting support in set 4. I will not be losing today.
So again, the great thing here is that you have all the cores available to you to try to set up some plays. Andromeda being able to kill off that Smag, being under that 3k BP, and just being another attacker. Especially from Caleb's side, you do have to worry about threat density and just making sure you have enough spirits that can attack to close out the game. And Nova has already done quite a bit of a cleanup job, and now it's going to come down to, you know, sometimes the 1k BP attacker is all you need to close out a game. And it's not always about these giant behemoths that cost 8, 9, or 10 in the higher up end to get you that victory. So good reestablishment here from the Andromeda, making sure that reduction's getting off the board. But again, we kind of know, thanks to the caster vision, that the heal up is coming.
Yep, and this is a major thing. Like any turn that you think an Ice Shield set down, you don't get rid of it, you know you've just added another turn to 2 to your opponent's clock. And so it's very important that he takes a time like this to make sure if that is Ice Shield set, he forces it. Especially with the refresh he's got going because of Newmanguard, he just needs to make sure that his opponent is staying on the clock that he's trying to build for him.
Really appreciate the higher BP thresholds again, because we talked about this Nova just commanding the board, that now it can still hit things at 10k, but now only losing 1 thing or 2 things if he hits another Baculus on the Nova side. So just checking some burst, passing the turn, and again, could see a big heal up turn here from Colin's side. Now we were talking about, like, you know, the Ice Shield check, making sure you're applying that pressure. You get 4 Ice Shields, kind of end the turn, but turns out Nova can buy you a few extra turns just because it's going to heal you back to 5. So looks like we have another deck count going on to see who's going to mill out who, sort of thing. Or again, with Caleb's side, we are looking at 2 elephants on the board, which could force a lot of draw.
Something that does kind of particularly scare me, though, is Caleb is sitting on a board that he's not going to have his burst zone pressured if it is Ice Shield at this very moment. And that's going to be invaluable if Colin sets up his own board to respond to this. Now, I am wondering if we're going to see the Nova come down this turn.
All right, how many cards do we have left? We see the Star Blast there triggering off the Menagol when summoned. Choosing only to draw 2, but we did see another Baculus, and I don't think he has another Curse combo. So he has half the combo once again to apply pressure, but just looking at the, at some point you just got to turn things sideways. So we triggered a When Summon. Might as well play some of our other When Summon spirits, just get on board. And again, Heaven's Cloak, a prime example. It's only a 1K, but sometimes you just need that last poke for damage.
So, I mean, just like Cosmic was saying, it looks like Caleb is digging to be able to wipe the board again. It's being established, and this is a very, very, very scary position to be in. Especially, you can see the, you can literally see the Beldegors in the trash. Even if this board gets cleared, we have Immortal triggers. We have a fair amount of things going on. Well, no, not like that. Yeah, not in the attack step. This is going to be. If we can find that Curse Dragon, that might be backbreaking at this stage of the game.
Yeah, you can definitely see Colin trying to set up the Beldegor targets for the next attack, saying like, hey, these now 3 other spirits I just played, that's 3 attacks plus potentially 3 Beldegor triggers, and he has 2 more in the grave. So just an onslaught of attacks that he can kind of string together. But we know we do have the suppression, which can buy you a turn. But again, there's only so few Beldegor targets you have available to you. So as you mentioned, a Curse Dragon here to take out those opportunities for the multi-attack pattern from Beldegor could just end the game on the spot. So I think he probably held back 1 or 2 just in case, but seeing the 3 Beldegor targets come online definitely kind of points us in that direction. So Nova's ability is going to pop the Andromeda, and now we're going to see what we're doing for blocks, if we're going to use an Ice Shield from hand, counting the amount of cards. And at this point, it becomes really tricky because, we have the Beldegor targets, we have the deck out plan, Nova's going to heal up a bunch of life. So even though we've seen the majority of these decks play out, there's still multiple avenues to win from either side that could pivot at any moment depending on what their opponent answers with.
There's a lot of management here, a lot of management. Get blocked from the Newman Garden. All right.
So paying with the Soul Core suppression gives something plus 3,000 power and allows it to block while rested until the end of turn. So it looks like we are just trying to power up the elephant for a multi-turn block here, but looks like we are going to see the own suppression come down from Colin's side and kind of fight over the BP threshold, as it were. Knowing again that we have those Beldegors and another suppression coming down. So the war of BP battles is continuing.
Yep, and this is a back-breaking block. That Nova going off the board has now officially cut the chain of him being able to use his 5 life.
The revive is gone.
I know that he wanted to press the damage and break the field, but I can't help but think that with the other Nova in hand, he should have thought a lot harder about keeping that up to heal. Because right now, he cut off his only avenue of regaining life. One of his Nova's gone. He doesn't even have a... Oh, my gosh.
Burning Force here in the main to deny the Beldegors once again. Caleb masterfully piloting into making sure that, hey, those Beldegors, now that they're tucked away in the graveyard, they're not top anymore. They might surprise you, but knowing that those Burning Forces are just the best target possible for main phase removal. And look, it's our boy, Turbo Rex coming down once again. The perfect thing that you want to send from the Mandagol, who just ramped you a core as well. So really starting to chip away the board. And Turbo Rex here also denying the Beldegor trigger because it's going to be able to bounce. So very quickly, we just talked about this massive setup. No life gain, no Beldegor targets. Quickly turning and making sure that all of those are gone to deny the Beldegors.
This is so strong, and that looks like a scoop.
Yeah, that...
Oh my gosh.
Game 1 goes to Caleb.
Give it up for both of them for that intense game 1. I can only imagine that when Colin was talking about going undefeated in Swiss and beating Caleb was like, all right, because that game 1 was an explosive finish.
Yeah, honestly went longer than I thought it was going to, just for how these decks can operate and have these massive bombs come down and quickly turn the table, that we're going to be going into a maybe timed, game 2, game 3. So that's definitely got to be on the players' minds of how much time do they have and what do they want to sideboard into in this matchup in particular to try to carve out those games. So now that we have some time to look at the sideboard plans, what do you think that looks good from both these players to bring in? I know we talked about a little bit before this show, or the start of this match, but now we can really dig into both of these lists.
So coming from a call-in side, I mean, your flood streams still work, but that Dream Bomb definitely needs to come in. I think after that particular game, there is just no shot that those 3 Curse Dragons stay where they are. That third Baculus, those 3 Curse Dragons, they have to come in because you cannot afford to let a board like that be established again. And you saw it firsthand, like he saw it firsthand. That's just what happens from there. What do you think about his?
Yeah, especially from Colin's side, we have this interesting dynamic, or I guess they're both kind of sideboarding this plan too, of just hey, we want to have unblockable stuff, right? So we see the Chain Angel, we have the ways to just make sure with like Curse Dragon, as you mentioned, clear the board that way. And then kind of on that same line of thought, going to Caleb's, we see 3 Derm Dynas as well. So depending on how they want to pivot, we could just see an unblockable haymaker of a match. And we actually do see, 2 Novas in those sideboards, right? Caleb mentioned we did cut them, but that life gain could be pretty big here. So I'm curious to see how much of that unblockable game plan, is going to turn the table here in game 2 and potentially game 3 versus just, hey, someone got that big curse combo play one game and took it over from there.
There is a potential for a little bit of sauciness here. If he said that it doesn't belong in the main game and then sided in the Novas and then used them effectively, actually did get the life gain, that's going to be a picture-perfect moment right there. But I am very, very excited to see how this next one comes out. All right.
All right, looks like both players are going to take a short break after that very long match and sweating throughout the whole thing. But we do have the top 16 results, at least, that we can talk about as well. Looking over the lists themselves, there was 8 Smag decks in top 16. A deck that really didn't get a lot of love, didn't really see a lot of attention. We saw a little bit at Atlanta in the Pro Tour, really kind of coming back in the later half of this set 3 meta, but other than that, just kind of a smattering of other deck lists that made an appearance here. So outside of Smag kind of being the highlight and taking half of those spots, what other decks kind of surprised you here for the top 16 breakdown?
For the top 16, nothing here except the amount of Smag actually surprises me. Like when you look at it, 1 Cursed Aggro making it through doesn't surprise me. Purple, I think, is just one of the better colors, even if it's not in its prime time right now. It always has that comeback potential. Like we were saying, Baculus, Curse Dragon will never not, well, I'm not going to say never, power creep can be a thing, but it so far, it is past the test of time. Fabled Beast, once again, another deck that's a perfect sum of its parts. If you don't clear the nexuses or the cards involved, it just makes this disgusting board that is able to just punch through your defenses, constantly draw, constantly ramp. The Mandala Mill, I wanted to see that. I wanted to see that up close because blue is definitely going to come into its own next set in BSS 04. But Mandala, when it dropped, it screamed boss card. Like you just read the effect and you're like, oh, he ends games like immediately. So I wanted to see that one. But realistically, everything here seems pretty good. And it's really telling that Smag is taking up the most spots in the top cut because that's just a card that deals, it works better when the format is closer to being solved than not. At the beginning of a format where you're still trying to figure out all these like tight like texts and whatnot, a card like Smag it needs to find its place, But once we get this far and people know exactly what cards need to be in the deck to combat the meta, and they can make these 4-colored like monstrosities, that's when Smag can just really get in there and find his home. So this outside the Smag, everything looks pretty good. Like.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. I really wish we could have saw the Mandala Mill come on down and, using a white core to kind of stabilize, get that control pattern set up, and then just late game, hey, mill 12 cards, mill 12 cards. Oh, by the way, Ice Shield, mill 12 more cards coming online. But we did get to see a couple spoilers from set 4, as you mentioned. I think are going to be very strong for this mill deck, where now you can command a board where you have Roger, I believe his name, that's going to mill 6, then mill 12, then mill 6, then mill 12. So for everyone that loves mill, join us out in set 4.
Indeed. And you guys can see on the screen, they are starting to side for the second game. We were already talking about the sideboard. They just came back from a little break, and now they're getting back to it. This is going to be a test of player fortitude because I'm sure many of you guys have been there before. I know I've been there before. When you've gone through your entire run and you end up getting the salty run back, the match against the guy that you've already gone over, and he takes that first game from you, the first battle now is to maintain composure and not let the entire match slide. And that is what Colin would have to do to win here.
And I gotta say, we talked about what cards from the sideboard would come in, but we never really talked too much about what was going to come out. And as we just saw from Caleb's side, from at least from what it looked like, we had the Floodstreams, but that's really it. Even if we think about this matchup, right? We think about Burning Force. The way it's been utilized since, well, basically set one, is that it was a very good Nexus removal card. However, in this matchup, if you can kind of catch your opponent like we saw in that last game, where you deny them those Beldegor targets, it can also be really good in that application. Now, you're probably cutting some of them, not all of them, I feel like, but that's another card that I think can be a little bit more flexible in this matchup. And then Andromeda being another one, but you can't go down too low in spirit threats, as we saw, or spirit density in that first game is getting kind of scary. But anything else from the main deck that you thought that might be a flex spot in these matchups?
See, honestly, the thing about the main deck is I'm going to assume with the deck list being so similar that Colin came to the same conclusion. But Caleb said from the beginning, I don't play Nova in the main because I didn't like it in the mirror. And what that tells me automatically is that Caleb has already tuned his deck to the mirror. A lot of these cards are probably just fine the way they are because it was the tech to be able to deal with maybe some low-to-the-ground aggression like Floodstream. And now he's really just optimizing. Like I said, that Dream Bomb coming in, things like that. But I'm fairly certain these decks are angled towards the mirror.
It's so interesting, too, because as we mentioned, Nova with the life gain, and because it's open deck list, you can look at your opponent's sideboard and say, hey, they're going to have a lot of unblockable stuff. Nova can be great to make sure you have 1 or 2 extra turns because they're not able to give their whole board that unblockable setup. So, that it's really just going to come down to the Chain Angel, no Nexus, so no Durham Dyna to get the value that way. It's really just going to be Curse combo for Caleb, not going to have any other unblockable that way. And then for Colin's side, right, it's just going to be, now we have unblockables because of Chain Angel and the Curse Dragon combo. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out between those two matchups.
Indeed. One of the things, I had like a line of thought that was right on the cusp, and then it went poof. I'm going to remember it soon. Don't worry.
Yeah, Feral Slash just being another card from the sideboard, mostly hitting Nexuses, but nothing of that nature. So, it looks like we do have the split. We do have, I missed the Fula in the sideboard for Caleb. The I get to protect my key spirit from your Curse Dragon combo, or the removal of it if I have the Soul Core on it. So being able to set up a board where you can keep that 1 Soul Core on it if you really need to. Obviously can't protect you from the full combo, but yeah, it's hard. We don't have a lot of good options other than that Nova coming back in because there's so many cards that are meant for specifically other matchups that don't get to shine here in this mirror match.
Yeah, and when it comes to life gain, when it comes to Caleb's side at the very minimum, him having only 2 Novas in the side, I feel like makes it a little less consistent for the life gain. Granted, you don't need it until the late game, but I'd feel more comfortable getting that mechanic off with the 3 copies over the 2. So I feel like that Nova is kind of there more for the board control and cleanup than necessarily the life gain on that one.
Yeah, I was so tuned in thinking about the unblockable side for the Durham, but no, it really is that advantage goes to Colin for the Chain Angel to get that unblockable setup. It really is just going to be the hammering of the Curse combo kind of being the all-star in this matchup from what it looks like. And again, kind of that loop that we saw of, hey, who has the Star Blessed draws? Just being able to have that draw engine come online for you can be really important in the mirror, knowing there's going to be so many when summons.
Yeah, it's very interesting knowing that they're both going up to 3 copies of Bishop and Curse Dragon. So,
well, it looks like both players kept. We're getting started, and I think that was just a Star Blessed pass. I was just leaning back, so might just be setting up that free draw for if our opponent wants to try to line up for a ramp. But, in the early turns, you really do just have to get that ramp going. But it looks like Colin didn't like the rest of his hand, so going to use this opportunity that Caleb didn't really advance his game plan at all and say, hey, I'm going to use a strong draw, take the turn off, filter my hand, and see where it goes from there. Floodstream and Suppression being the discards here. So again, Floodstream being an interesting one. It's going to be more limited in what can hit, but we saw how important that BP boosting trade-off was in Game 1, that the Suppression being one of the discard options, meaning that he just really has to respect the rest of his hand.
Indeed. And him just setting up the Star Blessed draw and hoping that the best play from his opponent was to trigger it. That's the thing. He opted not to touch the strong draw. Well, obviously he just had the 4 of his cores. I'm just looking at this setup. They both have good hands to start filtering, but it's not it's not nearly as explosive as the last one.
Yeah, we Caleb with the pass just did a very hard telegraph of like, hey, I want to draw 4 cards, so no matter what, I have to leave 4 cores in my reserve for the Star Blast. And Colin said, like, I'm just not going to play these cards then. So now we're going to sit here and wait for the draw, pass, draw, pass, draw, pass until there's enough cores for them to establish, again, those multiple turns per play where they don't get as punished from the Star Blast draw.
Very much so. This might actually be a much slower startup phase than what we had last time, because before they were drawing through half of their decks because of the amount of Star Blast they open up with, whereas now this looks like a much more standard one.
Yep, so we see the Smag come online. If you're going to play one, at least it's going to get a core, later on. It allows you to draw the card because your opponent has more cards in hand at that point, and then the Star Blast giving the +4 here. So Smag, again, being great because it's a multicolor reduction for setting up those other plays. And if Caleb is just sitting on, a slower hand, well, we can see the 2 mana goals now they drew into, right? It would normally just be good for poke damage, but now we're getting a turn where Caleb can at least find that ramp and then play into the other Star Blast draw that is most likely on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Slide right under it. It's, of course, getting the chip damage in. Like we were talking about before, you have to make sure your opponent's in, game range by the time your board's established, just so that your unblockable threats can press it. But no, they're both starting off pretty well. We got cores being gained. We got some draws coming in. We're about to have more draws coming in.
Looks like we're counting out for the Flood Stream, trying to enter the Smag to deny that color reduction early on, or just playing the Madden goals and trying to really get your ramp plan online and really trying to make sure you can land those bigger threats soon.
Yeah, being able to ramp without triggering Star Blast draw is going to be a major part of this turn, just being able to slide under there.
Is that the no response? Are we trying to bait another one? But again, could just be wanting to save it until you can draw 4, because it looks like there's only the 3 cores on the Smag, so he would have to sacrifice it if he wanted to play it out. So I think you just go ahead and get the second one online. It doesn't look like he'd have a blocker, but at that point, how much of that early damage do you really want to take versus just playing a second mana goal as a blocker potentially?
Correct. He's definitely deep in the tank trying to figure out what he wants to do, but ooh, wait a second.
Yep, has the Alarune as well, so I think we are just going to start to see the explosive turns come around, where now we're just going to get to ramp a bunch of cores as needed.
Yep, and this is one of the most fundamental parts about Battle Spirit Saga, just being able to use your cores effectively, the reduction coming out to be able to gain an extra core, and then immediately moving into the Forest Guardian.
Yeah, this is one of my favorites, just getting to find these lines, you're ramping into this Alarune, getting that extra core, and not falling as behind. Because Mangold came in, he did his job. He gained us a core. And now we're having those green reductions online to make the rest of them play easier. So we're just going through the math, because you can use the maintenance core off of the Mangold to play for the Spirit, which then allows you to ramp a core. So they're just doing the table talk that way, just to make sure everything was paid properly. But that is one of the rules within Battle Spirits, that maintenance core can come off something else.
Correct. And by playing one of them to ramp 1, the second one to ramp 1, now you have 2 green reduction, which is the maximum for Forest Guardian, then just playing the cores necessary to play it out. It's just masterful. It's strong basic fundamentals, but those fundamentals will get you there. Okay, so we got a Beldegor coming down to just remove the last of the fungi.
Yeah, another staple play we saw in Game 1, and again, Beldegor just being something that can get that value early and then just surprise you with his Immortal Trigger in the late game, giving you multi-attackers, which is sometimes all you need to break through in the matchup when it gets into that wall state. Looks like we're all counting cores here, making sure we ramped appropriate numbers. And looking at Colin Tan, I know we do see that first Spoculus, so half of the Curse combo is online. We see another Matin Goal for more ramping up, or 2 Matin Goals actually, for more ramp. Oh no, he does have the Curse Dragon,
yeah, that was in his opening hand, so it is live. And that is a huge thing to play under, because, while Caleb may not know it, the moment his board gets tasty enough, Colin is going to immediately send it back to square one. And that's a huge, huge advantage, knowing that as long as you don't die, that field will be able to be turned off pretty much whenever you want.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this curse combo mini game kind of play out between the two of them. Colin, of course, having the Smag and the Beldegor online, which gives you the 2 purple reduction to make that combo easier to play, because then Baculus gets his full reduction, and then Curse Dragon, because you play the Baculus, gets its full reduction. So it's really coming down to that Smag getting that extra bit of value turn after turn. Just a little poke here. Beldegor being a 4K, totally fine to send it across, going down to 3 life. And then the Smag as well, which is 2 to, if I remember correctly, 3K Alrune. So it looks like we're going to, and a Flood Stream just to knock it out of the way and get that chip damage. So Colin correctly being kind of under the clock here and making sure he's getting that chip damage where he can and putting Caleb to a very fast 2 cores. And I like this because he has that Curse Dragon combo in hand, right? So he can apply that pressure and then set himself up in a way that says, hey, now I can make sure the board is clear, get in those 2 last points of damage. Unless you have an absolute Ice Shield, that's game over.
Yeah, you can see it in the way he's playing, burning both sides of the wick, like building up that end game in his hand, but also just making sure on the ground level he's doing this chip damage. This is the moment, this is the gamer sit up. After that wake up game 1, Colin is sat up and he is definitely firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and this is what we mentioned, like, you know, in that last game 1, we saw just, hey, it's going to be slower, we're both going to play our ramp, we're both going to play our draw, hey, let's get to this late game plan and go from there. Now we're seeing how this deck can pivot, where sometimes you have a very aggressive curse combo that can come down and reset the board for you. So it's usually used in a more controlling setting, but in this particular field, in this matchup as it's playing out, curse combo can be a very aggressive winning play in the mirror match.
Well, it's like, yeah, when you do have a deck that is like mid-rangey with shades of control, having a longer game 1 means that in game 2, all you have to do as the winner is continue playing your same game. But it's good to have a deck like this be able to pivot like that, because now Colin is going to be able to be a lot more aggressive and attempt to move into a game 3 where they could at least try to go over for a fast game 3 or going into time. The Andromeda coming down to clear the Smag off the other end of the board is another shift of momentum, and it was really needed from Caleb after losing his Alrune. But they're still neck and neck. These are very even. The only thing that's really rough is the hand disparity. Yep. While he has Curse Dragon and Vaculus ready, there's not much going on in that hand outside of that. And meanwhile, it's like I don't think either of them have, I don't think Caleb has an Ice Shield, but Caleb actually still has, is that Dream Bomb and Strong Draw? 2 Strong Draws or?
Yeah, 2 strong draws give me, I'm sorry, 3? 3 strong draws give me a lot of filter options, but again, we see no absolute Ice Shield to buy you that turn to set up, so very much kind of under the gun here. We do see the Aegis to get you a little bit more life, which can be really important. You can bounce those early spirits that your opponents can be playing in. Now we're kind of in that, like, hope we can resource choke out our opponent, but ultimately trying to see that ramp come on from Colin's side. That's going to give him the cores anyways. Bringing Ice Shield is huge. I definitely understand playing the Star Blast draw. We're looking at our hand from Colin's side like, hey, we just need card draw to come online. And we know that for Caleb to get back in a commanding board state for this game, he has to play a Wen Summon. So yeah, Colin is looking pretty good here very early on in the game. And we know that he has now the draw option online. He's ramped some cores, and he has that curse combo already in hand, giving him a clear path to victory.
You're right. Yeah, with another Ice Shield as well in there. Like, it's really, really rough. Some players may not agree with the burning of the burst, but I think at this like heightened level of play, you just know. It doesn't matter if your Ice Shield can save you 1 more turn. If you don't see more cards, you are going to have no more turns very, very soon. So this is just sacrifice for the ability to pull ahead. Slight flex on the table. Let them know you still got that filter on you.
Yep, so we see an Elephant come online, trying to get that ramp and draw if needed, if he tries to go big. This is also an interesting semi-anti-curse combo. So again, lining yourself up to get hit by a Curse Dragon, but then you're ramping 3 and drawing 3, so it doesn't feel as bad. And then also, as he recovers from this turn, getting that refresh ability off the Elephant can be absolutely huge as well. So really going to be interesting to see what the follow-up is looking like from Colin's side. And again, very nice respect here from Caleb to not immediately trigger that very telegraphed Starbless draw in the burst.
I was about to say, this is, in terms of like momentum and play, this feels so savage. When your opponent has to set a burst and gets rid of a Starblast, you know exactly what they set in these lists, and you know exactly why he set it. So from this point in the game, he's probably going to slow roll those come into play, those win summon effects as hard as possible, because he knows that Colin is desperate enough to get rid of an Ice Shield to draw those cards. And so this Newman Guard is heavy. This Newman Guard Floodstream coming down to clear up the board.
No, he was discarding
Oh,
it from
is this-
the
I was like-
strong draw, but it's really important.
Oh,
We
I
did
see,
see
I
an
see.
Ice Shield pickup from that strong draw, so absolutely huge for Caleb. And now he's also starting to put the 4 cores on the Elephant, so he's able to refresh. So the full defensive option for Caleb will be online, and then even if Colin does have a big play, he does now have the Ice Shield as kind of a backup. Discarding the Aegis, though, to not get a life back, though, is very interesting. So
It is interesting. I mean, I guess he did not play it last game, but he's feeling very confident in his ability not to die. But I do think that, yes, you have to assume if your opponent hasn't been drawing too many cards that maybe they haven't been able to establish their strategy. But Colin opened up the game holding deuces. Like, he has the Baculus and the Curse Dragon, so it doesn't matter if he has 4 or 5 cards in hand. He can come out the gate swinging. And I think that discarding the Aegis is a little scary right now, being
Yeah.
at 2 life.
And we mentioned, like, with the When Summoned, we want to try to avoid those until we have a bigger playoff here, right, from knowing that our opponent is going to have that Star Blast draw. But when you look at these sideboards and you know that your opponent is going to have that unblockable damage coming in, like, sometimes that 1 extra life is just a huge pickup to have. So we know he is playing, I think, 3 total in the list, so there
That's
is
what I was
one we
looking
see
at.
later. But, you know, when I'm already at 2, I only have the 1 Ice Shield. It's pretty rough. So strong draw being a huge pickup that allows us to dig and to find the perfect pieces that we need, because we did ramp the 3 cores from going down to 2 life, that now we're going to try to re-sculpt our hand, get back in this game, while our opponent is a bit resource starved and a bit card starved, because he put that Star Blast draw into burst. So it's going to trigger at some point, but Caleb has triple strong draw to get huge card advantage and card filtering on top of his opponent. So it'll be interesting to see at what point Caleb wants to give up that Star Blessed draw from Colin's side of the board to sculpt out from here. So we could see multiple Elephants like we saw in game 1, or at some point we could just see the Curse Dragon be big and come online.
Yep. And I mean, I believe the answer to that question is when he is ready. We are now seeing,
Is that Fancy Nova?
that
Fancy
is-
Nova.
Yes. Is that Pro Tour Nova?
Yeah, Pro Tour Nova making an appearance, and Caleb, you know, kind of talking a little bit of smack about Nova in game 1, was able to, you know, we know Caleb is up a game, and here it does come online. Again, having that heal is very important, and then also getting to clear the board from Colin's side is going to be huge.
Homie said, oh, just because I didn't main it, you didn't think I had this max rarity? Oh, perish the thought. No, this is good, this is good.
Or I should say, is that the Pro Tour 1 Nova from the Pro Tour winner, Caleb? Yeah, he's a little bit with a flex with it, but Nova is going to come across the board, hitting the 10K threshold, knocking out both Matin goals from Colin's side.
This is a monumental shift, because now there aren't even blockers or people that can press life if need be. This is definitely scary. Sliding under these come into play effects, these win summons, knowing that there's already 1 Ice Shield down, knowing that there's a Star Blast you're not touching. There's only 4 or 5 cards in Colin's hand. 5 cards exactly. And while we may know that he's got that powerful combo in hand, even with that, the position is so pressed right now. And with the ability to get that refresh step, there is no reason that Caleb has to even fear pressing in right now.
Yeah, the no Dream Bomb here from Colin's side is huge. It
telling.
allows him to get that chip damage in for free, no reset off the Elephant, get to refresh, get all my cores back, still be defensive on top of that. And again, we were talking about how one of those best setups was, hey, I have Curse Combo, but now we're set up in a line where, sorry man, I got Elephant, I'll take the Curse Combo, pop this Ice Shield, then here's a draw 3, ramp 3. So Colin very pressured, that's really his only key play that he can pull out here, but knowing that he's still gonna not only get the value from the Star Blast that Caleb set down, saying, hey, I'm gonna draw 7, ramp 3.
And on top of ramping 3 and drawing 7, we are living in a world where Colin may have to kill his Star Blast draw to put the other Ice Shield down, and that would be a double down on backsliding. Oh my gosh, this hurts.
Oh, and perfectly denying the ramp here as well by paying the cores off from his spirits with a proper deny here. Huge, absolutely huge. Say, go ahead, Curse Dragon me. I bet you won't, right? Just looking at this Elephant kind of blocking the road here.
Trade offer.
Man.
You get 1 core. I get. That's crazy.
Man,
crazy.
huge. And that's what I love about Battle Spirits, right? Having these turns where you can use the cores off your spirits to play out to this very specific scenario is a huge part of the game.
This has to be the most unsatisfying Curse Dragon that I have ever seen drop ever. Like, your opponent is literally getting triple the value in terms of cards and cores. And he's got the life. Now, granted, being at 2 life is a little not where I want to be when that Curse Dragon comes down, if it decides to come down after this. But the fact of the matter is he is not perishing. But being at 1 life against a deck like this is scary. The only good thing that I can say that Caleb can kind of lean back on is that with 3 cards in hand, well, 4 cards in hand, potentially going down to 3 after this Curse Dragon is played, I would like to bet that he probably doesn't feel that pressured about a second iteration of that combo coming down. So if he establishes a board right after this.
And here's what we were talking about, right? With
the pivot.
Just kidding, right. Just now, Renee. But as we were talking about with it, right, we want to still pressure it, but now we're putting ourselves in a spot where it looks like you would have to sacrifice the elephant to play the Absolute Ice Shield. I think I only see 3 cores from his side, so it could just be a chip damage to push him to 1. Or is it just, nope, just a pass. All right, so yeah, that elephant did its job. It really put the pressure on and said, hey, I have the security with it. So now Caleb is very comfortable with, has the ramp, has the Absolute Ice Shield as kind of a fallback plan, and Colin only has the 3 cards in hand at this point, which we know he has a Star Blast draw because he really wants to get that draw, punish off a When Summon and 1 other Ice Shield. So Caleb just has all the cards in the world at his disposal.
And this is an insane point of the game right now. Curse Dragon was not effective enough to be used. It would have actually slid things maybe in the favor of Caleb permanently. But now we're at a point where we're getting other bodies down that do not trigger. We are protecting ourselves from Curse Dragon.
He did bring it in. Oh, man.
This is wild. And that's a 1-of. That is a 1-of from the side. So we are now sitting at a point where you are able to set your Ice Shield, remaining at 2 life. Your board is set up. You have the redirection. You have, oh my gosh, this is
a scary lock to be under. I would be sweating. And again, he has the card, just avoid the When Summon at this point. So chill behind the Ice Shield, find some of those other threats. The elephant is going to be able to get aggressive, no problem. Protected against a Dream Bomb, he's going to bounce some stuff. So Caleb really coming ahead, and it looks like he still has 2 other strong draws, if I remember correctly, so still a ton of filtering. He's saying, no, I'm still digging for the proper answers just to make sure I can lock up this game 2 after winning game 1.
This untap from Caleb is about to be very, very, very scary. We could be looking at the end of the game in another turn or 2. I actually do feel like we are at a point where Colin needs to look at that face down Ice Shield very, very hard. Because it's just not. And the worst part about that is it's a concession. The moment that Ice Shield comes down and the Star Blast comes out, the come into play effects are just going to start raining. He just knows. And that, oh my gosh.
And so we'll try to get a look at his hand where we can, but for Caleb, I saw 2 Smags. You're going to be sitting on those for a while. Maybe those are free for the strong draw discard, but we do have some of those other elephants which just could come down. As we mentioned, just a 10k vanilla attacker sometimes, right, is good enough. Now, obviously, it gets the refresh, but it has no fancy when attack triggers or anything like that. But just 10k elephants could be ending this game.
All right, so we are now seeing Curse Dragon finally come down. He has ripped the cord on this one. And that just puts Caleb in a still strong position. He's got the cores to do a lot of things right now. His Ice Shield is set. He has just drawn 3 more cards.
Yeah, Ram 3, draw 3 is just feeling so good here. And again, that elephant is a key threat. You're in this position where you're like, I have to do this. I have to get this off the board. I'm going to ramp 1 core, I guess, while my opponent ramps 2. But you put yourself that hey, I know this is a fearful card, and I want to try to chip away at his board so I can get through with this El Rune to tap some stuff down. So definitely taking the aggressive option here, just making sure we remove 1 more Spirit, try to get into chip damage to knock out that Absolute Ice Shield and start chipping turns away that way. But we know that Caleb has a stack hand for being able to filter away with double strong draw still.
And I also have to give it to Colin because he has to be sitting in the deepest layers of the 8 realms of tilt just from this setup and this momentum. But he's so concise. This is what champions play like.
Colin is a very good player. He's had an amazing season, all leading up to Worlds. Actually, amazing year in Battlespheres. He's done very well. Multiple top 16, multiple top cuts. Has a very well-known in other card games as well, just being a very strong player. So that's why he's here in the World Finals, right?
Mm-hmm. And we get an immediate use.
So yep, immediately just popping the Ice Shield saying, hey, if you have some kind of funny battle trick for my Scotty or something, nope, I'm keeping this alive, knowing that I have so much extra dig at my disposal here.
And we are looking at a Dream Bomb. Oh my gosh.
I love it when he just fans it out. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, how many cards do you have in hand over there? 3. Here's my 12. But
Cards in hand, enough.
Yeah. We do see the elephant. We do see, looks like we're finally going to have to give him the opportunity because we want to get that Smag on board. So, okay, so this is what we were talking about too. It's sometimes you just have too many high-end cards and you just want to put out some blockers that the Smag is going to come online. But thanks to being able to tie to level 2, he's not going to get that Star Blast draw. Yep. Sometimes you just play it at level 1 and get under there. So Caleb being very smart and not giving him the draw, knowing that the Star Blast is down, and still being able to play these guys at level 1 and then power them up to 7K as needed, which takes a ton of cores, it turns out. Again. But a 7K attacker has been pretty relevant in this matchup in the time that I played it.
And this is actually just, when I say this is getting out of hand, like this is...
and the Scotty bounce, right, because it was tapped at the end of turn.
Uh-huh. Oh my gosh, man. See, it's crazy because we're up here commentating, but as like a player, I'm just watching this game like
Scotty is very scary when you can set up the blocks. And now the interesting part here is we know that we're just looking at like a Dream Bomb in terms of interaction. It looks like we don't have the other Ice Shield, but because we don't have the elephant, we don't get to freely refresh, right? So we have to be more conscious about our cores now and just trying to set up a multi-blocker turn here with those Smags coming online.
Yes, I know he has to be a little frustrated that he has not found another Newman-Guard. That's a huge, huge thing. Getting their Smag, another Suppression, and...
Ooh, Suppression solid. I think that was another Aegis to heal up a little bit. Or I think it's actually 2-2, so we won't get the heal off of it, but a bounce target can be really good. All right, so discarding Andromeda and Elrune, the 2 spirits with when summoned. Again, masterfully respecting that Star Blessed draw coming down.
I mean, so without an Absolute Ice Shield, like Caleb does know that while he is in a commanding presence, there is a very thin line between him just bulldozing and him just actually losing very, very decisively. So, I mean, he's got to respect that. Now, seeing the actual other Newman-Guard come down has got to feel so good for him.
Yeah, but I think that's 2 Dream Bombs that he has, actually. So a little bit of removal. Or that's just him shuffling so fast. But as we mentioned, right, just getting those spirits on board, making sure he's able to set up multiple blockers without having to burn his interaction. And on the next turn, getting to untap with this elephant is going to feel very good for him.
We are once again at a point where if Colin does not end this game next turn, the untap is going to be incredibly scary.
And I think, too, if you remember the unblockable side, right, of what the players have available to them, like that Dream Bomb, sometimes you want to use it to reset an elephant so they don't get the refresh, but really think about that unblockable damage, especially when we've already burned one of those mammoths. We might need to make sure we have a way to keep our Star Draw, or our Absolute Ice Shields live by being able to heal back up to 2.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like he's just punching in. He is not worried.
Yeah, the Cursed Dragon's bigger, so he doesn't want to block with that and just give Caleb the free draw and ramp, and then Baculus himself just being weaker. So really, again, knowing that Star Blast is face down here, you don't want to go down to 1. We know that on Colin's side, he doesn't have a way to heal outside of the Nova, and that's a very expensive play to make. So this attack is pretty scary, all things considered.
Like, he set himself up. You're going to give me a spirit, or you're going to give me some cards and some cores. And that's a trade that he's willing to make, like, easily. Setting himself up,
that is a huge pickup of the Ice Shield. So really, and a second Aegis, and just in case you need even more life gain. So Caleb, again, being very masterful, and I need to make sure I can sculpt the perfect hand, stay alive, while also getting some chip damage. But now that he has the Absolute Ice Shield, and on top of that, the Aegis to heal back up to 2 from 1, things are looking very good from Caleb from this position.
He knows. Like, this is huge. And the absolute worst part about this is that if he burns that,
I mean, you have to. You can't go lower than 2 in his deck because you can't afford the turns to play a double Nova.
Correct. And
we're going to see what the top deck is, but... Oh, hey, unblockable, right? Trying to get the Chain Angel, but If I remember correctly, you have to like play a magic. Is that a starter deck card, if I remember correctly, going all the way back to set 1. It's been quite a while since I had to read that card.
Hey, look, the Master Cog in this this defensive board is a set 1 card in Newmangard. So,
Yep.
I mean, some games don't have cards that have this longevity throughout the format.
And now here's an interesting part, right? Because we know that we have the Aegis, so we have the option to heal. We have the Dream Bomb, so we can make sure that we're staying alive against that unblockable attacker, which would be really threatening, but Caleb has taken the time, the strong draws, the Starblast draws, the Elephants dying. Like, we've been able to now come back from what was a very scary start for Caleb. It looked dire for him at the start to now hit these draw effects, hit the filtering, and find a line where he has a more commanding board presence for him and all the answers he could ask for in hand.
Yes, it was very much so like a reversal of fates. Caleb had it looked like a very scary start, but he had the draw power to filter into what we see now. Now, we are seeing the Angel hit the board. Colin knows that if he wins the game from here, it's not going to be from amassing a board that is rivaling or better than Caleb's. He needs to steal game. Like, we need to punch through this wall and attempt to do enough damage, but this is just dire straits.
Yep, so we see the Starblast. Finding a strong draw can be pretty good, because again, we just really want the filtering side from it. And I guess that's my key to, as a reminder that the Chain Angel does require a magic to be played, if I remember correctly, for the unblockable. So we are going to be able to pressure the life, but again, we know we're sitting on at least 1 Dream Bomb, 1 Suppression, double Aegis, so it looks like we might try to set up a go wide on top of unblockable kind of attack pattern from Colin's side to pressure it, but it looks like Caleb does have every answer he could ask for in this situation.
It's true. He could take the life and a nice shield. I mean, with the amount of cores, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2 white reduction. I mean, Dream Bomb and Ice Shield is a possibility.
I don't remember if we saw a Beldegor early on from Colin's side, so I don't know if that 4-drop is a big threat or not, but again, to your point, we do have just the snapping off the Ice Shield. We could just have some blocks to do the Scotty effect to just bounce his board too, so it's still a very dangerous setup from Caleb's side and saying like, hey, how do you want to attack my board? Because I have multiple things that I can set up here.
It's true. He does not actually have to take damage. Like, he has the cores and the reduction to both Dream Bomb and Ice Shield. Like, this is good. If he wants to get a little saucy and see if he can wait for a block too, there's a lot going on Caleb's side. He's got to feel good, just not quite out of the woods yet. But I don't know, 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, depending on how he wants to navigate it, like even I don't think I would ever waste a strong draw for the BP boost like in this style of game and how these are playing out, but like even hitting a BP boost off the smack for a block round, some of these would make sense and give you a chance to just chip away another Spirit. There's that option too, but again, when you have 12 cards in hand on Caleb's side, there's a lot of different ways that you can navigate this turn, knowing that your opponent has a Chain Angel, knowing that unblockable is really going to be one of their key access to victory at this point. How do you shut them out of the game, right? What is my guaranteed hand that I can sculpt to make sure I don't lose to this Chain Angel?
Factual. Oh, okay. Getting the block and the Ice Shield. And this is actually pretty intense because even though... Nice.
Yep,
even
and the
though we are... Caleb looks like he is like very much so in control. I still want to see another Ice Shield from his hand if I were to feel safe, you know? Like, this is...
Colin playing into the Scotty, though, I got to comment, is actually pretty sick. So did he have the other Boculus in his hand?
Yes, he's had it in his hand for a couple turns now.
So he granted himself another curse combo by playing into Caleb's board. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful play.
Top tier.
But again, does he have a... We know he burned the Ice Shield. We can guarantee, because at this point we already know it's a Starblast draw that's down, but I don't think Colin has a lot of defensive options. So we're able to find a punch through here on Caleb's side...
I think we're about to see a punch there on Caleb's side.
Does he have the combo on his side? I saw the Boculus, but I don't think I saw a Curse Dragon yet. I mean, we know, thanks to Caster Vision, that would be an immediate game if that is a combo coming down.
Well, I mean, we say immediate game. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Oh, because you have to Star Bless into an Absolute Ice Shield to survive. All right. Fair enough. Oh no, given
look at that, he's sweet release. All right, yeah, he cannot afford to. Oh no. All right, so those first two were not anything that can help him this turn.
Okay, so he does have to, or no, he doesn't have to give up a blocker for the draw effect. So, what do we see? A Beldegor, and did you catch the second card?
A Beldegor and a suppression, I believe, but he drew 2 green cards when he got that. Yep. So he drew 2 green spirits, a Beldegor, and a suppression. So far, if we get a curse, like Bishop play, that's just immediate game, and he is digging for it. Ice Shield is a very good.
Ooh, double Ice Shield off the top, buying a couple extra turns.
Well,
so
I mean, he didn't.
Woo.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So he's not dying.
no, he's buying himself a couple extra turns. Yep, getting rid of the Mangle. You have enough cores because the elephants died. Discarding the second Aegis.
That is, I mean, if it's not his game plan anymore, it's not his game plan anymore. It's just that simple. What is that third card over?
Oh, I keep forgetting he has the reverse Curse Dragon of the Pro Tour side of it. So he does have the Curse Dragon in his hand. It looks like he might just use it to clear out the 2 spirits. So he said just suppression, right? But he wouldn't have enough cores for suppression if he was going in on it. So we'll clean up 2 spirits, get to play the Curse Dragon, which is going to ramp us 2 cores. And he has a Flood Stream as well. So that will clear up the Chain Angel, knocking out all spirits from Colin's side.
We might be looking at it.
That should be it, right?
Looking at it.
That's it. Does he have enough? Because Smag gives you a reduction. We just ramped off the Curse Dragon.
He's being super respectful, but I think he has it here.
And there's the Flood Stream coming down, knocking out the Chain Angel, making sure there's no field left from Colin's side, and Caleb is going to be able to attack.
He's protected by Ice Shield. He has the board to push through the damage. And yes, he was being very respectful of plays, but now he's just going to turn his card sideways, and Colin's just going to have to accept the writing on the wall.
And there you have it. Caleb is your world's finalist winner. Pro Tour winner to World's Champion.
What a game.
And I got it, it's so fitting as someone that he had won that first Pro Tour with white, coming back, playing true to his color and his spirit, winning with a very white control heart of it.
I mean, there's no better story for a person in Caleb's position than meeting your only loss in Swiss in the finals, the World Championship finals, only to take it back in a 2-0 finish.
It's definitely amazing that he was able to come back, and I think we're just going to go straight into the award ceremony right now, and I can't wait to talk to our players.
Awesome. That is so crazy.
Or I guess.
So it was an incredible game, for sure, though.
Wonderful, actually.
Yeah.
What do you really think was like the turning point of the match?
Oh my gosh, honestly, so for game 1, it was so back and forth. They were reversing the momentum every single turn almost. But game 2, if you don't mind me saying, I don't think it was really so much of a turning point. It was kind of like the way the setup happened. They were both starting to gear up, but Caleb had access to so much draw that he was able to establish that hand and then map out his path to victory. Whereas Colin was starving for cards the entire time. He was hoping to draw some more stuff. He was hoping to establish that hand and make that board, but he could never really get out of the ignition phase for his game. And the moment he lost his first real board, he was never able to recover. So it was kind of just happened that way from the early stages, I feel like.
Yeah, we saw in game 1, as you said, draw out how those 2 decks can go, and then in game 1, just wasn't able to come back from that Starblessed draw, just getting stuck. We saw that burned Ice Shield and just really couldn't get the draw engine back, where Caleb respected the Starblessed draw, hit all the right pieces, and just took control of the game 2.
It definitely looked like he took that loss in Swiss to heart and definitely was prepared in the match of going into the final round.
Oh, yeah. He had this vision of victory, and I mean, he turned it into reality. That's a story. If I ever had to tell a story about how I became a world champion, that's the kind of story I would love to be able to tell every single time. And also for added points, when you're playing a card game and you face somebody in the mirror match and it's on, for a lot of stuff on the line, that feels even better.
Yeah, for sure.
You already know.
Looks like our players are just going to be a couple more seconds. And let's welcome our players to the stage.
Welcome, welcome. We over this side.
So congratulations to both of you. First and second place, Colin Kaiser. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And in first place, after a vicious 2 rounds, and the winner of $50,000, Caleb Albert.
Need help here. I can check his mind now.
I know it's long for both of you. Do you have anything you want to say just about the match in general?
No, it was a great match. I think we both played our heart out. At the end of the day, there's only so much you can do into a bad matchup, and I tried my best, but at the end of the day, Caleb is a great player, and honestly, there couldn't have been a better Battle Spirits player to win this event, so.
What about you, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, going into the match, I mean, like if you look at both deck lists, it just, it was pretty favored, so there's not much you could do, honestly.
Well, you heard it here. Thank you, both of our players, and can we get a big round of applause and congratulations? Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, everyone. I'll hold it for you, Caleb. Exit this way?
Yes, thank you. This was definitely a great finals.
Oh yeah, most certainly, most certainly.
And we have Digimon coming up right now. We're going to be going straight into the Digimon stage. It's going to be a few minutes, but just keep right, and I hope you guys look forward to it. Thank you guys so much. A round of applause for Miyazaki-san!
ありがとう。
So Miyazaki-san, it's your first time in the United States.
Yes, exactly.
How is it?
Yeah, great.
So the Digimon Card Finals are about to begin. Is there anything you're looking forward to?
何を
日本語で行きましょうか。
言っちゃってください。もう頭が英語のイングリッシュブレインはどっか行った。プレスジャパニーズプレス。
デジモンの、
はい
決勝戦なんですけど、
ええ
なんか楽しみにしてることとかありますか？
もうみんながデジモンを愛してくれてる気持ちがもうそこに集まれば何でも OK。
He loves just like feeling the vibe that everyone just loves Digimon, and he can't wait to see that love in the finals.
Yeah.
Lastly, is there anything you want to say to your fans? 最後に一言。
I just want to say thank you very much, and I'm really worried about because if they doesn't know my songs, and should
I'm sure they all know.
So do I have?
Invite our caster duo, Steven and Yoshi.
Oh my goodness. How hype was that?
Are you kidding me? How are we gonna follow that?
Not me just crying in the back over there. Oh my goodness.
Not me dancing like an absolute mad lad and then walking on this stage trying to act serious, please.
I feel like my heart is out here right now. Just thumping, bro. Woo!
Yeah, I'm trying to get my head in the right space because we have a Digimon card game
We
finals
do.
to talk about, everybody.
Woo! 2 full days. We're doing this. I'm so excited to see what we got.
It's definitely been a long road
Yes.
for all of our players, but we're finally here.
We're here.
It is the finals. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to seeing this amazing matchup. And I feel like when we were kind of looking at what decks were kind of getting up there, Steven and I were like, all right, yeah, that makes sense. But then there were some that were like, oh, well, that's spicy.
Yes, and it doesn't really get much spicier than what I think everyone was expecting to see, an Anubismon in the finals, but also a security control deck being the opponent. Yes, our two finalists are Bryce Baker piloting Anubismon and Peter Franke piloting security control. It's going to be quite an interesting matchup because one deck I would say is the pinnacle of what the EX5 meta has given us, and the other one is the ultimate shield or counter to that. So it's going to be really fun to see how these players go about the matchup and utilize all their strategies that they've learned before this tournament and probably during this tournament.
Yep, and I can't believe they've been doing this with that kind of stamina and coming into it strong. I look forward to talking to them and seeing what where their heads are at right now. And hopefully, we get to see an incredible matchup, one that keeps you on the edge of your seats, and super excited for the Digimon Finals.
I can't wait to talk to our players. Can we talk to them right now?
Where they at? Boys? Where you at? Woo!
There are our two finalists. Bryce, if you could do me a favor and wave to the camera, please.
Yeah!
And then Peter, of course, the other one. Bryce, I have a question for you. What is it about your deck that we can expect to see from today? Like, I know your opponent is right across from you. Don't feel free to give away your strategy, but let us know what is in your mind as you enter this matchup. What are you going to focus on doing, and what are you going to focus on avoiding?
When I think about it, I pick the deck that I think has answers to any matchup, so I'm hoping that carries me through this event and hope I can win this matchup.
A perfect answer, not giving away too much, but sounding as confident as I would imagine you are. Thank you.
Now, Peter, I want to ask you, it's been a different Digimon tournament than you're used to. You've had to go through not just one day of it, but a second day. How is your stamina? How are you feeling? Where's your head at?
It's been a long day. I'm glad I made it through my hardest matchups. I'm surprised I got this far, but I'm happy I'm here.
Hey, we're not surprised.
Nope.
You're killing it.
You did an amazing job, both of you. I wish you the best of luck in this match, okay?
All right, don't
Thank
break,
you.
guys.
Let's have our players get ready. Okay, you two get ready for your game.
And 3, 2, 1. Digital gate open.
I know you're excited.
I got it.
So
Oh, that's looking great.
our players do have headsets on, so let's talk about the matchup itself. What do you expect
Yes.
from
Okay,
this
okay.
game?
Well, I expect a very uphill battle for Bryce piloting Anubismon because while Anubismon is one of the most aggressive decks we've been seeing all tournament, being able to summon Digimon multiple times in a single turn while keeping turn and giving them all rush and retaliation against the deck with security bombs and security effects that can control the board at a moment's notice and a mountain of recovery cards, it's going to be hard to actually get the aggression needed to close out the game.
That's true, but you know what? On the other side of things, the way I was looking at the security control, sometimes they just have everything ready. But if Anubis can pop off before their stuff is set up, I think it's good night.
Yes, one deck wins by overwhelming the opponent, and one deck wins through inevitability. So it's going to be the question of who can get to their preferred state of the game first.
We'll see where it goes. I'm so excited to see this, man. And again, you know me, I love green. We don't see green in this. That's all right. Hey. But that's all right. I'm excited to see where this goes. Purple and yellow. Let's have it.
And as
They're
Peter
not- they're not
mentioned, I'm
ready.
sure he's been
They're-
having a quite long 2-day event. So it's going to be, I'm sure,
Start
even more
getting
taxing
pressed.
for him in this finals.
Looks like they're getting set up here.
Yes.
They got their, the VMON counter. That's a
Don't
little
start the-
spicy for what they're playing.
But don't
Yes,
start the
and they're
actual-
shaking hands, and I think that means it's go time for us as well. Everyone,
is.
say it with us now. On
Ready?
3, 2, 1. Digital Gate Open!
Yeah, that's way better. I like that. All right.
So I'm sure these players have already discussed who is going to be getting the first turn, but again, I've mentioned this security control deck wins through inevitability, so getting that, early turn advantage probably won't add up too much as the course of the game goes on, but it's going to be ever important because we're going to see a ton of big costed cards get played as soon as possible in order to increase that recovery and get that security stack nice and thick.
Looks like Bryce is choosing to mulligan or not. This is where they check. Let's see. Oh, it looks like Peter is first player because he's chosen to mulligan here. And here we go.
And now
Both
that
mulligan.
now that the players have their headsets on and will no longer be listening to us throughout this game, I can talk about some of the fun stuff that I've been noticing in these two decks. Firstly, I think everyone wants to know what's in Peter's security control spice. It's one of the few decks that I feel like opens itself up to player expression more so than any other deck because it's literally based on how you as the player want to play it and not based on any proven engine that a million people have figured out long before you. And I love this little 3-card splash here of Avenge Kidmon, Lament of Friendship from the Metal Gurumon Ace starter deck, and X Program from BT9. Now, I know those 3 cards are different colors, work for different mechanics, and probably don't make sense to you, but I promise you, if this game goes on long enough, you can see how that can create a potential infinite loop of resources inside of Peter's deck to just keep the game going on with all of his most powerful cards.
So now the question is just if Anubis can out that before he gets into his infinite resources, especially because right now it looks like there's a lot of tamers happening over at Security Control. And if the tamers are out, that's going to be a problem for Anubis. Because
Yes.
Anubis has no way to do anything with that.
It can remove a lot of Digimon that are level 5 or lower from the game, but it cannot remove tamers. That's exactly
Cannot.
correct.
And I'm loving all the splash of colors. I'm saying yellow for Security Control because that's kind of where we kind of see it. But you're right. There's got red splash in there. There's a bit of black. There's a bit of purple, obviously. And I feel like that's a very interesting combo of things that we get to see.
And speaking of those tamers, we
Here we
saw
go.
Peter getting to go first, evolving into that Salamon and the Raising, playing the Kari, passing 3, and now it's Bryce's turn, evolving into that powerful Memory Blocker Gazimon, into the Dobermon X Antibody, and ending with the Maycrackmon
Maycrack.
Vicious Mode. There are 2 copies of this in his deck, and they are the main way that he gets rid of the various Floodgate-type Digimon that exist in the game, like your Gazis, like your Psyches, like your Pillows, which we might see throughout this matchup.
So it's looking like he's just going into that Maycrack Mound and then just pushing out, not going to worry about it, I think, and just get it trashed.
Yep, and here we see the main game plan of Peter. Play a
there
body
we
that
go.
recovers 1, go to 6, pass. That is going to be the early stage of this game. If he can combo that with
Man.
playing a Tamer card, that's going to be how he gets the most bang out of his buck for his setup.
The Magna Enge is already out, and the Kyrie's already out. That's a scary board looking already.
And here we go, the aggressive Anubismon coming out from Bryce,
so ready.
evolving
Oh my
into Maycrack, going to discard 3 cards from his hand and potentially
Wow.
play a card from his trash. We discard
Woo!
Murba, we discard Black Gatomon Uber from RB01, and we discard Psychomon. That is a really interesting tech to see, the Black Gatomon in this Anubismon. I imagine it's very useful
we
for
go.
going against other Anubismon variants we've seen.
Already got the Jet Merva. Is it Jet Merva? No, Merva.
Yes.
Woo!
This has been the main
Got
combo
it
we've
out.
been
Here we
seeing
go.
all weekend. Mervamon being played from the trash, reducing its own cost by Digicross, and then gaining a bunch of memory through the various inheritables that Anubismon has, passing over to and deleting that Magnamon. That is super huge to see from Bryce, because that can become a slew of dangerous level 6s, like Dark Seraphimon.
Wow.
And oh my gosh, as you guys can see, we're getting to keep
Keeping turn. Because I was about to say that, unfortunately, not having the exact right sources underneath the Anubis. Oh, and the first check is Chaos Degrade.
Yes.
Dude, are you serious?
So here we're seeing the hallmark of
back
both of
and
these
forth
decks,
is
being
right
able to
there.
play Digimon from the trash and giving them rush, and having big security bombs to get rid of threats.
And that Chaos Degrade was what he recovered with.
Yes.
With
yes.
the Magna Engine. What a, wow.
And here
Talk
we're back,
about
we lost a Magna Enchimon, now we gained a Magna Enchimon Ace. A really
That's
important
lovely,
inclusion
lovely,
in this
lovely.
deck from the BT14 meta. Gonna recover back to that
Sumon's
full
coming
6, reduce the Black Gatomon by 6, and then just pass turn. Now this card normally has a big drawback of overflow, but in a deck that doesn't mind giving their opponent so much memory because they control their board whenever they have to, it's not that big of a deal. And there we see a second D-grade!
That's 2 in a row!
Security.
Are you kidding me? 2 in a row! That, wow. Bryce has my luck out there. I'm sorry, Bryce. The double Chaos Degrade on the first 2 hits is just, can you all just feel the pain there?
Yes.
I shriveled up.
1,000%. I can
goodness.
totally feel Bryce's pain. Like
Both
getting the
levels.
value of that early game Anubismon game to keep turn like crazy, have rush attackers, just to have it met by 2 Chaos Degrades in a row. The Mastermon starter deck that came out back in BT8 has been nothing but amazing. And here we're seeing the fruits of its labor in decks that aren't even like Mastermon.
But in the same sense, because it's coming out of security, Bryce has actually now recovered 2.
Yes.
So he's at 7, but he doesn't have it in trash, so he's unable to access that.
And like I said earlier, like Peter doesn't mind giving his opponent that much security through the Chaos Degrades coming out of security, because he's going to win through inevitability. He has ways to loop Digimon and loop various other cards in his deck. He can get the attacks he needs to close the game, or just deck out his opponent. That's going to be the Digimon
There's an
Emperor Tamer
Altar.
card.
What?
Yeah, it looks really good, doesn't
I
it?
did not know that. That Altar is, I need that one.
Speaking of alternate arts, we have both versions of Magnum Enchimon Ace,
Right.
the original alternate art and the English exclusive that came out in BT14. Nice flavor here from Peter.
This is not a deck that he's just been messing with. This is a deck that he has gone full rarity on.
Yes.
That's awesome.
And this Digimon Emperor is a super nice thing to see because it just increases the amount of slowing that Peter can do, keeping that Anubismon at bay for as long as possible, because like I said, he is still afraid of, 3 Digimon being played in a single turn and all being able to attack. It's not all safety. He needs the powerful security to save him, like we've been seeing, in case he wants to combat those powerful boards.
And I guess they're just talking about exactly what Digimon Emperor does here, and it is all turns get to draw a card if you suspend when an opponent's Digimon is deleted.
Yes, and then also it has that recurring effect that if your opponent promotes a level 3 from the raising area, you get -2 memory. So it can slow down your strategies or force you to stay in the raising 1 turn longer than you would like to.
Right.
There we see the Ogremon evolution on top of the Ignitemon, just having more inheritable effects that can increase our memory when we do go for it this turn. And there we see the hard play of Leviamon.
Shablamo! And now he's going to get that overflow because he's going to be able to delete both of them.
Yes.
And that's double overflow. That's taking him back to 1.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah, so the way that worked, because Peter has so many more Tamers and Digimon than Bryce, he was able to delete 2 different Digimon, the highest level and the lowest level. Both of them were level 5, so they both go away, -6 memory for each overflow. Here we see Psychomon coming down for Peter, passing turn back to 2.
Yeah, he lost, 7 memory because of the Zulong is 4?
Yes.
Woof. Woof. That's awesome. that's clean. But this is something that I've been talking about, right? The Ace cards did bump up the way we played Digimon. And for a while, I think everybody was like, oh man, the power creep is going to be too real. But there's so much that you got to think about. Do I play this right now? Because next turn, I could lose my turn. We've seen that before. So he just showed us exactly that. Lovely. Oh, here comes the Maycrack in the Digivolution here. Will he go up or just swing into it?
I think he's deciding
There
what to
is
discard
that a
here to get
Psychemon
the
there?
deleting of the Psychemon, so that way you can get the trigger off
Yep.
of Ogremon to gain a memory and Sunamon to draw a card. Oh, also the Ignitemon as well.
Yep.
Yeah, this Maycrackmon has been, I imagine, a very useful tool in Bryce's deck to combat the many level 3 rookies in this game that can kind of combat the Anubismon strategy, like Pillowmon to stop being played by effects, or even Gazimon to stop being played, stop the memory effects that happens for Anubismon.
Right.
Here we see Leviamon attacking with security +1. This is really huge. Reveals Salamon, nothing. Activating Kari to gain 1 memory from Peter. And now the second check is a Loke. This will minus 12,000 DP, the Vicious Mode.
That's
Going to the
security.
trash.
That security's nice.
But important to note that Leviamon being 13,000 just dodges that ability to get removed from that security card. Thus, we have another plus security attack body just staying on the board.
It is suspended though if I can't see Peter being able to go somewhere into that to attack the Leviamon, but
And actually, we can see 2 more copies of that Lonke in his hand, which are not going to be able to answer this Leviamon, which means it's probably going to be a threat that just keeps attacking every single turn, and that is definitely what Bryce needs to stay in this game. I think we're just debating here what to add back off of Labramon's on playability, and now we're passing it over to Peter, starting at 2 memory. He's going to keep the Salamon in the raising area until it's time to bring it up and get the recover on deletion.
yep, and he's not quite at the 3 there to be able to do that.
But he will be able to get an extra draw as well as a recover if it
He's
gets
gonna be able to do
deleted.
that. That's a good move.
Flame House Life. I believe we played an original Magna Antrimon from BT1 at the very start of the game. Oh, I guess we didn't. That's right, we bounced it back to the bottom of the deck using that Black Gatomon Uber, and that is a really cool interaction that normally is really good against the Anubismon decks. But hey, getting rid of Flame Hellside targets also seems like a bonus to me.
Absolutely.
Definitely not something Bryce thought about before coming to this event, though,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
For sure. Because now the Magna Angemons that are aces are 7,000, so that won't be a target for the Flame Hellscythe at all.
But here we go, the big alligator coming in, and there's we're seeing a new addition from EX5, the Azulongmon, and then a Flame Hellscythe. That Azulongmon is really cool because if any of your Magna Angemon, ace or otherwise, stay in play, you essentially have an interaction on your opponent's turn that they're not always playing around. And if they just leave you alone and don't attack, you can become a Serapimon on the following turn and have a crazy body that can always de-digivolve your opponent's threats and even get rid of one if it gets deleted.
Yep. And we just got the Salamon from the Flame Hellscythe there, so now he's going to be able to recover on the next turn without having to push. But he is going to push. And just hope for both.
Yeah, because now that we have 2 security, we can kind of get both Salamon effects to trigger, going all the way back up to 4, as well as that Ubermon trigger inheritable to draw a card.
Swinging right into it to make sure that he is deleted.
Yeah, like I said, Peter plans on winning this game either through like having more attackers that can actually attack throughout the game, or by decking out the opponent.
Right.
And there we see the Loke just activating the effect and putting it
to the bottom.
Yes, because he has exactly 3. He has the ability either to minus 12,000 to something, and then also put 1 to the bottom of security. That effect is the one that activates when you're at less than or equal to 3. Yes, so like always when it comes to this card, you always want to stay at 3 whenever possible. That's why we saw him not go for that Salamon effect, even though he probably could have.
Right, yeah. Does he push?
Well, he has been doing a really good job of playing around the Digimon Emperor, so that way he can push and not lose memory, and Anubismon with 7 memory can pop off. So I'm sure he's just kind of trying to think to himself, if I do pop off, can I get the 4 attacks needed to win the game? And if I can't get 4 attacks, can I get 6?
Can I
Because if I can get
6?
6, maybe I can survive a few more security bombs and actually get that final attack to win the game. That's always the question. Against security control, the amount of security they have is not the amount of attacks you need. Sometimes the best way to go about it is get 1 or 2 more, just in case.
1 or 2 or 3 or 4 more.
So there we do see the Anubismon evolving, deciding what to discard here. I don't think there's any reason not to discard all 3, but maybe you want to try to just limit the amount of cards you lose from your hand.
Yep.
I believe our inheritables are Dobermon and I want to say, is that Labra? No, Goblimon. So we will gain a memory off of playing a Digimon and then off of discarding a card. Also, Meramon being able to gain a memory.
Still unable to deal with the Psychemon there, though.
That's just for reducing effects, not for playing by effect.
Or playing for yeah.
Yeah, if it was Pillowmon, which is in this deck, then we'd be talking about that one.
We just haven't seen it yet.
Also, we should probably be careful here, because if we play 2 Digimon, we will be forced to delete that Salamon and give Peter that extra security.
Correct.
Getting the Maycrack.
Maycrack, there you go. Deleting the Psych.
Yeah, so then we're gonna gain 2. We're not. I don't think we discarded any cards off of Anubis. We just played the Digimon. It looks like.
Right.
But we are gonna discard off of Maycrack. We're gonna gain 1 memory off of the Gobbly, and then 2 memory off playing the Digimon, and then Maycrack will actually delete the Psychomon, and then Anubismon's going to delete the Salamon once all these effects are triggered beforehand. Yes.
But he does get to recover.
So now we're at 4. So I think what Bryce went
There you
for
go,
here.
5 hits now.
Exactly. Ooh, another Digimon Emperor.
Okay.
And the Kari to pass back to
Kari.
1. Yeah, so what Bryce did there was go for a more conservative play to make sure he keeps his opponent at 3, and if he wants to trigger Kari, he only gives himself 1 memory.
Right.
Because while it's really easy for security control to get rid of, and there we see the
Oh,
Lonke.
there's the Lonke.
I was literally just about to say, it's really
Y'all are
hard.
way too excited for the security bombs.
So it's really cool for this card because
Love it.
normally it's really hard for security control to get rid of 2 bodies with 1 card, but Lonke, because we're specifically at 3, can target 2 separate Digimon, and if they have less than 12,000, they can both be gone.
That is amazing. And now it's looking like we're popping the last egg there for Bryce.
Yes.
It's looking thin.
It's like I've been saying, this matchup will be decided based on which player gets their ideal setup. For Peter, it's an army of tamers and the ability to have enough security to survive all the attacks that Bryce can go through. And it's Bryce being able to set up just enough attacks to where in a single turn he can take out 4 or 5 security.
What do you choose here?
Well, we already have a Merva in the
We got
trash.
a Merva in trash. Oh no, didn't he get security? It's in security.
I think that was the Leviamon.
Both.
Really?
Both of them.
Oh, KSD Grade, you're completely
They're
correct.
both in there.
So many cards have been removing from the board, I've forgotten which ones have happened.
I think he's just gonna deck him out.
Oh yeah, that's...
I don't think he swings into security at all, because then if you swing into security, you throw all those guys back into trash.
Yeah, you normally only win through attacking in this deck if you get to keep your level 6s in play.
Right.
You don't get to keep your level 6s in play as security control, you're winning by deck out usually.
Yep.
And that's where the loop I was talking about earlier between Avenge Kidmon, Lamenta Friendship, and X Program can be really cool.
Right.
If we see any of those cards come up, I will explain it. But until then, I think I would do a bad job. It's a very visual loop, I promise.
Yeah, he was explaining it to me, and I was like, huh? I'm just kidding, I was not.
Yeah, so Bryce is just going, again, with the idea of next turn he's going to get the recovery off Salamon, so he's going to be at 4. How many attacks can I reasonably go for? And we're just going to see the hard play of Merva. No evolving in the raising is a little scary.
Right.
Because if we're not able to evolve to level 4 beforehand, we will lose 4 memory by promoting that rookie. And so we're just kind of like making it harder and harder to get the attacks we need later in this game.
Right.
And as I said before, deck out is getting closer and closer.
Getting closer and closer.
So here we see the Psychomon and the Soulmon coming from the trash.
Okay, so for other people that may not be familiar with Mervamon, would you like to explain that one a little bit?
Yes, so...
The other people that don't know it?
Yes, so Mervamon, for other people. Do their names start with Y?
Bruh!
The crowd has been cheering every time a Lonke has been played. Everyone here just loves Achilles Mon,
Have you guys been
That's all it
counting
is.
how many Lonkes are there?
That is the 4th one, I believe. I believe we 1 security and 3 from hand, if I've been
Was that the last one?
counting. I think so. If not, 3's been done.
Might be the 3rd one.
Well, 1 was in security, and I think 2 were in hand, at
2
least.
in hand, yeah. So we're missing 1 more. Where is it?
Where is it?
And we've only seen 2 Chaos Grades, so I'm sure there's 4.
And now we're just hard playing Digimon from our hand.
There is 4.
There is 4. Oh yeah, there's 4 of this card in this deck. You can stay at 3 security a very long time in security control, so Loke is a really powerful card. And here we're just going to see the hard play of Magna Angemon. Ace going to recover up to 4. It's interesting not to go from 3 to 4 with Sala and then hard play this. I guess the risk was like, if we know what the top card of the security is. Actually, I wonder why
Right,
he
just
did
don't want to get it trashed. Now he has no Jet Mervas in trash still.
I see. He wants to keep the Merva out of trash to limit the amount of bodies Bryce can play. You're totally right.
Right.
And there we see the hard play of the TK and Kari Tamer. Just going to be one of the best ways for us to gain memory because, as you can see, Bryce has, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Is that 10 security?
Okay, so he sent 2 with Chaos Degrade, so that's 7.
2 with Loke.
And 2 Loke, so 9.
9. Wow.
Got 9 in there.
Crazy.
That's a lot of security for a non-security.
I've definitely been in this situation as Bryce against security control where you're just like, well, I've used a lot of my stuff. And I'm running out of stuff every single time.
This was the problem. Whenever I go against security control, I have to almost like not do what I normally do.
Yes.
You cannot play the way you normally would against a security control player because all of your resources are gone. And they're built to recycle everything. Which, we see the Avenged Kidmon go down in trash. I missed where that came from.
Yeah, Blue Meramon Digivolving, drawing the 3 cards, one for the Digivolve mechanic, and then the 2 cards from the ability.
Oh, I think that was out of security.
The Avenged Kidmon?
The Avenged Kidmon came out of security, so the swing, right? So now maybe we'll get to see the option that you so dearly want to talk about.
It's only going to be needed if we're like afraid
Right,
that
I don't think it was.
we're going to need more cards in our deck to make sure the deck out actually happens.
I mean, the decks are both very thin there, looking a bit thin.
And if anyone's ever curious, Avenged Kidmon has this really neat ability to, for every option card in both player security, it reduces its play cost, and then when it gets played, it returns all option cards from both trashes to the bottom of the deck. And then
That's
you
true, I forget it's both.
It's both, yes.
So then it does help Bryce as well.
Yes, but
Here
Peter
comes
has
the
way
Anubis.
more option
All
cards
right,
than,
here we go. Another Anubis.
than Bryce does.
Pushing to 4. What are we going to
There
play?
we see the Spotamon tech that's also in Bryce's deck, which is a really cool inclusion for when you go into a Merva, being able to play it off that effect.
And now he's going to be able to delete the Magna Angemon, I believe, and keep turn because of the Ogremon underneath and Blue Mera.
I see Ogremon and Blue Meramon. And so
that's 2 memory.
Ogremon lets you discard a card from your hand to gain 1 memory. Oh, sorry, when you discard, gain a memory. And then Blue Meramon is when you play by effect, gain a memory.
Right.
So here we see the
So
3
there's the
discards
discard,
for
gain the
Anubismon.
memory. And then if he's able to take out the Magna Anja.
Yeah, so,
keep turn.
so thanks to Anubismon, we'll be able to get rid of the Magna Angie. We're going to gain 3 memory off of Overflow, and then I believe we already gained all of our memory by playing cards by effects and discarding.
Did we?
I think so, because we gained the memory off of Ogremon for Blue Meramon earlier, and then I believe we gained the memory off of playing the Maycrack as well. So Anubismon is going to swing, checks a Raremon, which is a really
Raremon.
cool Flame Hellscythe target in this deck for gaining advantage.
We love to see the spice.
I also love seeing Bryce have the heads-up play of both discarding 2 option cards, as well as keeping the Salamon alive and not using Maycrack's ability. And here we see a second Anubis. Now this could be a really interesting turn. I don't believe we have a Mervamon in trash, but we do have a Psychomon, which is a really cool hard play here to keep a rookie in play, and to keep Death Xmon and other shenanigans out of play.
Okay, giving him the recover there.
Yes, we're forced to delete it now because we have played a Digimon. There's no level 5 or lower besides Salamon.
Less security, going up to 4, starting the turn at 4, but no rookie in raising.
And now Peter's like, which of these really cool cards should I hard play and pass my turn with? And also, Peter has to have a way to either get enough memory to survive the coming turn, or to get rid of one or both of these Anubismons.
There's
there we see the
Chaos.
Chaos Grade coming down, getting rid of one of them. But what's very interesting is Anubismon has a Wind Evolving and main effect. So Bryce will have the ability to use it again, on the following turn. And if you can continuously play bodies every single turn, that is going to be so big in this matchup. And even though he has, 4 or 5 cards in his deck, he definitely has enough turns to attack out here, depending on how much recovery
No more Digivolve.
Bryce, Peter has access
in the back. That's scary.
Yes.
But you do want something in the back just in case. Because all the swings that he has in there could mean nothing if it goes to 0 and he's able to recover all that back.
Yes, and something also that could be happening here is Bryce has been doing a really good job of playing around the Digimon Emperors that Peter has.
Yes.
And so what we could see like a very ideal turn here could be like activate a Anubismon, play a Digimon, doesn't really matter what it is, maybe something that could dodge a sneaky type of removal, like another level 5, let's say. Or we have a level 4 get played in the raising area, or even a level 5 played in the raising area, so we can go for like a second Leviamon potentially.
Shadow Seraphi goes out.
Yes.
We haven't seen Shadow Seraphi out yet.
But again, 2 security, because we have ways to gain rush with Mervamon. If we get to those 2 that we know at the bottom of our deck, while we have an Anubis in play, we can trash them using the effect and then play them in that turn and have like a bunch of rush Digimon come out of nowhere. And if you have 5 rush attackers, I think 2 security is very
But again, both Mervas are in... One is bottom decked, 2 in security.
Yes.
So, unless he's got a 4th...
I believe he does. I believe he is playing 4.
Oh, but he can play the Dober to get the rush. Because that Anubis was played by the Maycrack and then was unable to attack that turn.
I just think he was like, I don't want to check a security card.
No, that was played by the Maycrack got played, and then he digivolved onto it.
Oh, he used the activate main effect. I see what you're
so-
saying. And then he gave something retaliation and passed. Yes.
Right.
So here we're going to get the promote, but then we're going to lose the 2 memory from both the Digimon Embers and pass turn. Did Bryce forget to play around that last turn by not evolving? He definitely got... Oh my goodness.
The passer.
Digimon Emperor up to his evil
4
ways
memory
again and basically
wait.
stealing a turn away from Bryce that could have been the game. And here we see the Shadow Seraphim.
Shadow Seraphim is out.
Digivolution, which could de-digivolve and cause all kinds of shenanigans.
Yep.
That was a huge turn. Definitely a blunder from Bryce's part here, forgetting about those two Digimon Emperor's effects stacking, losing him 4 memory when he promoted that level 3 Ignitemon.
Oh, that's the thing with cards that aren't naturally played. You forget about it. You just don't think about it. Having those Digimon Emperors, man, I had to go read it. I was like, oh yeah, that's what that does. I remember that. I forgot about the drawing too.
Yes.
So that helps with his consistency, having those Emperors out.
Yep, and here we see Peter properly explaining what Shadow Seraphim does.
Shadow Seraphim does.
For those that are unaware, he has an opponent's turn effect. Whenever you lose a security, de-digivolve one of your opponent's Digimon, not once per turn, and then on deletion, minus 4,000 one of your opponent's Digimon for every security you have. So right now, if it got deleted and no security was checked, it would be 12,000.
Yep. But it looks like, again, this is actually the ideal board for Bryce for that. Because de-digivolve the Anubis, that's the only one that gets de-digivolved.
Yes, something to note is that even though Bryce, quote-unquote, lost a turn due to the Digimon Emperors, all Peter did was evolve into a Shadow Seraphim and pass, which does not answer these 4 bodies that are all able to attack while he has 1, 2, 3 security. Bryce could just go, you know what? Let's attack out.
Yep.
There's no security bombs. We do, in fact, win the game.
And I'm sure he's got, a little bit more... clearly looking at whatever he's got in his hand, it's possible that he has those other Lonky and Chaos Degrades in that security.
Okay, here's the first attack.
Here we go.
Reveals a
There's
Kari.
Take the memory. He takes the turn.
That
He
Kari
takes the turn.
Kamiya is huge.
Oh, no, he can't do that because he was just played. I was like, oh.
Yes.
Oh.
So checking Kari will not activate
not see it,
immediately, but
yes.
it will resolve the current Kari on board. If Bryce swings again, he will not
And we lose
be
the
able
Anubis
to
there.
keep turn.
There
Here we see the swing. It's a play
Hellside.
outside.
Oh,
We
he's
deleted
alive.
Digimon
And
with
he
minus
can play the
6,000.
Magna.
We play a 6,000 DP or less Digimon from the trash.
Oh, no, it was bottom decked.
There are currently
He does
no
not have-
copies of the BT1 Magna Angemon in Peter's
Salamon
trash, so
does
the best
come
he
in,
can
though.
play is a
Salamon
Sala,
comes in.
but that is still able to recover, passing over 1 thanks to the
That's
second
the
Kari that
turn.
was checked in security.
Yep. Oh, beautiful.
Bryce needed no security bombs, and he got 2. Not
He
good.
got two.
Oh, this could be interesting because
Wow,
now we have
wow,
the
wow.
ability to attack.
Is
the
that
Digimon.
1 card that he has left to draw there?
I think it's 2 cards.
2?
2 or 3.
He's gonna swing 2 into the 3. Oh, beefing him up by minus 1,000.
Yes.
So
Deletes
the
both.
PK Kari minus 1,000 when you have a yellow Digimon attacking.
Here we're seeing all
That
the
was
fun
beautiful.
shenanigans.
Great move.
I've been saying, once Peter gets this set up,
Azulon to bounce.
boom,
Clear
there's the
the
last
whole
card. You were
board.
completely right. There was only 1 card left.
It was 1 card. I mean, that's it.
Yes. There is not enough attacks that.
Scoops.
It's one of those things of he
You
needs
play it
to
out.
convince himself that he has no outs before he scoops up the security and ends the gun. Game 1 goes to Peter playing security control.
Security control.
They are on to game 2.
Are we North America or are we not North America?
But like I've been saying all
That was
weekend,
wild.
Anubismon is the all-star of the EX5 format. But the one downside that this deck has is its sort of squishy nature. It doesn't have things like option protection like an old school that we saw at last year's Nats,
Yes.
Blackboard Greymon, or even battle protection like we saw from this year's Nats in Metal Garurumon X Antibody. It is a very fragile deck, and so when you have a deck like Peter's, which has so many ways to interact with the opponent's board and disrupt their game plan, it can be a super uphill battle.
As we're seeing right now. And again, I think what it is he's going to have to change his game plan. There is no way to... You can't play Anubis the way you play Anubis. Because this is what will happen. Man, that was wild. But now we'll see if, we're getting the double Chaos Degrade on the first 2 hits again this time around.
Yes.
That was just insane.
Like normally when you're playing against Anubis and they're able to turn 2, spit out 4 bodies that all have the ability to attack, any other deck is like, whoa. But security control's like, well, what if my security has Chaos Degrade in it?
Yeah, exactly. He's like, hit me. Take me down to 3. That's where I want to be anyway.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see a more low-to-the-ground game plan from Bryce in the beginning.
We're starting off with the Vixie this time around. Vixie coming out the top there. Oh, and the Kari goes down already.
Very similar to game 1, we have an Evolve into Sala, Kari, and Pass, and now it's Bryce's turn. Evolve into Ignite, Draw. My guess is he's going to go for a more low-to-the-ground game plan, where instead of going for Anubis as soon as possible, he like puts out some level 5s or whatever that can poke, get him down to 3 first, and then go for that big play.
Wow, what is that?
That's
the whole line.
He's like, what do I not have, and what am I very sad to see gone?
Yep. Ooh, I mean, yeah.
You got to go for your you got to go for your dog. You know what I mean?
Ooh, I mean, hey, he's not being greedy.
Hey.
I get it. I respect that.
Hey, man
I would have
on
been
fire?
greedy.
Love to see it.
But that's why I'm not playing. I would have been greedy. I would have grabbed that Anubis. Because otherwise you're bottom decking that. And, you know, seeing as what we're seeing now, all your other copies will probably be thrown into security.
And there we see the Magna
the
Ace
Magna
passing
Ace is
over
out.
only 2, recovering to 6. That is insane if it was the original.
What a start.
Yeah.
What a start.
And like I've been saying too, if any of these level 5s get to survive and become Shadow Serapis or even a Zulongmon, that's where we could possibly see a security control attacking and winning. Guys, we might see a completely different game here. Both players are sort of shifting their strategy. Bryce going for a more reserved setup game plan, and Peter might just start swinging because why not?
Why not? And now he's got 6 in security there, so that's 24. Just anytime if he's deleted, 24.
Oh,
24,000.
Yeah. Minus 24,000. Yeah. So even if you answer this.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of answering it.
Speaking of answering it.
They are just going to do a big trade, but thanks again to that interaction that Leviathan has with Overflow, we don't give up as much memory as we would. It's, what is it, 6 instead of 10? Sorry, 9? Ooh, but being able to play basically a Magna Angemon recovering 1 and passing over 1 is huge.
Chooses not to push, missing the IO. There it is.
Boom, get the Anubismon that we kind of tucked away earlier.
Goodbye,
risking
Saber.
to see. And again, you can really tell that Peter is so used to playing against Anubismon. He is autopilot right now.
He's on Anubis. Well, but he's digivolving in the back there.
Yes. Okay. I think Bryce is going for more of a reserved game plan. Use the effect as a main. Get one poke in, pass, build a wide board, force the answer out of Peter, and then just keep it up. And there we see the Lament of Friendship. This will add any Digimon card from his trash back to his hand. I promise you this. If we see X program get played, I will explain the loop. Until then, I don't want to embarrass myself by getting it wrong.
I wouldn't know. I mean, I would. I would check you on that.
Yeah.
I would fully check you.
That's why you're here, to make sure I'm not wrong.
Yeah. That's why I'm here.
I mean, Herbert's gone. No one wants to look at you anymore.
I know. Herbert's gone. He made his debut. Everybody saw him. Now he's chilling. But again, not having the bodies on board stops him from being able to deal with or mess with his board.
And having specifically Shadow Serapi, if you do want to go for that poke game plan, your Anubismon will get de-digivolved, which maybe is a good or a bad thing, because if you have 2 Anubismons, you can use the main, then use the Widigivolve, get a really wide board, but it all depends on what you have in your hand. So here we see the activate main of Anubismon, picking the cards to discard.
Discarding the Goblimon there, and can't even, is that Ghostmon? Soulmon.
Yeah, that card's really cool, specifically in this deck with all the retaliation attackers, making them 2,000 DP higher, and because it itself has base retaliation, if you have Rivermon, it can also automatically have Rush. And there we're seeing the Leviathan getting played for a reduced play cost of, I want to say 10, gain 1, gain 2, passing over 2 at the end of the day because of Overflow / all the other end of turn effects.
Did they not do that?
I think everything happens at the very end with that.
Yeah.
So at the end of everything, we're getting 4 memory pass to the opponent, and then the on-deletion effect of Serafi, recover 1, and then get rid of the Anubismon. And there we see D-Grade. One of the only cards in Peter's deck that can actually answer this Leviathan. It goes in the trash, trash it. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, again, being able to answer 2 bodies like it was nothing is what you want to see out of security control. It is how he stays in this game and just has the advantage the entire time.
2 incredibly big bodies and very scary Digimon.
And now Bryce is in the uncomfortable situation of, well, let's build it up again. Ooh, there we see the Black Gatomon Uber going to return a Digimon to the bottom of the deck, again targeting that Magna Angemon, so we have less Flame Hell Scythe targets inside of Peter's trash. Really cool interaction.
I'll tell you what, I was coming to this thinking I didn't think I was coming to this that I would be rooting for the underdog that is right now Anubis.
Sure.
How is Anubis the underdog?
I
Right?
mean, yeah, exactly. How is the most dominant deck in EX5? I think it took 23 of the top 64 placements,
Which is-
the underdog in the finals.
The underdog in the finals. Because to me, I know how it feels to play against a security control player, and it hurts just looking at a friend of mine who plays it all the time. It makes me cry. The second Kari is out. Man, that's scary. Again, if another Shadow Seraphi comes out, getting 2 memory when you swing into it and digivolving every time.
Oftentimes people complain about the gamble of security control being,
Right.
what do they check in security? Oftentimes I find the biggest gamble is, what do they have in hand? Because if they have a bunch of removal
Yes.
in hand and I play slowly by building up in the raising using tiny bodies, great. But if they draw a bunch of recovery cards and level 6s like Seraphimon, they get this crazy setup of tamers and gigantic memory that makes it even harder for me to have an actually impactful turn.
Right. What's scary, I think, is again, you cannot play against security control like you normally would. You have to play a different game plan because you're gonna deck yourself out because they have ways to recycle their deck where you don't. Most likely you don't. And we're seeing that again.
Yeah, being able to get these multiple bodies off of Rivermon is really awesome.
Yes.
But again, if we have ways from Peter to just go, play this 4-drop, get rid of a body, and then play this, I don't know, degrade, Lonke, whatever, get rid of another body, it kind of negates the entire turn that Bryce goes through. That is the pain that he is going through. If he
And here we
extends,
go,
he
we're
gets
seeing
punished.
it again. The
If he
Shadow
waits, he gets
Seraphi is
punished.
out, and they've got the 2 Karis out. That's gonna be tough going into that security. And again, like we were saying before, Anubis doesn't have a way to deal with those tamers.
Yes.
Once those tamers are out, they're out.
It's kind of so funny too how I mentioned this earlier that security control is one of these decks that is so player expressive, but it's also so free in what it can actually play that it gets benefits from things you never thought it would get benefits from.
Right.
I think there we see the Death Exmon coming down
That's
for a total
good.
of 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 cost, de-digivolving and getting rid of the Shadow Seraphi, which is really cool.
Without taking that on deletion.
Exactly. It's being de-digivolved and sent to the trash, not actually being deleted.
And if he doesn't play another Digimon out, that overflow is gonna happen.
And I was saying how the back-to-back releases for Digimon has been so amazing for this deck. Shadow Seraphi, EX4, BT14, Magna Edge Monace, and in EX5 we got a Zulong Monace, which combos so well with all these powerful level 5 yellow cards we have, and it's also a pseudo 7-drop that the deck can also just play for no reason. Peter has what I would say the burden of choice here. We're going to go for the degrade to get rid of the Mervamon. Keep it at the bottom of the trash and then trash
And then
the
just
top.
letting the Salamon take the hit.
Keeping those Mervamons out of the trash is definitely the thing he's watching out for the most because that's the only way Bryce really has to play a bunch of bodies in a single turn.
Oh, and that one's got the Viximon underneath.
And here we see a third Kari coming down, making it even harder for Bryce to actually get through and keep turn after attacking.
So he's playing that Salamon just to get that draw and save the Magna Angemon.
Yes, exactly.
Assuming
So
he's
the
got
Death Exmon
something
is
that he's
being deleted.
gonna do to get rid of that Death X next turn, which I'm sure he does.
It's so interesting too to see, like imagine this board state against any other deck. Death Exmon, Uber, Ultimate in the back, training and memory boost.
And that's
Anubis
scary.
Mon just goes, what of the 8 million opportunities of winning this game should I pick? But here it's like, can I even do anything?
Right, right, yes, for sure, absolutely. I feel for this man. I know you can't hear me, but I'm sorry, brother.
It is
Wow,
so.
okay, here we go. Using the training to go into Anubis.
This will be for a 2 cost.
Or 2 costs here.
Using the effect here to discard cards and then play. We do have a Mervamon going to the trash, which is a nice sight to see.
Absolutely.
that
Then
gonna
we're
be
going to
the
be able
only
to
thing
get
we
rid of that
discard?
Magna. From hand or from trash? Hand.
Boom.
You get the Dober.
And then do we do one more to reduce the cost even more? Because we're going to be able to get that overflow memory back by deleting this Magna Angemon Ace, we might not need to discard as many as we think. We're going to go for the full 3 with that Psychomon, playing Merva, using the effect to Digicross from trash, it looks like.
Right.
Yep, getting the Ignite-mon, making this an even more
Ignite.
8-costed card.
Oh, the 3 was, the second one and the Dober was just to trash it out. Mm-hmm. Right. And
Playing Soulmon and playing
Soulmon.
Psychomon using Merva's effect.
Man, that's a scary board.
Yeah. And potentially, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Digimon are able to attack
Yeah, you need
because
the
they're
memory.
cross-heart or have rush.
And then Magna is deleted.
Yes.
There
Thanks
we
to
go.
Anubismon's effect, and that will,
Game
what will
3.
happen because at the very end, Anubismon sees that Digimon were played by effect.
Woo! Is this enough? I mean, that's more bodies than
First check,
security.
Magnamon Ace.
Animon Ace. Magna Animon Ace, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The 3
That's
Karis.
is that the English one?
I think that's the English.
That's the
alternate
English
card, yes.
exclusive.
There we see
By
the
my
Uber
boy
going-
Chamba.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
My
like,
buddy.
you didn't play? Salamon,
Woo!
a body has survived a security attack.
There you go. You spoke too soon. Oh, now he's just like, which one? Which one do I take out? Anubis. It's got to be Anubis. Goodbye.
Life is all about balance, right?
Yep, balance it is. And then let's see how many more is in there.
Mm-hmm.
He's played one. Now that's one out of security, and he's got 5 more security. He definitely did not have enough bodies for. There's
Pillowmon.
the pillow.
Death Xmon gets to survive. I know, right? Normally not a miracle, but we're like, oh man, Death Xmon got to survive. That's crazy. It's one of the biggest Digimon in the game.
Yep.
I definitely like the idea that Bryce is going for here. It appears he's going to try to leave Peter at 4 because that's where like the least amount of shenanigans can happen.
Right.
And then we're just going to hard play an Ogremon. Again, hard playing level 4s. Crazy that it's a good idea, but it is against security control because now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Agreed.
bodies.
Agreed. I would have done the exact same thing there. But look at that hand.
Yeah, Peter has
that is
every
a
answer in the
scary
book.
hand.
Yep, we're going to go for the Flame Hell Scythe, getting rid of that Ogremon, and I think we did gain a target? No, I think the only target we have is going to be the Salamon or this
Salamon, I
Pillowmon.
think.
Which I think Pillowmon looks really good to try to stop a shenanigan like
Another Anubis.
Anubis coming down.
Yeah.
But there's so many ways to delete Digimon.
Oh, he's choosing not to play the Cell.
Interesting.
I guess that was probably what they were talking about. Is Flame Hell Scythe a may or a must?
Yeah, you definitely don't have to play one if you don't want
There you
to.
go.
Like, no good targets. Just not going to bother. I'm not winning by attacking anyway. I think Peter's given up that game plan that he might have originally had if all those Seraphimons got to survive.
Yeah, that's 3 Karis there. So unless you're, you have to have more than 2 to start swinging.
Mm-hmm.
He does have the memory boost, so that's okay.
I do promise you this, though. If Bryce was never playing around Digimon Emperor in Game 1, he is always going to play around it now.
Yep.
Because once you get -4 memory when you thought that wasn't going to happen, it's a scar that runs a little too deep.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I think Bryce is just like, how many attacks could I feasibly do this turn? Is it enough?
He's going for it. He's doing the rare.
Raremon, minus the 3 from the 3 Karis, going to 1. Gonna see that Psychomon.
Shadow
Seraphi.
Seraphi, okay.
We don't mind losing 2 low levels to just 2 Digimon.
2 more hits, but he's got the memory boost, so he could go up to 4.
Exactly.
Or
We're
to
gonna
3,
see this.
sorry.
Another Seraphi.
Another
Death Xmon
Seraphi.
survives again. Mervamon. Flame
Hell
Hellside.
Scythe, that's
we have
so
no
good.
targets that can recover, and we have no ways to actually delete any of the Digimon in play through DP reduction.
Yep.
But we could see the Pillowmon coming down during the opponent's turn, which might stop the shenanigan that Bryce was planning to go for Rush. Let's see. Because if we just had enough memory to hard play Digimon with Retaliation or Digimon with Crossroad, it has Rush and can attack.
Yep. Can you do it? Do you have a 3 that can get it?
I don't actually think we do, but having 0 security on Peter's board while having 1, 2, and a Digimon in the racing is super huge.
Yes.
We could see him just pass, evolve into a level 4, and choke him at 1.
Hopefully he has a level 4 and does not forget about it, though.
Sure.
That's one of those things, right? You start to see, you're seeing red. you're tasting it. You smell it. You smell blood. And then you just move and then pass turn.
I will say, if we had 2 memory instead of 1, and we had an Ignitemon in hand, we could just hard play that after using Purple.
Oh, Ignite is 4. Yeah, you're
but
right.
Ignitemon is 4, so he will pass turn and not be able to actually go
Yep.
for it.
Not quite. Not quite.
Yeah, Bryce is just like, dang, I didn't even realize how close I was.
Yeah, yeah.
So now he's trying to.
He's like, oh, I could have done it this turn.
Also, I got to give big respect to how Peter's been playing both these games so far. You can totally tell he knows everything he has to do in this matchup. I was hyping up the idea of playing Pillowmon from that Hell Scythe, but he went, no, Salamon, because if Bryce can't win this turn, next turn I can get guaranteed 2 recovers.
Yep.
Plus potentially recover again or remove 1 or both of these bodies with 3 Kari. Good luck trying to do that a second time, getting me to 0.
Right.
Hard play the Mervamon from
Mervamon.
hand. Not going to be popping the boost. Going to instead make it an 8-costed card, going to 7, just playing 2 extra bodies.
Should be 7. Yeah. There we
Make
go.
sure the memory's correct here. This is
Man, this
interesting.
is so back and forth now.
Yeah,
It's getting
so,
there.
So what I think is happening here is Bryce realizes, okay, his plan is recover, remove. But if I have at least 3 attacks next turn, I can get here again.
Yep.
And
But
if I
again,
get here
yep,
again,
2, and he's got, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 swings next turn.
and what I think Peter wants to avoid is leaving Bryce with 2 Mervas and 5 memory.
Yes.
2 Mervas and 5 memory could spell doom for him, but seeing this potential 4th Kari in his hand might protect him from that inevitable fate, because what he wants to do is make sure that once he goes back to 0, Bryce has no more attacks and only 1 memory.
Right.
That's how you avoid the Ignite-mon coming down rushing for game.
Oh, he could do the Emperor as well. He's got an Emperor hand, so he does that, and then now Ignite can't push.
What I would really hate to see is if he does play another Emperor, and
Yep.
Bryce just forgets again that Ignite-mon's a level 3. That would be a little terrible to see. There we see just the Hellscythe coming down, getting rid of just the Psychomon. Notice that we didn't recover at
Play
all.
another Salamon.
3
because
Salas.
because he will get deleted on.
They will all get deleted by Deathexmon, and he'll recover 3 cards.
Wow. That was clean.
And as we said before, he is not allowed to promote this Ignite-mon. He will automatically pass turn if he does, and we have 4 attacks. And Peter's going, well, I have 3 Karis.
3 Karis.
We could pop this boost early and make sure we have the 3 memory to sacrifice, but then it's all up to, does he have 1 card in his security that stops 1 attack?
He goes up for it. Here we go.
Okay, it's go time.
Going to the
What
3.
is the security? Psychomon swings.
Psychomon goes in.
It's a TK.
It's a TK.
There's a lot
Whoa,
of non-yellow
whoa.
cards in this deck. This could actually be -1 security. It's a Zoom.
Oh.
That is yellow. We are good. That could have been bad.
That could have been horrible.
That could have been his security doing him dirty for
Yeah.
once. Kari's effects go to 0. Mervamon goes in.
And we get.
It's an Agrimon.
We're saying.
Deathexmon.
Oh. Oh.
With the Mervamon
Game 3. We are going to game 3.
Woo!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Wow. But that was the best play that Peter could have done there.
Oh my God.
Is
Perfect
leave him
play.
at the 1. You know, there's so many options that he had in hand. He could have played another Kari, he could have played another Digimon Emperor, but what he had to do was put him at 1 and hope that that was enough.
Yes, yes. And
Had he had another Kari, that would have been past turn right there.
Yes, and I got to give a huge props to both players here. One for Bryce's
Beautiful.
patience.
Right.
He was so patient that game. Put you to 4. Don't go for a massive attacks.
Yes.
Put you to 4. Don't go to a massive attacks. Set up in the raising, then pull up, then finally, when I have just enough, let's see if it is enough. Then Peter going, I don't have enough to actually clear your board, but let me gain as many cards in my security as I can in a single turn and hope it's enough.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, just seeing the way their brains work, because both of them had to adjust for this. You know, the thing is, Peter's been dealing with this, I'm assuming, all tournament, playing against all of these Anubises. I'm sure. Whereas Bryce, Bryce had not played a security control because it's the only one out there right now.
As far as we know.
Yeah, as far as we know.
Definitely didn't test for it.
Sure, if you guys have, if you are, you know, wee.
Yeah,
and then I'll find you all.
All the 2 security controls in top 64. He might have dodged them all. Wow,
but
that
for
was
him
super
to
impressive.
adjust that fast within a game, that was beautiful.
I mean, if something will wake you up, it's losing 4 memory to 2 Digimon Emperors. If something goes, I want to think. All right, here we go.
Those are homies right there. That's what's up.
The final game has begun. Peter
All right,
has
here we go,
allowed
Dober.
Bryce to go first. We evolve up to Doberman X, and we pass
Pushing
turn.
it 2. And we see the Kari in hand.
I think we're just going to go our play
Into the
Akari,
Kari.
pass.
Gotta have the Kari out. That has been his turn 1 every single game so far.
Yeah, the only thing he's missing is the level 3.
Yep, that was the only thing. Unfortunate.
Could this be the game where Bryce just catches Peter without removal / without
security?
ways
Yeah,
to
yeah.
recover and just goes in? It could be.
It's possible.
Boost.
Oh, yep. Okay, just in case.
Double training. There's a target.
Oh, there you go. Okay, good target.
I wonder what I'll pick. Training? I can't grab
training?
it. No, I can't grab it. Sorry.
Bzz. Not target.
Again, though, this is what I want to see
Again,
from
nothing.
Bryce.
No Salmon.
If Peter plays a tamer, I want to play a training or a boost, and I want to pass. You know,
Yep.
I want to be slow. I want to get a couple pokes in, keep him at 4,
There
and
you
then go
go.
for a big turn.
As you were saying.
I love this. I love this so much.
Dig deeper. Oh, that is 3 trainings to the bottom. Oh.
There we see the one of
that
Ruin mode in
hurts.
Bryce's deck.
That hurts.
One of my favorite stories I've ever had, this is about me for a second, don't worry about it, the game. One of my favorite stories from playing Digimon is one time against a security control player way back in BT 1.5. I was playing Red Omni, and I hard played an Omnimon at 5 memory, gave him 10 to win the game, because they couldn't remove it with the cards they had at the time.
Can't de-digivolve it, can't do nothing.
Yeah, he was just big, and I was like poke, and I won. It was great. If we see that rune mode come down for, I'll be really happy.
An Omnimon 15 drop.
I'll specifically be happy. Everyone else will be like, why? I'll be like, trust me, it's a good idea.
It's a good idea. Sometimes that is the good idea, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes just hard playing something that is so big, they can't remove it. I mean, don't play it against security control because they'll just chaos degrade it.
Yeah. Nowadays it might be a bad play because it's stuff. But back in the day.
Back in the day.
Back in my day. I'm 25. Maycrack, hard back to Edgemon.
Thank you again for reminding me that I'm almost a decade older than you.
You're welcome. Gotta keep you honest. Also, almost a decade? Okay.
A decade this year. Thanks, bro.
I love you. I love you so much.
What a man. Appreciate you.
Okay, back to the game. I'm so sorry.
Back to the game. Back to the game.
Anubismon, play the Uber, put the Magna at the bottom of the deck, delete the Psychomon. We've seen this song and dance. This Uber's actually been super clutch for turning off the Flame House at targets, and I love it so much.
Another Tamer? Or...
Just degrade.
Okay. Bye.
I said just degrade,
Bye.
like it's not a big deal. This is like the strongest card I've ever seen, but it's like we're so used to it at this point. Like, oh, seeing it from hand, that makes sense.
You don't understand how much trauma happens in my head when I see a Chaos Degrade.
Hey, this is a safe space. You can talk about it. All these people here watching are listening.
Oh, the ones who caused it are right there.
Okay, so we have the... Okay, back to the game. I'm so sorry. Yoshi distracts me so much.
Listen,
It's his fault. Everyone blame him.
We get there.
Blue Marimon getting Digivolve, going to be cycling, figuring out what cards to discard, and then are we going to climb up to another Anubismon, build the board? No, we're going to build up in the raising. I love how we evolved. We hatched one time, and we just have kept this single stack in the raising the entire time, and we're just going...
There you go. Hard playing it again.
Yes. Wide board, slow setup, maybe some pokes if we can get them in, all setting up for one critical massive attacks. That's hopefully enough. Flame Hell side, play the Psychomon.
Play the Psych.
Digimon Emperor, draw a card. It's a really nice resource engine, Digimon Emperor, not just like a disruption tool, which is a super good card in this deck. And that's why we love seeing it. Also, huge shout out to Miyazaki for doing the intro and stuff. I bet you he had no idea Digimon Emperor was going to be this big of a deal in the final match. But what are the odds?
Seeing that on screen, you know.
Makes your heart skip a beat a little bit.
Yeah, little boop, boop, boop.
The Azulongmon got checked as a security, getting rid of that.
All right, I know this is technically about the game, but the way he suspended both Tamers facing each other, that was... I don't know about that, man. That was weird. Go one way, all right? Go the other way.
Hey, Kari and Ken are friends. They can be like,
it's like
we're doing this
Digivolving
together.
sideways, right?
Wow. Okay.
If you know, you know.
I'm glad. Hey, it was a silent in the audience.
I
For
know.
those watching
I heard
at home,
a couple-
silence. Good. Saberdramon coming down.
Saberdramon.
For the full Digivolution 3, how often do you see that in an Anubismon deck? Very rare.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Sometimes, yeah. Gonna raid. Are we gonna raid into the Psychomon? No. Yes. Declare attack and security, then raid. Change the target to the only unsuspended Digimon in Psychomon.
The strongest, right? The highest DP or something?
Hard play Labra.
I don't
Are we
know
gonna
that
return
one.
something from the trash? I believe we do have an Anubis in there. Oh, or did it get put back to the bottom and then trash the top with the...
it was trash, so it should be in trash.
Yeah. So we could add that back, which could be cool.
And
We are going to add it
grab
back.
the Anubis.
Nice. Gain the memory of Gobbly for the discard that we did. Nice.
We're seeing a different player, right?
Yeah.
Bryce's Anubis is a different Anubis right now.
And by the way, huge shout out to Bryce because he is adapted.
Oh,
very
he is
quickly.
not letting that Psychmon go. It's the third time it's come back.
He's like, man, I really wish I had Magna Angemon, the best card in my deck, in my trash.
Yeah.
Thanks, Black Gatomon Uber.
And I think he's only running
The
one
and
up,
we've seen
right?
it all 3 games, and it's bounced a Magna Angemon every
It's a
time.
bottom deck every time.
It's hilarious. I love it so much.
There's a reason why that's happening.
I think Bryce is contemplating, is this the turn where we play a lot of bodies and swing? It might just be because that Blue Marimon is coming up.
Before he starts setting up all those carries, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, yes. Very good point.
But the Karis could be in there, in the trash right there, in the security.
And here we see
Here we
this
go.
tried and true Saberdramon attacking a lone Psychomon once again.
Their answer is like back and forth, the exact same thing right now.
Yes.
Flame
now-
Scythe, Raid, Flame Scythe.
But now he's so free to just evolve into Anubismon and get that cost reduction effect
Yeah.
alongside the playing of effects through discarding cards, which allows him to maybe play as many bodies as he needs to if we
Right,
see a Mervamon.
and hopefully keep turn. Looks like he will.
Yes, so he's
One,
going to go all the way up. It,
3, 3, 3. Yeah, he's got the Goblin one out there.
it depends on how much he discards, too.
Yeah,
I think, is he just going to play it? Not going to discard any cards?
I think he's looking for the card that he wants first.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. And then the trash happening.
And then he's determining how much he's going to make
play.
it cheaper.
Trash, trash. Yeah, make sure we know which one is which. The Ignite Mon was in trash.
Yeah, yeah. Normally
There
you
you
play
go.
it after you discard, too, is I think what the players are talking about. But he's like, I promise you I'm playing this card. I just want to make sure that we're all aware of it.
Right, right, right,
For the
right.
stream, I promise.
Here we go.
All right, so
Trashing all
destroying-
3.
Yep. And then we're going to
And then
Mervamon.
play the Merva.
Yep, for reduced cost.
And then the Ignite goes in from trash.
And then we play 2 more, and then we're going to draw some cards off of Anubismon's effect as well.
Woo!
So we got Psychomon of our
Psych.
own. And Ogremon. Nice. Good to see that. And then I think we're going to gain 1, 2, 3, 4 more memory because we have Labra, Doberex, and Ignitemon. Is that correct? Are we going to leave
Right, yes.
Peter
1,
with
2,
1?
3, 4.
And we are. Nice. This severely limits Peter's ability to control the board, and this is exactly what I want to see from Bryce. Because now pretty much every card in his deck only gets rid of 1 body, and he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There you go. There's
They're
2.
still okay.
Oh, yeah, he's got 5. That's right.
Yeah, you got to get rid of Anubis here because it just can play more bodies on the next turn, and you can't have that keep happening over and over again.
Yeah, being able to keep him not at that 3 threshold there is clutch right now.
So big.
Because otherwise, that's 2 bodies gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why that ideal number is
All
always
right,
4.
Psychomon is attacking.
Oh, there's the D grade!
Ooh!
Keep checking home. How many D grades have we seen from security? Let me know.
Oh, that was rough.
5? Cool. I forgot there's people here. I'm so sorry.
Dude,
I'm so
we
used
were
to doing
just,
this at
I
home.
forgot we're working. What?
Hi, everybody.
We were just playing it. I thought we were just watching a game.
Okay, Emperor draw the
Again,
card.
with the head to the head.
Oh, yeah.
That's Kari and Digimon Emperor just headbutt.
I think it's like to show this card, this one drew me a card, this one gave me a memory.
He wasn't doing that
different
before. Was he?
I don't know. I haven't been.
Why is
I've,
this such
I've
a
been
thing for
too
me? Why?
distracted
I don't know.
by the bombastic plays.
Right.
By the way, if you
Look at that. He had such a big board, and now it's down to 2 guys.
I know.
That's. And now he's at the 3.
Yes.
I mean, you might as well just swing with Ogre. Put him to his 2.
Well, what if we can turn this ogre into an Anubismon? You know
Oh,
what
yeah,
I
with
mean?
all that memory, that's true.
Yes.
It is a little memory.
And by that I mean turn this Psychomon into an Ogremon.
And maybe he needs to draw. There you go.
Ooh, are we gonna hard play Mervamon? That's always a really good play too. Just 3 more bodies.
Yo,
totally
there you
viable
go.
play. But again, we keep seeing the rookie stay a rookie in the raising while we're staring down a Digimon Emperor. And I'm like, Bryce, remember, you have the scars. I think we're just gonna gain 1 memory off this, if I'm
Just
not
the
mistaken.
Ignite, I think.
Yeah. Well, I guess it depends on what else we summon. If there's the Soulmon coming down too. Ooh, if only we could keep turn, because then we would have like a bunch of rush attackers, which would be really cool.
Yeah,
but-
totally.
I believe we do know that Peter has some Locase in his hand, and he is at that magical 3.
He
I
is
think
at
he's
the
going to not
magical 3.
attack and just slam 1 down and go 2 bodies, gone.
Yep. Which 2, though?
It's got to be the
Norva,
Mervamon
but-
to the security, and then just get rid of like the Ogremon with sources,
Yep.
maybe.
Yeah, Merva's got to go in security.
Soulmon could be problematic because it makes your retaliation attackers bigger, but I guess it doesn't really matter too much.
Merva's in security, and that Ogre.
Yeah, Ogremon gets trashed. Passing over 3 to Bryce, and then we go over.
I wonder, though, if he had a Shadow Seraphi at some point, right? Would it have been more to just take out that single solo body of Ogre versus taking out the ogre that has a that can be digivolved.
I think it all depends on what you think Bryce is going for.
Right,
If
yeah.
he's going for a slower setup, you could just like leave it and not care. But
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
trying to prevent specifically like a Anubis into Merva play, getting rid of that body is takes precedent every time.
And again, you're right with the Gobbly. Can't push this turn unless he's ready to lose to memory. Or maybe he just doesn't have the 4 in hand.
So are we just going to see another Merva play potentially? Just to be like, well, you got rid of my 2 bodies? Here's 3 more.
Yep. But
Do it
again,
again.
we're seeing he's got 1 more in hand there.
There is some value in attacking here
Yep.
to make it really hard for Peter to
Ooh,
continuously
there's
have
this
a bunch
Shadow
of...
Seraphi
Yes,
taking the memory,
yes.
and he's able to draw from that.
So if you commit to the Psychomon attack, I definitely would like to see at least 1 more, because then it's really hard for Peter to get back specifically up to 3 to turn off all potential Lokes. I would love to see 1 more attack, or a keep turn by, boosting.
Yeah, would've
evolving,
passed
and then
there.
Going. Yeah, evolve for 4 because it doesn't have a reduced play cost, which is really big actually for Makerakmon. Normally
Yeah,
you play it
the
for a lot
4?
cheaper. Or you play it from trash for a lot cheaper too.
Right. Again, you're usually expecting to play it from trash or something like that, or just playing it out for free. What you gotta do,
Yeah,
there's the
Spider-Man.
the spicy one of.
Yeah, and so because that card is neither purple nor yellow, you're actually not going to be deleting anything. So you're not going to be triggering this on deletion effect of this Salamon. Really nice to see that heads up play just to get the extra memory from evolving on top of Ogremon, but not actually giving your opponent an extra card in their security. And here we see the man, the myth, the doggo.
The doggo. The underdog?
I never thought I'd say that.
I know.
Of all the nicknames this dog has, Death Dog, Annoying Dog, the dog in his pack, I never thought I'd say it's an underdog.
Right, yeah. I mean, we've been talking about this all weekend, right? Anubis is going to be there. And you're like, yeah, you put your bet on the dog because it's going to be a dog.
Put your bet on the dog.
Yep, and you were right.
Watch people be like, no, he's a shaman, man. He's like a whole guy. He's like just a whole
All right,
normal guy.
fair.
But I'm like, no, he's a dog. He has the pointy ears, he has the nose, snout. You get it. Okay, and here we see the tried and true method of going Merva, playing 2 more bodies, discarding our cards for our effects, using Labramon's effect to maybe cycle those Anubismons. We love to see that.
Put it in hand.
And then I think we're going to gain only 2 memory?
It is deleted. He gets to recover. Back at that 3. Goes up to the 6. Ooh.
Yeah, we only gained 1 memory because we only had 1 ignite.
Yeah.
We already gained the memory off Ogremon.
He's got the Lone K in hand, or Chaos, but he does the Lone K, he can do 2. And again, you're going to want that Merva in security, so you cannot keep doing the on plays. And I think they've already thrown down 2 Mervas into security again. That would be the 3rd copy there.
Yes, but I think Bryce has his last one in hand too. Or if not, he has maybe ways to dig through his deck to find the last one.
Oh.
There we see the hard play of the Pillowmon coming down, which could be
And
a
then
nice
the
way to, in combo with this Loge, to get rid of 2 bodies, make it really hard for Bryce to build up. This is what I was mentioning earlier about wanting to see Bryce go for that 1 more swing before evolving up into Anubis to make sure that if you did delete the Salamon from a Maycrack or from an Anubis ability, you keep your opponent at 2, so they have to recover before they go for Loge.
Before they go for this. Yeah, that makes sense.
But you run the risk of losing the thing you want to evolve into to the security. So
Yeah.
Bryce was playing a bit more cautious, but I would have been a little bit more aggressive if I was him.
We just play greedy. What can we say?
What do you mean? I play Metal Garurumon X, man. I love attacking.
Swing. But again, you're seeing just the Goblin in the back there. But again, he's put him to 5. So
Yeah.
This time,
my Emperor's not so bad right now.
memory's not a problem.
I love how every time we cut back to Bryce's turn, it always feels like he's like, what am I going to do? And every time it's Peter, it's like, oh, do this,
Ding, ding,
go.
ding, done. It's a
Shadow Seraphi, getting rid of Labra, gaining a memory off of that Kari.
And
He's drawing a card off
there you go.
Emperor.
Thank you. He might have heard me. He did the suspending the way.
Ooh, second Kari coming down. Not as impactful. Not as impactful.
No. But it's okay. He's got
But
4
we're keeping
memory.
our eyes on it.
We're okay.
And here we see the Death X one coming down for... Oh. No, I believe that still works, right?
Oh?
He has his own Psychomon in play. I totally forgot that counts for both players. But now it's gone. So now I'm going to do it. Yes. For those that don't know, SAGA does have the unfortunate effect to affect both players, so you cannot reduce the costs of either of your cards. But it's a really easy way to get rid of it. Now,
Yeah,
I know we were
technically
talking.
I was like, ooh, once that's played, that's played. But you cannot play it because it's 20 cost.
Now, I know we were talking about how Bryce was kind of like on the back foot at the beginning of this turn, but now he has 3 bodies to Peter's 0 security, and Peter has no easy ways to recover / get rid of 2. So it's kind of...
That Magna Engine in the beginning being thrown to bottom deck.
Yes. Those Flame Hellsides that whiffed and whiffed and whiffed and didn't get free recovers was so huge.
Yep, massive. Oh, here
Avenge
we go.
Kidmon. I think we're doing Avenge Kidmon math.
We're doing the Avenge Kid.
That is 3, 6, 7 option cards.
What about his trash?
I think we'll count theirs after, maybe.
Let's see.
Avenge Kidmon also has this really neat ability that I think if you return 8 or more option cards to the bottom of your deck, you can actually delete an 8,000 DP or less Digimon. So that would get rid of the Soulmon.
Right.
And then give you an option to actually keep turn. But the question is there a way for Peter to gain a memory and pass Bryce 1? Because those 2 Karis would allow him to automatically end his turn and get another shot at continuing this game.
And the Gobbly can't push.
All right, so here we see the Avenge Kidmon coming down. It's normally a 12-costed card. We have the automatic 8 reduction from Peter's trash. 1, 2 more. 3. And that is all the option cards. So it's going to cost 2. Oh, do we only have 7?
1, 2, 3.
We only had 7.
Oh,
7.
10.
So yeah, 10, 2, get rid of a Soulmon.
And you can reorder them any way you want.
Yes.
Hoping to draw, I think, into that Magna Engine.
And then all we need is a way to... I don't think there's a way to gain...
Draw?
Oh, we can go for a Magna Angemon Ace, but that will pass over 2 memory, dodging the Karis, but it will not count for the Digimon Emperor. Once again, because this Gabumon is a level 3, if we play Magna Angemon Ace, recover 1, and pass...
It will also get deleted.
By the Death Exmon, you're totally correct. So we can't do that because then we'll just...
4.
Then it'll just become our opponent with even more memory. So then they can promote and play around Kari.
That's right.
Because let's do the math. They would go 2, they would go to 5, they promote, lose 2, go to 3. Yes, so you can play around Kari.
They could.
Man, if only we had access to Flame Hellside earlier in the game. So it's going to be Salamon.
Okay, that'll recover, yes.
You get the guaranteed. But again, we're going to be at 2 memory after we promote this Gobblimon, and there's only 2 Karis in play. This last card needs to be a way to remove a body as big as Death Exmon. Will this Death Exmon win Bryce the game?
Is it a Chaos Degrade?
Goblin
is it a Chaos Degrade?
Goes to 2. We swing Death X.
Come on, what is it?
It is a Goblin, and Bryce wins the game with Gobblimon.
He needed 1 more draw. That was insane. Woo!
If you would have told me before this game begun we would be this hyped for a security control match, I never would have believed you.
I know!
That was insane. Bryce showing that even though you can be the underdog, even though you could have the worst matchup on paper, you can learn as you go and adapt.
That was beautiful.
Overcome.
Just seeing the adaptation that he had to overcome and really put that on paper, right? Oh, that was beautiful. Lovely to see. That was hype. And I am not usually hyped for security control. What is happening today?
Oh my gosh, congratulations to both players. They both showed how they deserve to be in the finals, and I cannot wait to talk to them and deliver them their prizes for today's event.
Woo! It was definitely an amazing match. I cannot believe that Anubis was able to overtake security control.
It was unbelievable.
Look at us talking like Anubis is the underdog.
Right.
It's not.
It's crazy.
But we all felt it though, right? We felt the scars that were running in Bryce from game 1 of losing all that memory to Digimon Emperor. And in that last game, he was like, Digimon Emperor? I don't even know him. He doesn't even matter. I'm going to win anyway.
Having those 2 Digimon Emperor in that game was clutch. And then having only the 1 hurts. Again, this is what I was saying before, right? Security control. You got to get your setup. And you hope that some of the setup is in your security. This time it wasn't.
I also cannot wait to hear from Bryce about how overpowered that Black Gatomon Uber has been for him all weekend in both the mirror match and in this finals. Getting rid of those Magna Angemons in the trash is so huge.
I think that Black Gatomon needs to be like encased in silver for him.
Yes.
Just put it on his necklace right there.
Yes.
Because that was the, I think, VIP of this.
Yeah.
right?
No question.
VIP, MVP.
I mean, besides Murphamon and Anubismon and the really good cards.
I mean, they're there for them to be
Those
there.
are a given. Those are a given.
Those are a given.
That was Bryce that put that Uber in there. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I'm so glad it worked out for him.
And now everyone's gonna go run and get one.
I can't wait to hear from him.
RBO, what?
Yeah, definitely can't wait to hear from our
RBs.
players. Should be a
Go,
little
Steve,
bit
go,
longer,
Steve.
I'm thinking.
I imagine they're doing the dance, they're shaking each other's hands, they're like, dude, I can't believe I did this, and you did that, and you did this, and I did that.
And the
Yeah.
time I had this, I didn't have this in hand, and then the thing. We don't do that. We do
we
that.
know, we know.
We absolutely do that. Hey, can we just say how spiffy you are looking?
Thank you.
Hey guys, can we have a big round of applause for Gavin? Been crushing it these past 2 days, bro.
Thank you.
Rock.
Absolute superstar, my guy. So
On
happy
a
to share the
full-on
stage with
jet
you.
lag, right? Just arrived here. Come on.
It
Lovely.
does look like our players are ready, though, so let's get them on
Woo!
stage. Congratulations to Peter Frankie and Bryce Miller. Can we get you guys up on stage? Oh, just stand right. Yeah. So it was a great game. Peter, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. A little stressed out from the match, but I give it to him.
All right, Bryce, how are you feeling?
Feeling good. I feel like I made the right choice. Like I said before, I put every card in my deck had an answer to any card in any other deck. So,
Woo! Well, I'm sure you guys are very excited, so let's get straight to those trophies. Woo! And second place, congratulations, Peter Frankie.
Yeah! Woo! Bro, that's beautiful. Look at that.
And an absolutely legendary performance. Can we get a round of applause for our first place champion, Bryce Miller? And we actually have a special present from Ayumi Miyazaki. Can we get you on stage?
Woo! What?
What? Are you kidding me?
For our first place champion, we are giving you a signed card from the man himself.
Woo! What's the card?
I can't tell. I don't see
I want to know.
It's right there.
Congratulations.
thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Show us the card. Show us the card. Show us the card. Woo! Oh!
Congratulations to both of our players, and thank you so much. It was an amazing finals.
Woo! Good job, you guys.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. We're good to go.
Oh yeah, let's look this way, everybody. This way, guys. Congratulations. That was lovely. Oh, congratulations.
Now, right after this, the One Piece live stage is about to begin, followed by the One Piece Championships, and I'm sure you're all looking forward to it, so we're just gonna get right to it. Thank you!
I don't know how we follow that.
I don't know how we follow that either.
The players will give us all the entertainment, though, so I'm not worried about it. Yeah.
Oh, are you guys excited?
That was definitely amazing.
Yeah.
But we have an amazing match coming up.
Yes,
Absolutely we do, yeah.
Yes.
So it's Sakazuki versus NL.
Mm-hmm.
First time NL has made it to the finals
Yes.
of an international event.
It's pretty hype.
It's definitely a matchup we haven't seen a lot. What do you guys think about it?
It's gonna be tough for sure. It really depends on whether Sakazuki can pull out the removal for NL, or will NL be able to rush him down or stay alive and not be able to let Sakazuki give the last push.
Yeah, of course.
It's been interesting, too, because a lot of Sakazukis have started going away a little bit from that high top end. So I'm interested to see what the list is going to look like, because it seems like there's a little bit more aggression, a little bit more tempo out of them now, which hard to say if that really is going to impact us a ton, but it's interesting to keep track of.
Yeah, Sakazuki lists have definitely been teching for the mirror more.
Well,
you could definitely
yeah,
like
today, yeah.
it's whether or not they have that Tenkaido, right? Like
Yeah.
if they have it, it's going to be great in the NL matchup. And if they don't, if they've been teching more for the mirror, adding a lot of 7 Borsalino, it's definitely going to be a harder match for a Sakazuki player.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. I wonder how many of Sakazuki's did the NL player play against, and how many NL players did the Sakazuki play against.
Yeah, definitely. Like how much practice they have in the matchup too, of course.
You know, I want to say one thing, though, about our top 4, right? Because we have Sakazuki and L in the finals, but the semifinals also included a Zoro and a red-purple Luffy, which
Yeah.
I want to say for a second, as a red-purple Luffy player myself, when we were in rehearsal, hey, no, Blues, come on, keep it positive. When we were in rehearsal for this, I was saying, oh, we'll see a red-purple Luffy in the finals, and everyone laughed at me. And it didn't happen. But it almost happened. It almost happened. That's what we focus on. Yeah.
But I will say this it wasn't there at the top 64, but as far as like the top 32 and the top 8 especially, it's been the most diverse format we've ever seen for OPO 5, not just internationally, but even in Japan.
Absolutely. Yes, there were a lot of Sakazuki players. However, all the other decks kept on winning and winning and winning. Now we see so many different decks all the way up to top 4.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It's interesting too because this is how a card game meta can kind of go as time goes on. People find little alterations to go, and then simply people just get better at playing their decks, right? And that's going to start to push down the other decks that have kind of dominated for maybe like the previous month or two. I feel like we're kind of right on the cusp now of seeing the Sakazuki dominance. Maybe not today, but maybe soon start to sort of fade away a little bit. It'll be very interesting to see what happens going into the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely, of course. So let's get to our players' room.
All right, let's hear it from the players.
Hello, and there we have
Morning.
Jonas Abraham
And
on
Jackson-
NL.
And then we have Jackson Huang on Sakazuki.
All right.
Yeah,
So, I got a question for you, Jonas.
What's up?
When you showed up this weekend, did you think you'd be in this position right now?
Not at all. It's still surreal right now.
So how do you keep it together? What's your trick to the focus in the moment?
I'm playing one game at a time, hoping for the best, and I get to play against one of the best players in North America, so I get to have a fun time too.
Can't ask for much more than that. Good luck.
All right, now I have a question for Jackson. So Jackson, going into top 64, about half of top 64 were Sakazukis. You came out on top out of all of them. How do you feel, and what makes you think you're the best out of all of them at playing Sakazuki?
I don't know if I would necessarily say I'm the best. It's definitely a combination of things, but I think all the practice I had of like all my playtest partners and all the support people I got, it made me think that I could do it. So I appreciate all of them out there.
All right. All right.
Great to hear. So you two get ready for your match.
I'm excited, and one of the best things about this is we get the best of 3, right?
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure we're used to playing a lot of our locals and things like that, seeing best of ones and all that, but we get to see the players try to adapt to each other game to game, and that's always a real treat.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
One of the biggest thing about best of 3 is, in a best of 1 situation, you can see a tech that you didn't expect. But in a best of 3, you can see it in game 1. Now game 2, you're prepared for it. You know what's coming, and now you can set up your gameplay and know what your game plan is going into it.
I also think it's really interesting because we have a yellow deck in a best of 3. You know, normally yellow, especially in a best of 1, there's a lot of variants that occur, especially because of those triggers, right?
Sure.
Yes. And the best of 3, you get to see what triggers they're playing. NL especially, you can play Thunderbolts, you can not play Thunderbolts, you can play Brûlés, you can not play Brûlés. Knowing what triggers are going to come out can definitely change how you're thinking and how you're playing in that matchup, especially as a Sakazuki player.
Yeah, the number of those as well. Oh, go ahead.
Absolutely. Go follow up on that. We see NL players, some of them play Cracker, some do not play Cracker. Cracker, as a first check Cracker, it puts a lot of pressure into any matchup whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, as someone playing against NL, you have to know that you're going to run into those triggers. There's no avoiding it. You're going to hit something throughout the course of the game. So your preparation in terms of looking at my hand, looking at the board state, going over what is my response to this trigger in this moment is really kind of one of the things you need to do coming into this. And I mean, you know, Jackson on Sakazuki has dealt with this earlier this weekend.
Of course.
He's prepared, but it's something that's, I think, one of the most difficult things in the game is having a plan for each trigger. Sometimes it's hard to kind of execute on that.
Yes. Sometimes
kinda
it's
have to
definitely
have it in
hard. Sometimes you have it.
Yeah.
So what you do is you prepare for it, right?
Sure.
If you have the out for it, you're ready for it. If not ready for it, maybe you don't want to attack. Maybe you do want to attack, and you think it's okay. Whether it's a trigger that, if it hits a trigger, you can still survive. You're good. You have a follow-up next turn.
Yeah. And as far as the deck list specifically, Jackson is playing that 1 of 10 Kaido and a very healthy line of 4-cost Kuzan, which will definitely help him in this matchup.
Absolutely. 4-cost Kuzan, 10-cost Kaido, they are pivotal in this matchup specifically.
And it does look like our players are ready, so let's go to that player's room.
All right.
It looks like we are set up, so let's get ready. 3, 2, 1, battle start.
And here we are. Good luck to both of our competitors here in the One Piece US Nationals. Jonas Abraham on the Enel, Jackson on the Sakazuki. And a lot of people coming this weekend, I was like, oh, it's going to be a Sakazuki mirror. Well, not so.
Definitely
Jonas
not.
Decided to get the Enel all the way here. And the players playing out their first turns. Usually in this matchup, you don't see a ton coming on. You're just the Shura coming down to do a little bit of searching.
Yep, a little bit of searching. As we see, Jackson did not have the opening brand new play. However, no, Jonas did have the opening Shura play for the search.
Interesting.
And it definitely seems, based on the NL list, that he is going to be playing a Starve tactic rather than a full aggro NL list.
So I actually spoke to Jonas earlier today, where I asked him, like, if you were going against Sakazuki, how do you play? He said it depends on his opening hand. If his opening hand applies for aggression, he will go aggressive. If his opening hand goes for passive, he will go for the Starve.
Oh, there is the Ohm. I was wondering. I didn't quite see if he had it in his hand. We know that's going to be the Holly hitting the board too, doing the search, but we know he's already got one in his hand from the Shura.
Yeah, but both players are having definitely very good starting hands.
Yeah.
Marcelino to block the KO play from Gedots, and we just get an Ohm Holly to answer.
Ohm Holly is one of your win condition against Sakazuki when you're playing a no, because that is your high pressure combo.
So we definitely want to see, we know he has the Lucci in hand. Does he have a clean answer?
I think we're about to find out.
He does have the Ice Age Lucci, but does he want to save those resources for that 7 NL or that 9 Yamato?
Yeah, I feel like if you go into that a little bit too early, you run the risk of exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That late game kind of coming in and
Oh,
taking
looks like
it.
he's got a trigger.
Oh,
There's a trigger.
oh, what is it?
He's thinking about it.
It could be huge, it could be nothing at all.
Okay.
Oh, and that is
all right.
one.
If Satori comes out, that is another attacker early in the game, applying even more pressure onto Jackson. So he starts with an Ice Age. He wants to remove as many bodies as possible.
I will say, if you're going to hit the Satori, though, just already having the Ice Age in hand for a perfect KO with a Lucci and being able to establish that board still seems like a very even game.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
Because as you play the Satori, you're also losing one card out of Jonas's hand as well.
Exactly. I will say, this matchup especially, it doesn't usually come down to life. It doesn't come down.
The Gidatsu takes out that Rob Lucci.
It definitely, but the end goal is just how many cards does each player have in their hand?
Yeah.
Takes the first hit, 6K swing. and passes turn, leaves the Satori up, doesn't want to attack with it, as it will become an attack target.
Preparing for possibly that final push, but now over to Jackson. Gonna go.
That attack makes me think he does have the 7 Borsalino in hand.
Yep.
And he does slam it down.
All right, so that's gonna send the Gadatsu to the bottom of the deck. So one card dealt with.
One at a time. That's how Sakazuki plays. One at a time, unless it's a Lucci, where you
Yeah, I was gonna say unless it's Rob. Yep.
But as long as we aren't losing tempo, because he has that 4 Borsalino, he shouldn't be losing that many cards in hand to counters.
Yeah. And he's taking another damage. He says, it's okay. I can go down to 2. I'm getting more cards in hand. I can deal with other cards coming down.
Looks like that was a 4-cost Borsalino that he pulled out of life just a moment ago. I believe that's what he saw. Gonna go ahead and send the Tashiki to the trash.
So I believe NL has 7 Dawns remaining.
Yep, and it is going to be that 7 NL.
There it is. Yeah, there's a 7 cost NL. Hit the board.
Yep. 7 cards NL, 5 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Goes for a block and then 2K counter.
Okay, yep. Wants to keep that Borsalino blocker alive, of course. Pass over to Jackson now on Sakazuki.
So he is at the full 10 Dawn now.
Yeah.
But he also does have a very easy target in the Satori, so he doesn't have to go for life, which will make it easier to get attacks.
So it goes -1 to the NL cost and attacking the Satori for 5. Will he take a card out of his hand to save the Satori?
Yeah. Do see things like the Rebecca, the Houndblades in hand.
He values the card in hand more.
Yeah, I would think so. All right.
I also think a lot of it is he's just trying to force his opponent to go into his life. Especially on this board state, you aren't getting a lot of value out of the Yamato, so you just want to be able to create that value. And now there are characters he can KO, but before then, his Yamato is basically just dead in hand.
Okay. Leader ability to trash one, draw one. And then there's going to be the Houndblades coming in on the Borsalino, and that is going to get rid of the Enel, send it to the bottom of the deck. It's kind of nice to get that out of the way.
It's going to choose this into the bottom. That's very interesting.
Yeah, he says it's not worth to protect it, as the Borsalino can swing 10k or even more at the Enel, taking it out, or end the life if he decides to save the Enel.
But I feel like that is a lot of information about what his hand is looking at, that he can't protect that Enel from that Borsalino attack.
Yes, for sure.
Fair enough, yeah.
So we have 4 Dawns remaining, I believe 4 cards in hand.
The other 4-cost Borsalino, providing a little bit more of a line for Enel to deal with as the turn is passed over. And it's an intimidating line right now that Sakazuki has presented to the Enel.
Yeah, it's definitely trying to play around that 9-cost Yamato, just making sure he is getting as little value as possible for that 9-cost.
Right. Trying to set up that board to just kind of like swing in big and try to just end it.
Yeah. Because if you're bringing them down to 1 life, you want to make sure that that's because you're protecting a 4-cost character, whether that's Kuzan or your Luccis.
So we start with a 6k swing at the Hina. Now, Jackson's debating whether should we protect the Hina? Should we let the Hina go? Let the Hina go.
Indeed. Okay.
So, and there's the Yamato.
Oh, there it is. All right. So getting rid of the Rebecca is one thing, right? But you still have a lot to deal with on the board as it gets passed back over to Jackson again.
Ooh, that is a great eruption he just drew, and we did see the Ice Age previously.
He has 2 chances to get some kind of
removal,
and he hits it off the top.
It.
Wow.
And Houndblades off of the Sakazuki effect.
That is a huge draw.
And this is why Sakazuki has been so dominant, because it feels like you can just always find those answers one way or another.
So now Yamato is down to 7 costs. Needs to reduce it 5 more, which we do know there is the Ice Age.
That's right. So you'd imagine this is the beginning of getting rid of the Yamato.
I mean, I definitely think he's going to go for that Yamato, but I think it's also just, can he get other choices? And that's why he's going to play that Sabo first.
Oh, okay, all right.
Sabo, just in case, what if I hit into a Thunderbolt? I want to protect my Borsalinos.
It's a really good point. Establish a little bit more protection.
And he does hit that Mancherry, which is definitely going to be a great tool in this matchup, just constantly gaining resources and making this long game just slowly gain into Sakazuki's favor. It's something.
That looks like a trigger.
Yeah.
But
What is it? I mean, the Sabo makes a big difference here, doesn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
playing that Sabo, he doesn't know the list like we do. Being able to play around that Thunderbolt just creates such a safety net going into this game.
All right.
And it seemed like that was a trigger as a Satori.
Yes, it was a Satori
thought I saw
trigger
it.
there.
Okay.
Down to 4 Dawns remaining. We know he has needs at least 3 Dawn in order to use the Ice Age and the Hound Blaze.
But I think there's definitely a chance, especially with the way he's taking his life, that he could just play another Borsellino, and because he has that Sabo, he knows that he isn't going to be able to get lethaled because there's no way to get around that Sabo, whether it's Thunderbolt or Amal. So he might just be like, I need to just create a bigger board and try to make sure I get through my opponent's last life.
Yes, he wants to remove that last life so he cannot use the NL trigger again or effect
Ice
again.
Age.
But he is just going to go straight to the Ice Age.
Yep. And another Hound Blaze. Okay. That is enough. My math is bad, but that is enough to send the Yamato down to the bottom of the deck. But it's just so scary trying to finish off an NL because it seems like there's always something that they have to stay alive. You really always... It feels like you always need more than you think you need, you know?
Oh, it's a Brule trigger.
Speaking of which, yeah.
Definitely an interesting choice.
Yeah, the Brule, so another blocker.
But also in general, I think just because you have that Sabo, you know with 2 life, you're never going to be losing to any combination of plays.
Right.
So he just had that agency to just go full force onto the face.
And there's
Second Yamato.
Goes back to 1. That means NL's ability is live again.
But he is making significant process.
As he slowly chips down the life, slowly chip down the cards in hand, NL would not be able to start countering.
And this is what we've seen over and over again. It's easy to get an NL down to 1 life.
I like
really
this
hard to
5,000 attack and reducing the Brule because he's bluffing, I have removal. Use your blocker now, or you're not going to get any value out of it.
Yes.
Yeah, the mind game.
He says, no, I'm putting on having it. You must have the removal in order for you to get the value off that.
And there's a Kuzan. Okay, so a card in hand and...
Wants to draw? He's trying to dig for
that?
it?
Oh,
a
it's another
second.
one. All right. All right.
He's looking for it.
Yep. The search continues. All right, Great Eruption.
So he's just looking for better cards in his hand.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Whether it's a 2K, whether it's just a better ability to get that Hound Blaze next turn.
Well, here, there's 2 Kuzans, though. And because there's only 3 life total, a Yamato would not be able to remove a Kuzan anymore. He now has essentially a -8 cost to anything he wants.
That's definitely going to be very strong next turn, and he's definitely setting up a strong board, but he does only have 2 cards in hand, so you have to guess, does he actually have that removal? He's already played a Lucci, he's already played 2 Hound Blazes, he's already played a 7-cost Borsellino.
So now this a turn where you can finally get rid of some of the blockers on the Sakazuki side.
And there goes
Looks like there's one.
Yep.
Yep.
And I like blocking with the Sabo first, just because he has the Mancherry, he knows he can get it back.
Yep. Another thing, he can actually just get the Mancherry back right here and remove the Yamato from the swings.
Yeah.
Or use the Mancherry to get the Yuchi. I'm sorry.
Takes 1 life to hand. We'll have to see what that is later. Oh, and there's Katakuri.
Katakuri.
A drop Katakuri comes in, sends Ashura back to life. So NL 1 step farther away from defeat here in game 1.
That is definitely a card he wanted to see.
Yeah, that's a removal right there for sure. Yep. He can choose removal Katakuri or Yamato. Anything you want.
It's interesting. I feel like I haven't seen a lot of Sakazuki successfully get 2 Kuzans on board. That is so much negative cost to play with when you're thinking about how you're going to put your removal together that turn.
Oh, he just doesn't want it.
Well, he has the Rebecca in hand, and the Mancherry in hand, so I think he's just prioritizing that Lucci combo over just a straight 7-cost that doesn't actually it only helps versus 1 character rather than getting multiple threats off the board.
Yes.
200 million volts of Maru pulled out from the Shura. That's going to be a useful tool in the hand of Jonas.
Another thing is he can just keep on swinging 5Ks, not use any Dons, minusing the cost. That Brule will not get his value unless he blocks with it.
Okay. Ohm counters out.
So he does have a brand new, so he could search for something better, or he could just not take the risk and go straight to Mancherry.
Yeah. These are the type of decisions, too, that define games. So this is a bit of a nerve-wracking moment.
Michael's decisions will lead to whether you win or lose.
Yeah. What's it going to be?
Also, an interesting part is there's just not a lot of space. So even if he does get that full combo, the Rebecca Hina Lucci, I'm not sure you would even play Hina this turn, but does he actually need that? Or would he rather just have more space on his board, just not using his cards?
So he opted to minus the cost of the category here. Category is down to 7. We have a 1 cost Yamato.
I mean, it's definitely a good bluff if he has Lucci. If he has a Houndblaze with his Lucci and he has Rebecca Hina in hand, or not a Houndblaze, I'm sorry, a Great Eruption.
Right.
He can get both big threats.
Okay, so just tosses the category into the trash. Put one more life out there. Null ability activated. Quick search. Trash by Jackson. Which, man, against like both of these decks, I feel like I'm going through the trash all the time. I feel like a raccoon, man.
Counting the 2Ks, counting what was used, what triggers were used, that is pivotal.
Yeah.
So going for an 8K swing, we do see a double 2K block counter.
I definitely find it interesting how much he values the Brule on the field.
So we have the Mancherry play now.
Right? Sends the 2 events to the bottom of the deck.
I would imagine he picks up a Rebecca here.
That would be the...
And it will be Rebecca.
Choice. Indeed.
Just picking the Rebecca, even if you already have one in hand, because you're probably not going to be playing another character from hand on this turn.
Yeah.
Or if you are, it will be the brand new. Just being able to get that extra card out of your trash is just going to be more valuable than just getting it directly.
There's the Rebecca.
Plays the Rebecca. All I can bring back. Yeah, grabs the 4-cost Borsellino again. So establishing just more of these blockers again. Brand new first.
Oh.
Okay.
Hate to see it.
That hurts a bit, but you do get another blocker out at least. You do get another Borsellino on the board.
We have 3 blockers on board.
Yeah.
I believe Jonas did get the Amaru earlier.
Yeah, we do see the one Amaru already. I find it very interesting that he actually went for another blocker rather than just removing a threat in the first place.
Yes.
It seems like it's just a matter of staying safe / building up the opportunity to just go in for enough attacks to just overwhelm, right?
Yeah, of course.
Waiting for that Enel's hand size to go down to where you feel safe doing that.
So we start with an 8K swing, going at leader, blocks with the Rebecca.
Yep. So many blockers.
At this point, because of how high your power is, going for leader is basically just taking a character off the board, so I think all of his attacks will just be straight to the face.
Yeah, pretty much. All right.
Will there be an Amaru?
Does he find it?
No.
I mean, he does find a 2K, which is not bad for sure.
You'll take it. It's
not
like
what
a
he was
prize.
looking for, but
yeah.
It's a +1 counter, 1K more. Shira's 1K, Satori's 2K. You get 1K more.
Yeah.
Second.
Going again.
All right, let's go. Try number 2.
We're going 10 cards deep.
Yep.
And he hits it!
Another 200 volts Amaru. 200 million volts.
And we know he's slamming him down.
Yep. Indeed. Oh my goodness. Those
Does he have
blockers
another one?
are out of commission. Does he have it?
Starts with an 8K swing. And 11K.
Game one. Jonas takes game 1 on the Enel. Enel fans rejoice. Up 1 game in this series. How about that?
Yeah, it's definitely. I think it was definitely a very interesting choice. I think he was playing around Thunderbolt so much, that he ended up just getting hurt by the list, which doesn't play a single one.
Yeah, he doesn't. He did. I don't think he knows that the list didn't play a single one.
I mean, that is kind of shocking, to be fair.
Yeah, it's definitely a very rare choice, but
No
I'm
pun
wondering,
intended.
like, if he sees those brulees and it just starts the gears churning in his head.
Yes.
Because that is a very interesting card choice. You have to take out something. What is the card you're taking out?
And it looks like Thunderbolt was the card that he chose to take out. Amaru, he values Amaru so much more. It is a 3k more attack and resting a blocker.
Yeah. So as players get ready for game number 2.
Game number 2. We also do notice a lot of Sakazuki players now are opting to cut the 5-cost Sabo as to 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Possibly, actually, just straight up 1 or 2. So Thunderbolt becomes less value as Amaru gains even more value for the 4-cost rested.
Yeah, I will say, like, reducing the Sabo to a 1-of is definitely going to hurt this matchup just because you can't play around those Amals. I will, like, it's not as bad because he isn't playing the Raites, which is really where Thunderbolts, which is really where Sabo shines the most.
Yes.
And he also did miss his Tenkaido. We did not see it all game.
Well, there's only 1 in the deck, and I'm kind of curious about your opinions on that, because like I said before, people have been some people are cutting them completely. Like the list we saw, Winnie Yu didn't have a single one. We see a 1-of here, would have probably made a difference in this one, but what do you think?
Well, I think it's definitely one of those cards where it is very good versus yellow, and not great versus every other matchup. Like, you don't want it in the mirror usually. It can be useful, but it's usually a win more card in the mirror.
Yes.
And you definitely don't want it versus Purple Luffy.
Absolutely not.
It's a completely dead card versus aggro, whether it's Newgate, Zoro, or Red Purple Luffy.
Yeah, we're just not going to get to it.
You just want it for NL and Katakuri. And I think a lot of players, especially heading into today, just the yellow results weren't there, right? We were seeing a lot, the rise of red in a bunch of different events. We saw a lot of people just going on that Sakazuki. It's usually over half of Top Cut in every event. And I just think a lot of people weren't taking for that matchup anymore. So I actually found it very interesting that he had it. And maybe that's why he saw so much success and is here in our finals today.
For sure, because Adele in general loves that red matchup. That's one of its favorite matchups, as they're unable to get that final push.
And that's certainly what we saw. We saw a huge lineup, which is not able to quite get through at the end. And then the double 200 million volts Amaru. I mean, you can put all the blockers out in the world, where you can put the exact number of blockers out in the world. But if you find them, and the double Shura turn at the end too, like that was quite the combo that came together to find that.
Yes, of course.
Players getting ready. Game number 2 is underway. The Brule hits the board first for Jonas.
I mean, it does look like slower starts from both our players.
Yep. Okay.
So we see a lot of Sakazuki players discarding Tashigi over a lot of other cards. What are your thoughts on discarding Tashigi? Is it because it's cyclable? You can just get it back.
I mean, of course it's because you can get it back, but I think a lot of it is, especially in this matchup, it's not about how many counters you have, but how many attacks your opponent has.
Yes.
Sure. So you care more about removal and reduction than anything else. And we got another Ohm Holly on the first turn it can be played. It's definitely a great tempo game.
Yes.
It's just annoying to have to deal with, right? Because it's like, all right, well, this is a threat, but it's not a huge threat, but you still have to play something. You still have to use cards to remove it, and that feels bad because you know what's coming.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And we see a second Borsalino coming down. They're both 6k on your opponent's turn. That means you're having a no, putting extra Dawn, using extra Dawns in order to have any kind of aggression.
And I do like the strategy of mutual starvation by both players.
Yeah.
They're just making sure that they get a board before they try to give their opponents that card advantage. Because that's what this matchup really comes down to, is it's not about life, it's about board state and how many cards you have in hand.
Yes.
It's a skillful matchup.
Very, very skillful.
Yeah. And I say that with appreciation as an aggro player, which is kind of embarrassing to say, but you can appreciate the skillful matchups sometimes.
So Jonas is on 7.
It does seem like he's missing a strong 7-drop play.
Yeah.
Will he play the Shirahoshi to search, to cycle, and fix the hand?
But that definitely never feels good.
Definitely not.
But it's there in case you need it, you know? Yeah. This might be that situation where you have to go for it anyway. Looking at 5 Dawn.
Starts with a 6, and there's the
there
Shirahoshi. He wants to look at 3 more cards. He's trying to fix the hand, get a better hand, and he does go to 9 next turn.
But Jackson is definitely feeling a sigh of relief seeing that Shirahoshi come down.
Yeah.
So a Gedatsu with a Brule to discard.
I definitely think Gedatsu is a great choice just because he knows that after he's reduced to 3 life, it's not going to see a lot of value in the matchup.
It will almost never get played, as its only good target at that point are Hinas.
Yeah, it's the stuff that's going to be going away anyway. It's not the stuff you're really worried about too much.
Yep.
Hoping now to find a Katakuri to maybe put that Shirahoshi on life. What do we find there?
It doesn't look as there. There's a lot of 2K counters though.
Yeah.
So we know he has the 7 Borsellino in hand that he's looking to play. I'm very curious as to whether or not he chooses to attack.
He does buy on deck the Ohm.
Okay. So the entire Borsellino family on the board right now.
And it will just be a pass.
Yep.
Yeah.
He says, I believe there was a second Hound Blade, so he doesn't need a second one. So he discards it, tries to draw another card, find a better card for his hand. And I believe he did draw a Lucci off of it.
A 6K swing. Coming in.
I'm very interested if this does go to a game 3, whether or not he's going to start being a little bit more aggressive after not seeing any trigger characters that actually like build aggression other than Satori this entire game.
That's what we talked about, the best of 3 is being able to adapt like that, adapt to your opponent's list. So far, it seems like a lot of what we saw in game number 1, but I mean, in this matchup, the game is kind of young, you know?
Right. So he does draw another Hound Blade off it, starts with a 5K at...
Yep. Minus cost to the NL.
At leader, minus NL, yeah. And now 6.
This time it is very different because he has that Brule.
Can block it. We did see a lot of protection for the Brule last game.
Great Eruption, I believe he drew a brand new off of it.
Didn't quite catch it. All right.
He does reduce the Holly, which makes it look more like a Lucci play.
Yeah, we see the Rebecca on the top of the hand.
So Rebecca, Hina, Lucci will be able to get an L down to 2. So 2-1, he can hit both.
Yeah, this is the classic Sakazuki combo, bringing back the Hina, throwing it for another cost reduction, and then the Rob's got to be in there. Show us the Rob Lucci. There it is. And the double removal on the... Oh.
And he is going to choose to protect it.
Oh, okay.
And as far as discards go, trashing the NL here is definitely one of the better cards you could hit off the top.
Yeah, no kidding.
Then 9K swing at the NL. He does have the Roulette. Will he use the Brule blocker? Yes, he does.
All right, there it is, yeah.
And he's just valuing that board presence.
Yeah.
Yes. He wants the aggression. The NL is what gives him the aggression right now.
Right, and how many cards have we seen from Jackson now to try to remove it, too? That's a lot of resources spent for that card to still remain on the board.
I do think he does have a good opportunity to attack with the Borsellino here, but he decides not to take it. I think because he has the Rebecca, he knows that Yamato is going to be the most likely play this turn, and he doesn't actually have to fear a single ammo play that much, just because Shirahoshi is the only other thing he could pump, and he does have 7 cards in hand. I think it could have been a good opportunity to just get an extra counter off of his opponent.
There's a Yamato popping the Hina as there's only a total of 3 life at the time.
Yep. Yamato comes in, a little bit more survivability for the NL. Another attack to life. It's going to be blocked with the Porcelina. And yeah, counter out of that with the Blue Hina as well.
First a 6, countering with a Porcelino block with the plug 1K. Now a 7.
Yeah.
And there goes the Rebecca.
Yep. Turn pass back over to Jackson on the Sakazuki once again. What's it going to be this turn? Lots of power on the other side of the board.
There's a lot, yes. On Anel, on Yamato. However, unlike last game, there is a lot less pressure as we don't see the Om Holly, we don't see the Satori, not as many of the 5K on the board.
Yeah, just like the difference in the power of the Brule versus like a Satori trigger is just going to be completely different onto how the tempo and how the resources game ends up.
Great Eruption.
Starting Great Eruption. He opts for...
Pulls a Tashigi off the top of the deck with it.
Yes.
He does have Rebecca Hinalucci open to him.
Yeah, but just thinking about the future turn, if you go for that, where does that kind of leave you? This is the point where the NL gets very terrifying. Okay.
Yep. Takes the NL.
On the NL.
And I will say one thing specifically about Sakazuki is just the stamina needed to play the deck over 2 days.
Seriously.
For sure.
I mean, these events are always grueling, right? I mean, it's so many matches, so much.
So many small micro decisions, especially with Sakazuki, that he has to make on every turn.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. Wow.
Beach out of security, out of life. So that's that's
Digimon brain working a little bit there.
Through there.
All I can say, all I can say is a facepalm right now.
It's Ying's birthday, by the way, today. Yeah. Happy birthday to you. Yeah.
I was unready for that.
Back to the game. Back to the game. Yes. You get one.
My one and only one.
All right. Trying to, if there's a way, maybe take care of this NL. Threat of Yamato looming as well. She's going to get played, and yeah, using that to reduce the cost even further.
So now it's down to 2 costs now, I believe.
It looks like he's going to go for a Hound Blaze attack into the NL.
Sounds right, yeah. There's a Hound Blaze indeed. Will this be countered out of? Jonas has shown a propensity for protecting his board. Oh, there's the Satori. Okay. Yeah, make that swap. Keeping the NL alive.
So go 9 into the NL.
And there's a counter again.
But he is getting resources safely, so if he can get through one more turn, just because of how low the NL's hand is,
after all
Lucci
that
comes down.
We got the second Rob Lucci removing the NL, and now it's only a once per turn effect.
Yep.
And that's the flexibility of Tashigi, right? Of course it's a 2K counter, but it also allows you to get those double KO opportunities that you couldn't get if you had to use Rebecca to grab a Hina.
But we do have the Maru in the NL player's hand, but there's 4 cards in Jackson's hand. It's very unlikely they're able to push, but I think he might just have to.
All right, yeah, 200 million volts in Amaru coming in and resting the Porcelino.
But he does pump the NL, so I don't think he's going to
go for the removal.
Yeah.
So leaving 8 open, there's the category.
I like it. Getting the Shirahoshi back to life. And getting that trigger as well, just for more filtering.
But we do have Mansuri in hand.
Yeah.
And the Tashiki stay on board means that's a consistent -2 cost.
He's definitely able with his hand to get at least one of the big characters out. Depending on attacks, he might be able to get both.
Yes, he could definitely potentially attack into Yamato and see if he counters it, or he chooses not to counter.
Okay. Holding that Great Eruption now. Playing it. See what he can find.
Gets another Mancheri off of that.
All right, yeah.
You definitely don't need 2, so it definitely seems like a good card to use for the leader ability.
It looks like he used it already with the brand new.
Oh, yeah.
So whenever Jackson discards a card using the leader ability, he turns it sideways as a marker.
Manchuri on the board. Gonna go searching and grab that right back again.
Oh, his mind is already on the Lucci. He's trying to put 3 cards back with Mancheri.
Yep. Takes the Rebecca off of it. However, he already used 3 Dawn, so he can't Rebecca into Lucci.
Rebecca returns. So he should be able to deal with a bit of the board from Jonas right now, but I feel like we're kind of running into a situation that looks eerily similar to game number 1 a little bit. but
I think we're close, but I disagree just because even if he counters out for this Yamato, he's going to have 0 cards in hand, and he's going to have 2 life. So he would need exactly his opponent to have no counter plus an Inel in hand to have a shot at winning this game.
He protects the Yamato because he needs this pressure. Yamato's his only chance of pressuring life at this point.
Yeah.
But with an out and Inel in hand, even if he gets Shuda, I don't think he's got a real shot at making this game on this turn.
Yeah. Took the double Shura last time. This time
he does get the Inel though.
The Inel, yeah.
There is a shot. Does he go for it though?
I mean, do you feel like you have to at this point, do you think?
Well, I mean, looking at this board, it definitely feels like even if your opponent doesn't win the next turn, he's just going to out-resource you over time because he has that Mancherry out that you're not going to be able to kill.
Yeah, so that's one Mancherry gone. But however, Jackson does have a second one in his hand.
Probably going to see that pretty soon. There's the Inel.
Going at the Hina, trying to remove as much pressure as possible.
Makes sense. Just trying to build back up a little bit, trying to cling to life just a bit more. Okay. Yep. Rebecca.
Passing turn. Now it's Jackson's turn again. We have 1 card in hand, 2 life.
And Hina is an amazing draw off the top, just making that Mancherry so much more powerful because Rebecca can get any card you want. It doesn't have to go and grab that cost reduction.
So it starts with a 9-inch Yamato. Does he? Well, he pitched the last card. He does pitch the last card from his hand.
All right, so yeah, then going into the Yamato again with Rob Lucci, this time with enough, of course. No counter available, no hand for Jonas, and it's open season on the board of Jonas.
Yep. He saves the no.
Yeah, I think you have to. You definitely have to at this point.
I mean,
another board.
if he top decks...
Yep.
If he top decks them all, this could be game.
Will it be an Amaru?
Do you believe? Oh,
it doesn't look like it.
Tense moment as Jonas tries to find a way just to kind of cling to life.
Without Amaru, he definitely can't get lethal this turn.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see what that card is, though.
Me too.
If he takes any more than 2 Dawn, we know it's not a category. If he takes 2 Dawns, we know it's not a Yamato.
It looks like he's just going to go attacking to try to clear board.
He's going face.
Could
going
be,
face.
Yeah.
He pointed at Jackson. He's going at the Sakazuki. Now, will he counter or will he just block?
It could also just be sort of a bluff. Like, I might have it.
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to just use your Borsellino now?
He does.
He does. I mean, you got to play around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a great attack.
I believe 7 was a very great number here.
It was a great attack to scare him into using the Borsellino.
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to math out the rest of the turn. Looking at possibly, okay. All right. Where do you go? Shura into life again. Yep. That's going to get countered out. And then here comes the Yanel. All right.
But he does give himself another turn now.
Yeah, that's right.
Having only 2 attacks, it's not possible to get through the last life of Anel as he can recover a last life.
Sakazuki is not playing a cute one-off Usopp, so...
No, we're not doing that around
here.
here.
For a while, yeah. What if?
I believe I saw Houndblaze.
So he has Houndblaze, Mancherry, and... What else in hand?
I can't remember either. All right.
Borsellino.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, crowd.
Then he might just go for... he can't go for double KO since he already...
Right.
He only has Mancherry. He does not have reduction.
The way he set up, it looks like he can Mancherry into Rebecca, into the Hina. for the reduction. And then he can go for a 9K swing at the...
Yeah, I think he's just going to go for possibly Rebecca into Borsellino off the Mancherry.
So it's just
So we did get the Rebecca.
Yep. Into A.
He could also just get a 2K off the Rebecca. I don't think it's going to be a Lucci just because it... Or he might just go for a Hina just to get a bigger board.
No, I do believe it's a Hina here, and then he's going to Houndblaze the NL.
Yeah.
Forcing him to either take that life to save it, which is not a good idea at this point.
So you do know that's in the hand. There's a Houndblaze. Yep.
There's
That will
Houndblaze.
send
He's gonna save it.
to the bottom of the deck. Okay, tense. The U.S. Nationals on the line.
And passing turn, he says, no point in attacking.
Yep.
It's last life, and now we can just recover it and fix his hand instead.
That is like the most heart-pounding thing to do too, where it's like, I can't go for it. Oh my god.
Was it just me, or was that a...
It was Brule.
All right, another blocker out.
Now Mancherry's getting infinite value. Will constantly use it, get any blocker he wants.
Yep.
There's the Rebecca. I do believe there is a...
I believe it was Canis in hand, so it was a 2K counter.
Yes. Starts with a 5.
I mean, there's no rush here. As long as you're Sakazuki, you have 2 life, they don't have enough attackers, you know you're going to be comfortable into the next turn.
Yes.
Yeah. And slowing it down seemed to be the key a little bit for this game. One more life.
That
Now
would...
activated.
Oh.
Oh. Feels a little bit rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes last life. Sure,
Oh,
Hoshi.
Hiroshi. All right. What we got? Okay. Tosses the Holly and another Shirohoshi in the trash.
I think... Oh, he's just going to go for a 2K. Does he have Lucci in hand, or is he just going to go Borsellino?
He has a Borso in hand.
Just wait, back to Jonas. This is tense. Oh,
All right, we're going for
All right.
game 3.
All right. Game 3. I wouldn't have it any other way here at the U.S. Nationals. The next game determines who takes it.
Yep. All right, guys. I want you guys to scream on who you want to win. First, Jonas. Who think Jonas got to take the win?
Believes in an L.
All right. How about Jackson?
A lot of Jackson fans.
I say. Players shuffling up, and this is always a moment too where you're like really worried you're gonna mess up the shuffle and like the cards fly everywhere.
Yeah.
I would be thinking about that the entire time.
I'm sure the players are nervous. This is the finals, the very last match.
Yeah.
And last game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not just the last game of the U.S. Nationals for One Piece. This is the last game of the entire event.
Now, Gavin, with your expertise from the Japan Medal, if you're NL right now, because you did lose game 2, would you opt to go first or second?
So I think it definitely depends on what build you're playing and how the players are playing, but I definitely would choose second just because he knows his player isn't going to let him get a decent get-outs turn ever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can try to play for Starve, but you know he's just going to have Borsellino. I think it's just worth it to play for the aggressive Holly play and just try to get that board fast.
And we've seen that happen 2 games in a row. I mean, the Holly was an impediment.
Yeah, but like
deal with early on.
Putting it on when your opponent has 5 Dawn versus when your opponent has 6 Dawn is just such a huge difference on how many resources, how many chances they're going to have to be able to clear that board as quickly as possible. Because if you're going first in the matchup, you only have Ice Age Lucci to clear it when it comes out immediately.
Yeah.
That was very respectable there. Both players shuffled. They opted no cut on both players. They respect each other.
Yep. Fist bump. This is the final game. Let's hear it again for both of our players. Going to the last game of the One Piece U.S. Nationals. Jonas Abraham on the NL.
And Jonas does
Jackson
opt to go second.
On
Yes.
the Sakazuki.
Does he have the opening Shira? Yes, he does.
All
And he
right.
also has one Katakuri and a Yamato in hand, so it definitely seems like it's going to be a strong play from both our players.
All right, yeah. Grabs the Gadatsu early. If you're going to find a time to use it, you know.
And
right.
Blue Hina is a great answer.
Yeah. Get a card draw, get a body on the board that needs to be dealt with.
All right, continuing the double starve method.
Oh, and he has it in
He
hand
has the
already.
combo. Starves with the Ohm. He could find another Holly here. Does he find another one?
Don't.
Oh, no.
See it.
Be reasonable. Be reasonable.
Classic Ohm enjoyer mentality.
Woof, woof.
The Doge is out.
Yeah. We let the dogs out? Oh, now we know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sabo.
Sabo's definitely a strong play here.
Yep.
He knows he has the Gedatsu in hand, so he gets to play around that and keep his board going for the next turn.
Very good point. We saw that Gadatsu get picked, and it's like, well, I'm going to try to put you in a position where you're still not going to get to use it.
All right, we're at 6 now. So next turn, we could be seeing the category play, putting the Shura back if you choose to, or removing a body. Or you could go for the pressure. Would you go for a pressuring starting?
I think it's definitely hard to choose. I think it also depends a lot on your hand. I think he's just given up on Gedatsu being useful in this game, so he's just going to start pressuring and start trying to make progress on the board.
Yes.
That
aggro.
Did he hit Ice Age?
He's thinking. It looks like a trick.
Oh, it's Hound Blaze.
it's Hound Blaze.
Oh, Hound Blaze. Yeah.
Hound Blaze is definitely a more difficult decision.
Yeah. For sure. Because right there, Hound Blaze could technically remove the Holly. However, if giving a card back, you can Ohm Holly again.
Yeah.
And this is scary, man. I mean, this is the aggression we were talking about, right?
Nice
Finding
go-
the
for the-
early Holly.
Another Holly.
Wow.
And I think the 6K attacks are definitely because of the Sabo in play, but just in general, Sakazuki has such trouble because it usually only plays 8 2K counters, just having that constant 6K going at its leader.
Right. Gadatsu ends up being used for the counter.
So going 5 at Ohm, fix it, 5 again at Ohm. Taking out as many cards as possible from Jonas's hand.
Yeah. We got to do something, right? You got to start chipping away at that board. And the Ohm does get trash.
So I believe that is 6 dawns remaining.
He does have one attacker left. He could do a Hound Blaze and then attack with Sabo into the Holly.
Yeah, great eruption to start
He
off.
might also just have a Lucci.
Yeah.
There is a
And it looks
Lucci.
like he does.
Yeah. Yep. Poised to drop the Rob Lucci. Potentially. No.
Discards the
All right.
Hound Blaze first because he opts it. I don't need this Hound Blaze anymore.
He just wants to know all of his options before committing to a plan.
Yes.
Yeah. It's obviously smart move.
Always give yourself multiple options before deciding.
I think he might be debating whether he attacks with the Sabo to see if he can get, that free. And now he can get both characters with the Lucci. I think it was a great play to attack
Very
there.
nice.
Very, very smart play.
Yeah. Board totally cleared by Jackson on Sakazuki. And now you're fighting a bit of an uphill battle again, if you're Jonas.
And even if you don't have any blockers, even if you're opening up for getting life taken by your opponent, just having such a pressure on the board is very, very important for this matchup.
Yeah.
And there's the going 8 at the Sabo, 5 at the Hina. Does remove 2 more bodies.
Yeah, so Jonas striking right back again.
Jackson's at 9 Dawn.
And Enel's life is definitely still high, but his hand is starting to get very low.
I think that's 4?
Yeah.
Believe so.
4 to 7? I believe that was 7.
All right.
So
Oh, I like
life.
this attack. He's specifically attacking in.
Minus
No
cost
trigger.
on an L. Yep, no trigger off life, which has to feel a little bit bad.
He does have the Hina. Is he just gonna go straight for a Lucci, or is he going to attack in first?
Hina.
Yep.
All right.
Hina.
So Anel's now down to 2 costs.
Can remove it with that Lucci if he wants to.
And he does have that
Another
Hound
option.
Blaze.
Yeah. So, and that kind of prevents you from keeping the NL around too, I suppose.
So 9 at leader.
For the, yeah. Oh, Satori. Thinks so. Yep.
Yep, it was a Satori. He says, I don't need to play this.
Very interesting choice not to play, just because you know it's not going to be taken this turn, and it could let you have some of that board.
Valuing the 2K counter possibly.
Just debating his leader ability before he passes.
Yep. We have a Hina in hand, but we also have a 7-cost Porcelino.
Yeah.
He chooses the Great Eruption. We don't need this Great Eruption anymore. The 7-cost Hina, the 3-cost Hina, being able to reduce, and then a Porcelino follow-up does allow him to remove a Yamato if he needs to, since he can attack with his leader.
Yeah. The preparation for the later stage of the game well underway.
And this is definitely going to be a very high value Yamato, being able to take out that Kuzan.
Very powerful Yamato right there.
Right.
And it's definitely starting to look good for our Inno player.
Yeah. Not bad, but that is Rebecca off the top.
Yep.
Jackson.
His hand size is pretty significant too in comparison.
You'd think so, yeah. I mean, you've got the tools. Can you put it together in a way?
I mean, he does have the perfect combo to get that Yamato off the board.
Yeah. Got the ability to bottom deck it seems like.
Leader attack, Hina, and Borsalino, the perfect combo.
Yep.
Yeah, this is why he opted for the Great Eruption instead of any one of the other 2.
I like it. I mean, you know this stuff is coming too. If you're the Sakazuki, it's the better you can prepare for the inevitable, the better chance you're going to have. Oh.
But he chooses not to take it.
Okay. So what's the plan?
Starts with a 5K swing, minusing the Yamato.
Trigger?
No trigger.
Oh, all right.
It looks like he just wants to establish a big board going into the next turn and just try to make sure that he has pressure of, if you don't deal with some of my characters, I might just end the game next turn.
Yeah, that's always a threat when you're down at that 1 life position as the NL player. Even though it does take 1 extra, but still.
Kuzan, Borsalino, passing turn, leaving 2 Dons up. Unfortunately, he does not play the Shockwave that he could play.
Surprise shockwave from the top rope.
Oh,
Been a
man.
while. All right.
There's Damaru.
Yep.
He rests the Kuzan. He doesn't like that Kuzan being on board.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, that's definitely going to be the biggest threat to him this game, because he wants to create more threats, and he does have that 8 Katakuri in hand.
Yeah, the -4 is such a big thing to get rid of. Try to keep your Yamato alive.
So,
I think he's just going to go straight into Inno and just try to create more pressure on his opponent.
Seems that way. Still looks like
7 remaining.
7 Don to work with. Yep.
The Russian L can come down.
But
It's
oh, he's
Sanji
going double blocker.
Brule,
All
double
right.
blocker.
Wow. The double blocker turn.
We have the
Or York.
defensive play along with the offensive removal.
Yeah. And so that puts Jackson in a really interesting position because you've got the Hina, you've got the Borsalino out, but what is the math puzzle now to get in and finish off the NL?
Well, I actually
least
think
deal
he has a
with one.
perfect answer here, because he can just do the full Rebecca Hina Lucci loop.
True.
He also has Mancherry, so he can do it without losing a lot of resources in his hand. He will have 2 blockers, and we already see 1 Amal going down, so out of 4 cards, he would need 2 more out of 4 copies in his entire deck.
Starts with a 5.
Taking time to think as well. which is
Reducing
probably a
the
good idea.
brulee cost.
Yeah.
So he definitely is keeping the line open.
So
it's
this
reduced-
could be a double removal for the Sanji and the brulee right here.
It feels like you are projecting the Rob Lucci a little bit, but I mean, it's not a shock, right?
Ever so slightly.
Yeah. And that might clue you into Rebecca coming down.
Takes the Shiki.
Yep. There's
We do have the
Hina.
Hina.
And oh my goodness, it's Rob Lucci.
We got the happy set.
That's right. That's what you're looking for. Ultimate Sakazuki combo.
That's a lot of bodies on board. That could be pushing the following turn right here.
Yeah, exactly. That's on Jonas's mind, or Jonas's mind as he goes into his next turn.
But if he does have double Amal in hand, he can just end the game right here.
Definitely. I do believe he had one, if I remember correctly, but it's been a while. Starts with 6.
We can also hear Jackson asking, how many Amal do you have left in hand?
Yeah. Okay, Rebecca down as well.
Yamato.
There's the other Yamato.
But because he isn't getting that Hina out of it, it's not a lot of value on that Yamato.
Keeps the game going, and I think at that point, Jonas is happy with it, you know?
Yep, the more big bodies you have, the more secure you feel when you go for that final push.
Right.
Discards the blue Hina for the Sakazuki effect.
It's a real fencing match, because you're trying to bide your time, stay alive, stay safe, set up for the perfect counterstroke.
All I know is that I'm at the edge of my seat right now as it approaches
not.
this climax.
You're fully on it.
Give me a moment.
Okay,
There we
all
go.
right. Careful, my tip.
And he does have high counter density in his hand. He does have the Mancherry, so he could go for another 2-blocker play this turn. He definitely looks like he can survive one more turn.
Yes.
It's just how does he want to further the board state this turn to make sure that he can?
Yeah. However, as he further improves his board state, he needs to play more blockers to fend off these Yamato swings. Otherwise, they will be taking a lot of cards out of his hand.
Yeah. Mathing it out.
He might also be searching for lethal. Inil does have a notoriously low counter density, only next to Katakuri and Sakazuki in this format.
Maybe.
It's going for a swing at the Yamato. I see 4 downs remaining, so that is a 12k swing.
It's going to get
And he has
counted
it.
out. Double 2K counters. Keeping the Yamato alive. And here we go. Rebecca, once again.
Rebecca's looking for, does he have a 2k in there?
He might not.
Ooh.
He does not. He takes a
picks
Sabo.
Okay. Back over to Jonas.
But this was a great way to reduce the NL player's hand without actually giving him that life or that trigger opportunity.
Yes. Another thing is, no player stays at 2. Amaru is not live for resting the blockers.
That's a good point. Definitely something that Jackson should be thinking about.
Oh, wow. He just...
Wow.
Is that every Yamato in his deck?
I was like, gonna
Was
open
that the
this. Like,
fourth
is that-
one?
I believe so. Talking it over a little bit.
I think was a 6k swing. I saw a Sabo get discarded.
That's right.
So, so you need to discard one more card.
Right, right. It's been a long day. Ooh, Toshigi.
They had to give up 2 cards by, because he...
Unfortunate.
Yes.
It's a bit of feels bad, but it's a bit of feels good for Jonas.
A triple Yamato board.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I feel a lot of pressure.
You never want to see it as a Sakazuki player.
Yeah.
Never want to see that for sure. No, as any player, I never want to see triple Yamato on the other side.
Yeah, but especially not in the final game of the U.S. Nationals.
No, definitely.
The last place you want to see it. But that's exactly what Jackson is seeing right now. He's got to find a way to deal with it. Swings in onto one of them.
So that's 11 at the Yamato.
And he has it.
Oh, has the counter. Incredible, but here comes Rebecca. Yeah, grabbing the Tashigi back again. Another 2K counter in hand if he needs it. Yep, uh-oh. This is looking grim. It's going to be 10K. Gets the Rebecca blocker. Another 10K.
8 remaining.
Yep. 8 down remaining.
Two in hand.
All right.
Takes the 10.
What was it? Didn't quite catch it.
It was a Tashigi.
Another Tashigi, okay. Borsellino out. And there Nell swinging in for everything.
He does counter out.
The counter is there. Oh my goodness.
It's there, but at
Double
what
check it
cost?
now. Yeah, exactly. At what cost? There's nothing. There's only a couple cards in the hand.
3 cards in
Anything
hand.
to do with it. Triple Yamato seems like a bit too much. He's going to remove one of them.
And he's just passing the turn.
That's right. The crowd chanting Jonas. Does he have it? Seems like it's there.
19.
And after all that, the giant attack comes in, and Jonas Abraham wins the U.S. Nationals.
Sakazuki has fallen.
How about that? After all the domination we've seen around the world from Sakazuki, it takes Jonas Abraham here in North America to end the reign of terror from the blue-black deck.
There's only one god in North America, and it is NL.
That's true.
As NL would say, he is God.
I mean, that must have been like a level 1 crime or something like that from Sakazuki. There you go. Wow. What a finals. We went to game 3. It was super tight the entire time. Triple Yamato, just a little bit too much to deal with. Who knew, right?
Who knew? Who knew?
Who knew?
And the players in the crowd are just chanting his name.
And why wouldn't they? After a performance like that, coming at the beginning of the weekend, knowing you're going to face that field of Sakazukis, able to come out on top.
Definitely one of the most enjoyable games I've watched. As Sakazuki into NL, where both players went back and forth, it was not one-sided whatsoever.
Yeah.
And like, for a best of 3 to just have both players drawing almost everything they wanted the entire game, like we didn't see anyone missing their key turns like that entire time.
Yeah. It was a really well-played best of 3 by both players. And I mean, what do you expect? They made it this far. Obviously, they're incredible players. But to be able to maintain that poise in this situation with that pressure, I'm so impressed. They're both going to Japan anyway.
Yeah.
So there's still that feeling, right?
Of course,
Even if you are Jackson, you're still going to the World Finals.
And he's definitely going to be able to get that revenge in Japan. He definitely has that opportunity.
Yeah.
Time to go and boot camp up. Get ready. You got go for the win. It's not just you're not over. It's not over yet. Japan is the final destination.
Yeah, and I'm hyped too, right? Because we've already seen a little bit of adaptation, a little bit of shifting of the meta between the different regions coming into this weekend. And now after this weekend, you know we're going to see more. There's more flexibility. There's more changes that can be done with these decks.
You know, I think it's really interesting because, you know, at the beginning of OPO5 in Japan, nobody played Sakazuki. It was all P. Luffy, just purple Luffy everywhere you saw. And then we saw the rise of Sakazuki, and I think it's interesting because the past 3 championships, Sakazuki has fallen every single time.
Yeah.
What's also amazing is the fact that it was Sakazuki consistently winning over and over again. And now we have Anel taking down Sakazuki, saying, no, you step down, I'm number 1.
Yeah. In Australia, we saw Purple Luffy win. In Latin America, we saw Purple Luffy win. And now we have Enel. And it looks like our players are ready, so let's get them on the stage. Congratulations, Jackson and Jonas.
Right. Wow. Coming out on top.
So Jackson, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, I wish I won, but I'm happy that Jonas won because I think he's gonna represent us well as the number 1 seed.
And Jonas, the first OPO5 NL win in one of these championships. How are you feeling?
Extremely lucky.
Nah.
So those were some great games. What do you think was the real turning point for you in that game?
The third game, I had a relatively aggressive start with the ohms, and I really wanted to push that aggression, and then I just drew multiple Yamatos. So I just pivoted hard to the I'm going to last as long as possible and hopefully get some card advantage.
And you definitely lasted. So both of you are going to be going to Japan in March. I can't wait to see you there. Just what are your thoughts going into the first World Finals of the One Piece TCG?
I am so excited to finally play against Japanese players. I've heard such good things about their quality of play, and I finally get to play against the best. So that should be fun.
What about you, Jackson?
Honestly, the same, but not just Japanese players. There's a lot of European players, Latin America players, Oceania players that I've only seen in Eggman videos, but now I get to meet them in person, and I would just love to meet them and talk to them and exchange contact information so I can expand my playtesting circle and get better at the game.
Yeah.
Human Do, do you have any questions?
Oh, absolutely. So the two of you now are representing North America, right? Will you be playtesting against each other, with each other, or will you be playtesting separately, going for the win?
We better make North America win Worlds.
I think we're NA first and then individuals.
Yeah. So I've got a question too, kind of for both of you too. As we've seen sort of the meta start to shift a little bit around the world, the Sakazuki's changing a little bit, the adaptations that come along with it. I want to hear your predictions about what we might see at the World Championships. How are things going to change a little bit even more?
Just to confirm, is Worlds OP05 or is it OP06?
It is OP05.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay. That gameplay is going to be really interesting. I think Anel has a lot of different dynamic strategies that Sakazuki has to pivot against, and that makes their decisions way harder than mine. So the best Sakazuki players need to have the metal to last multiple hours against very complicated games, and I am very likely continuing to bring in now.
But I will say there are only 16 players at the World Championships.
Fair enough.
Do you think that's going to change what decks people bring to the event?
I think with all the results that came out, everything has won. Sakazuki, Enel, Katakuri, and even Purple Luffy. So I don't think that you can really try to metagame it. I think everyone will just stick with what they're comfortable with.
Awesome. So I'm sure you guys can't wait to get your trophies.
I am excited.
To present your trophies, we have the main producer of the One Piece card game, Ogawa Shun. So first, in second place, we have Jackson Hong. Woo. And in first place, the legendary God NL player, Jonas Abraham. And Jonas, it's not just a trophy. We have a very special present for you from Maki Otsuki. And, of course, you love him, Kitadani-san. Can we get Hiroshi Kitadani up on the stage? They are going to present you with a special... Whoa. Both of you with special signed cards.
Congratulations. Yeah. USA! USA!
Wow. We are on the cruise now.
And with that comes to an end Bandai Card Fest World Tour 23-24 in LA. I hope you all had a great time. It was an amazing finals, and I can't wait to see all of you in Japan. Thank you guys so much.